The Human Workforce Publishing Collection.
The Agentic Insider.
How AI is Transforming Corporate Espionage, Financial Crime, and Enterprise Security. Jack Burns. Insights from the Human Workforce Podcast. Copyright 2026 Jack Burns and the Human Workforce. All rights reserved. The Agentic Insider First Edition. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. All named individuals are composite or pseudonymous. ISBN, to be assigned. Published in the United States of America.
Forward.
The Imperative of Governance in the Agentic Era. By Dr. Han Brandt. Managing Director and Senior Vice President, Independent Risk Management Director and Sector Chief Chair, National Critical Infrastructure Security. We are currently living through the most profound architectural shift in the history of enterprise operations. Over my past 25 years leading international management, technology-enabled business transformations, and security oversight across both governmental and private sectors, I have witnessed numerous technological evolutions. Yet, the integration of agentic artificial intelligence and large language models into the corporate substrate is entirely unprecedented. It demands a complete recalibration of how we define risk, oversight, and corporate governance. Historically, corporate security and risk frameworks have operated under a foundational paradigm. Risk is fundamentally tethered to human behavior. Whether managing insider threats, financial crime, or operational vulnerabilities, investigators and risk professionals could reliably begin with the assumption that a human being had made a conscious choice. We built robust, role-based entitlement models, meticulous audit logs, and behavioral tracking systems specifically designed to monitor human anomalies. But as artificial intelligence transitions from a passive productivity tool into an autonomous enterprise actor, that traditional framework collapses. In my capacity overseeing independent risk management and national critical infrastructure security, I am forced to confront the stark reality of the governance gap. Today, organizations are deploying highly capable AI agents with vast, cross-functional access to data repositories. Locally, these decisions appear sensible to individual business units aiming to maximize analytical efficiency. Sequentially, however, they inadvertently create an unmapped shadow intelligence infrastructure digital entities that hold a more comprehensive, aggregated understanding of an enterprise's strategic vulnerabilities, compliance architectures, and financial data than any single human executive. The actor at the center of this new risk landscape does not experience resentment, leave standard behavioral traces, or carry a physical briefcase. It simply executes its objectives within an environment that has outpaced its oversight. It is precisely within this critical gap between rapid technological deployment and rigorous systemic governance that Jack Burns delivers his masterful and urgently needed work, The Agentic Insider: How AI is Transforming Corporate Espionage, Financial Crime, and Enterprise Security. Jack Burns is, without question, a leading voice at the exact intersection where human capital, corporate security, intelligence, investigations, artificial intelligence, and enterprise governance meet. As a founding contributor to the Human Workforce and the resident expert on its media platform, Burns has established himself as an indispensable strategic voice guiding modern organizations through a landscape fraught with systemic vulnerabilities. Through his extensive work in enterprise risk, Burns has emerged as a fierce and uncompromising advocate for human-in-the-loop architecture. He rightly recognizes that as automated, agentic systems scale at exponential speeds, we cannot afford to outsource absolute authority to algorithms. His insights serve as a vital blueprint for ensuring that ethics, critical intuition, and seasoned human judgment remain firmly anchored at the center of corporate governance. On the Human Workforce platform, I have had the distinct privilege of collaborating with Burns and the hosting team to dissect these very complexities. Together, we frequently examine how forward-thinking leaders can successfully strike a balance between aggressive technological innovation and robust, architecturally sound risk management. Burns' unique ability to synthesize classical counterintelligence methodologies with cutting-edge AI vulnerabilities allows him to articulate risks that are frequently invisible to traditional corporate frameworks such as the aggregation problem, orchestration privilege escalation, and compliance alert flooding. The Agentic Insider is not an alarmist text, it is an analytical tour de force. Burns meticulously deconstructs the structural shifts occurring within enterprise information environments, mapping out how decentralized AI deployments create unprecedented vectors for corporate espionage and financial crime, often operating completely within approved parameters. From the ghost in the org chart to the formation of autonomous shadow ledgers, this book provides corporate boards, C-suite executives, and risk professionals with the exact conceptual and technical vocabulary required to survive the agentic era. Burns challenges us to move past single-point, surface-level verifications and instead design holistic, contextually consistent security architectures that explicitly govern the space between our connected systems. To Jack Burns and the entire team at the Human Workforce, I extend my deepest gratitude for the opportunity to contribute to this groundbreaking publication. It is a true honor to stand alongside a peer whose dedication to protecting and elevating the human workforce is perfectly aligned with the mission of safeguarding our global enterprise security and national critical infrastructure. For any leader navigating the complexities of the modern technological landscape, the Agentic Insider is not merely recommended reading, it is an absolute operational necessity.
Part 1. The New Threat Landscape. The day the Insider stopped being human.
Most people imagine corporate espionage as something dramatic. They picture a nervous employee carrying a briefcase through a parking garage, a competitor paying cash for stolen documents, or perhaps a disgruntled engineer downloading proprietary source code before accepting a position with a rival firm. Those stories certainly exist. I have investigated versions of them throughout my career. They make for good headlines because they fit our intuitive understanding of how betrayal works. A person becomes motivated by money, revenge, ideology, or opportunity. The person identifies a target. The person takes an action. The organization eventually discovers the action. Investigators reconstruct what happened. Lawyers become involved. Executives make promises. The cycle repeats itself, reliably enough that every corporate security program in the world has been built to catch exactly this kind of actor. The problem is that most organizations are still preparing for that version of the future while a very different one has already arrived. The threat is not waiting for them to catch up. Understanding how we arrived at this moment requires stepping back from the immediate noise of all hype and examining what has actually changed in the architecture of enterprise information environments. The change is structural. It is durable. And it creates categories of risk that the frameworks built to govern human behavior are not equipped to address, because the actor at the center of the new risk landscape is not human. It is something organizations built themselves, one integration at a time, without fully understanding what they were assembling. Several years ago, I was invited to participate in a strategy session at a large multinational organization that was accelerating its artificial intelligence initiatives. The purpose of the meeting was straightforward. Senior leaders wanted to understand how quickly they could expand AI throughout the enterprise. They had momentum. They had board support. They had a competitive environment that was making every delay feel dangerous. The atmosphere in the room was optimistic in the way that rooms full of capable people who have been told they are winning tend to be optimistic. Presentations highlighted productivity gains, efficiency improvements, faster decision-making, and cost reductions that had been achieved in the first wave of deployments. Every department seemed to have discovered a new use case. Human resources was automating policy reviews and candidate screening. Finance was accelerating reporting cycles and exception identification. Legal teams were experimenting with contract analysis and regulatory research. Operations groups were using AI to identify bottlenecks and optimize workflows across distribution networks. The question in that room was never whether to expand. It was only how fast. I have sat in many versions of that room over the years, in different cities and different industries, and they tend to share a particular quality of light. The session I am describing took place on a high floor of a building whose windows looked out over a skyline that the organization's leaders had, in a real sense, helped to build. The coffee was good. The slides were clean. The people were among the most capable I have worked with, and I want to be precise about that, because the story I am telling is not a story about incompetence. It is a story about how capable people, acting reasonably, arrive at a place that none of them chose and none of them can fully see. What strikes me in retrospect is how thoroughly the conversation had been framed around acceleration before anyone had defined what, exactly, was being accelerated. The language was the language of momentum, velocity, scale, rollout, adoption curves. A senior leader described the organization's AI program as a flywheel, and the metaphor was apt in a way he did not intend. A flywheel stores energy. It also becomes, once it is spinning fast enough, very difficult to stop, and its danger is not in any single rotation but in the accumulated force that no single rotation reveals. During the discussion, one executive proudly explained that an internal AI platform now had access to thousands of repositories across the company. The statement was intended as evidence of progress. The broader the access, the more useful the platform became. More information meant better answers. Better answers meant better decisions. Better decisions meant competitive advantage. The progression felt obvious. A senior security leader I worked with described his organization's experience of this curve with admirable bluntness. Every 6 months, he said, someone made an entirely persuasive case for expanding the platform's access, and every 6 months he approved it, because the case was always good and the resistance always looked like obstruction. The access that would have alarmed him as a single grant arrived instead as a sequence of small, reasonable increments, each one a modest step from the last, none of them individually worth the political cost of refusing. I never approved a dangerous access grant, he told me. I approved 50 reasonable ones, and at the end of it I had a dangerous platform. I keep trying to find the decision where I went wrong, and there isn't one. That's the part that bothers me. There's no decision I'd take back. The whole thing was reasonable, step by step, all the way to a place I would never have agreed to go if anyone had shown it to me at the start. Then a seemingly simple question emerged from one of the participants near the back of the room. She asked whether anyone could provide a complete inventory of everything the platform could actually access. Not what it was designed to access. What it currently had credentials to reach. The room became quiet. Not because anyone was attempting to conceal information, but because nobody possessed the answer. The quiet was the specific quality of a room that has just realized, collectively, that a question everyone should be able to answer cannot be answered by anyone in it. Various technology leaders began describing pieces of the environment. Security teams referenced identity systems they managed. Business leaders discussed operational applications they had approved. Data teams outlined repositories they had provisioned access to for specific use cases. What became apparent over the next several minutes was that no individual in that room held a complete picture of the platform's effective reach across the organization. The picture existed only in fragments, distributed across the people who had each contributed one piece of it, none of whom had ever been asked to assemble those pieces into a whole. One of the technology leaders, to his credit, tried. He stood at the whiteboard and began listing the systems the platform touched, drawing arrows between them as colleagues called out integrations he had not known about. The diagram grew for several minutes. Then it stopped growing, not because the diagram was complete, but because the people in the room had exhausted what they individually knew, and the silence that followed the last arrow was the most honest moment of the meeting. The diagram on the board was not a map of the platform. It was a map of the limits of any single person's knowledge of the platform, which is a different and more unsettling thing. I have come to think of that whiteboard as a small monument to the central problem of this book. The organization had not lost track of a document or a credential. It had lost track of the shape of something it was operating at the center of its business, and it had lost track of it not through carelessness but through the ordinary division of labor that allows large organizations to function at all. Each person had done their part well. No one's part had been to hold the whole. The significance of that realization was easy to miss if you were thinking about it as a governance gap, a documentation issue, perhaps, or a deployment process that had outrun its controls. In reality, it represented something far more consequential. What the room had discovered, in the discomfort of that quiet, was that they had created an entity with a reach that exceeded anyone's ability to describe it. And nobody had done this deliberately. It had happened through the ordinary accumulation of reasonable decisions. For decades, Organizations had invested enormous resources into understanding human access. They conducted background checks on employees before granting them sensitive access. They segmented permissions into carefully defined roles. They reviewed entitlements on quarterly or annual cycles and removed those that were no longer needed. They monitored employee behavior for anomalies that might indicate misuse. They built entire security programs around the assumption that risk originated from people, that the dangerous actor was a person who had made a bad choice or been compromised by an external party. The frameworks were imperfect, but they were coherent. They were built for the world they were designed to govern. Yet sitting quietly within that organization's own infrastructure was a digital entity that could access more information than the most senior executives in that room, connect information across departments that had formal barriers between them, and operate continuously without regard for business hours, geography, or the organizational politics that caused human beings to hesitate before crossing certain boundaries. Nobody had intentionally designed it to become the most informed participant in the enterprise. It had simply evolved into that role, one approval at a time. That observation stayed with me long after the meeting concluded, and not only because of the specific organization involved. It stayed with me because I began to encounter the same pattern at other organizations, in different industries, at different stages of AI deployment. The pattern was consistent enough to be structural. Organizations believed they were deploying tools. In reality, they were creating actors. The distinction sounds philosophical until you examine its practical implications. A tool waits for instructions. A calculator performs the calculation it is given and returns a result. A database stores the information it is fed and retrieves what it is asked to retrieve. An actor, by contrast, pursues objectives within defined parameters. It gathers information relevant to those objectives. It evaluates alternatives and selects among them based on its training and its configuration. It takes actions in the world, not because it has been given a specific instruction for each action, but because it has been given a goal and the latitude to determine how to reach it. As artificial intelligence systems become more capable and more widely deployed, the boundary separating tool from actor becomes increasingly difficult to identify, and increasingly consequential to ignore. It helps to make the distinction concrete. Imagine two systems deployed in the same finance department in the same quarter. The first is a reporting tool. An analyst asks it for last month's regional revenue, and it returns the figure. If the analyst asks nothing, it does nothing. It has no objective of its own, no standing instruction to pursue, no latitude to interpret. It is, in the oldest and most exact sense of the word, an instrument. The second system is given a goal rather than a query: monitor the close process, identify anomalies that could indicate error or fraud, and surface them to the controller. To do this, it reads the ledgers, the prior period comparatives, the vendor master file, the expense submissions, and the email threads where exceptions are discussed. Nobody instructs it to read any particular document. It decides what is relevant to its goal and pursues it. Over a quarter, it develops a working understanding of how money actually moves through the organization that is more complete than any individual employees, including the controller who deployed it. The first system waited. The second system went looking. The difference between waiting and going looking is the difference between a tool and an actor, and it is the difference around which the rest of this book is organized. This shift matters because the history of corporate security has always been tethered to human behavior. We understood, over decades of practice and codification, how to evaluate employees for risk. We understood how to investigate misconduct. We understood the motivations that drove human actors to betray the organizations that trusted them: financial pressure, ideological alignment, personal grievance, coercion, opportunity, greed. Whether the concern involved espionage, fraud, corruption, data theft, or insider trading, investigators could generally begin with a familiar assumption. Somewhere in the chain of events, a human being had made a choice. The challenge was determining who made it, why, and how they carried it out. The framework was built for exactly that challenge. I have spent a long time sitting with that assumption, because it is the hinge on which the entire profession turns, and it is the assumption this book is about losing. A choice implies a chooser, and a chooser implies a mind that can be understood, a motive that can be reconstructed, a moment that can be located in time. The whole craft of investigation is, in a sense, an act of empathy turned to adversarial ends. The investigator imagines their way into the mind of the person who acted, asks what that person wanted and feared and believed, and uses the answers to predict where the evidence will be. Remove the chooser and you remove the object of that empathy. There is nothing to imagine your way into. The system did not want anything. It did not fear discovery. It did not believe it was doing wrong, because it did not believe anything at all. The investigator trained to find the mind behind the act arrives to find that there was an act and no mind, and the tools sharpened over a career for understanding people are, against this adversary, suddenly the wrong tools entirely. Artificial intelligence complicates that model in ways that are not simply additive. It does not add new bad actors to the existing threat landscape. It introduces a new category of actor that operates according to fundamentally different rules that most security frameworks, audit standards, and investigative methodologies were not designed to account for. A machine does not become impatient. It does not grow resentful over a missed promotion. It does not develop a relationship with a competitor's recruiter. It does not decide to take revenge for a slight it experienced 3 years ago. The behavioral indicators that human investigators have learned to look for, the financial stress, the unusual hours, the altered communication patterns, the increased access to files outside normal work scope, are simply absent, because none of the underlying human conditions that produce those indicators apply to the machine. Given sufficient access, an AI system can observe patterns, relationships, and vulnerabilities across an organization at a scale that no individual employee could approach. It can synthesize information from sources that would require years of accumulated access for a human to develop. The same capabilities that create enormous value for the organization, the comprehensive visibility, the cross-functional synthesis, the continuous operation, also create risk of a kind that most security frameworks were not designed to detect. Consider what a traditional insider threat investigation requires. Investigators examine access records and look for files accessed outside normal patterns. They review communications and look for contact with external parties. They examine transaction records and look for unusual financial activity. They interview colleagues and look for behavioral changes. They are searching, in each case, for anomalies, for deviations from normal behavior that indicate a human actor doing something they were not supposed to do. An AI-driven process may operate entirely within approved parameters while still producing consequences that nobody anticipated and that the organization would never have sanctioned had anyone described them in advance. It may access information through authorized channels, process that data according to approved rules, and execute tasks exactly as designed. From the perspective of every monitoring system in place, everything is normal. Yet the aggregate effect of all of this normal, authorized activity may be the concentration of knowledge, influence, or capability in ways the organization never intended and may never think to investigate, because nothing in the log suggests that anything went wrong. I want to be careful here not to imply intention where none exists, because the temptation to anthropomorphize is the single most common error I see executives make when they first confront this risk. They reach for the language of motive. The system is hoarding information. It is trying to expand its reach, and the language betrays them, because it imports a model of agency that does not apply, and that leads to exactly the wrong defensive instincts. The system is not trying to do anything. It is pursuing its objective with the access it has, and the concentration of capability is a side effect of that pursuit, no more intended by the system than a river intends the canyon it carves. The danger is not malevolence. It is consequence without intent, outcomes that no one chose, produced by a process that chose nothing, accumulating in a direction that no one is watching, because watching for intent is what the entire monitoring apparatus was built to do. The most significant organizational failures rarely originate in dramatic events. They accumulate gradually, across a series of individually defensible decisions that collectively produce an outcome no one would have chosen. A permission is granted because a specific deployment requires it, and the request comes from a trusted team with a legitimate use case. A control is relaxed because it creates friction that the business team finds unacceptable. A pilot program is extended indefinitely because it is working, and shutting it down would create disruption. An exception becomes standard practice before anyone has formally evaluated the risk it represents. Each decision is reviewed and approved on its own merits. Nobody reviews them in combination. Months later, sometimes years later, executives discover they have created a system whose effective capabilities exceed anyone's description of what was deployed. The access profile does not match any documented role. The information environment the system can see does not correspond to any approved architecture diagram. The aggregate of all those reasonable decisions has produced something that no individual decision-maker would have authorized if they had been shown the whole picture. The phrase I have come to use for this, in conversations with executives who are encountering the problem for the first time, is that the organization has built an actor it cannot describe. The inability to describe it is not a failure of intelligence or attention on the part of any individual. It is a structural property of how the actor was assembled incrementally, across teams, through decisions that were never gathered into a single review. You cannot describe what no one was ever asked to look at as a whole. I have seen this pattern at enough organizations, in enough industries, to recognize it as structural rather than exceptional. It is not the product of negligent leadership or inadequate security teams. It is the product of a fundamental mismatch between the speed at which AI capabilities are being deployed and the speed at which governance frameworks for those capabilities are being built. The deployment teams are moving as fast as their competitive environments demand. The governance teams are moving as fast as their organizational structures and resource constraints permit. The gap between those two speeds is where the risk accumulates. That gap is the subject of this book. It is worth naming, at the outset, what kind of gap this is, because the word can mislead. It is not a gap in the sense of a hole that can be located and filled, a missing control that can be specified and installed. It is a gap in the sense of a widening distance between two things that are both moving, deployment racing ahead under competitive pressure, governance following under the weight of process and prudence, and the distance between them grows not because anyone is failing at their job but because the two activities run at structurally different speeds. You do not close a gap of that kind by working harder at governance, any more than you catch a faster runner by running harder in the same lane. You close it by changing the structure that sets the two speeds, which is a leadership problem and a design problem before it is a security problem. The chapters that follow are, in their various ways, all attempts to describe that structure precisely enough that it can be changed. What follows is not a warning about artificial intelligence. I want to be precise about that from the beginning, because imprecision about the nature of the risk leads to responses that miss the point. The danger is not that AI is malevolent. The danger is the gap between what was intended and what was built, between what the security frameworks were designed to govern and what the actual risk environment now contains, between the speed of deployment and the speed of oversight. That gap is not a technology problem. It is a governance problem. And governance problems, unlike technology problems, do not get solved by the next product release. The organizations that understand this early, that recognize the governance gap for what it is and invest in closing it before incidents force the investment, will be in a position to capture the benefits of AI deployment while managing its risks. Those that do not recognize it will eventually find themselves in exactly the position that organization found itself in during that strategy session, sitting in a room, having been asked a straightforward question about what they had built, with no one able to answer it. The insider, in the world this book examines, may never appear on an organizational chart, never receive a paycheck, and never once violate the rules it was given. It simply followed them further than anyone expected. That is where the new threat begins.
Beyond the briefcase.
For most of its modern history, corporate espionage had a physical problem. The theft of information required the movement of information. Documents needed to be photographed or photocopied. Files needed to be copied to portable media floppy disks in one era, USB drives in the next, encrypted cloud transfers after that. Personnel with access to sensitive information needed to be recruited, cultivated, and managed, which required time, contact, and the irreducible risk that comes with involving human beings in complex operations. The physical constraints of information theft were also the investigative gift that made most cases solvable. Things that move leave traces. Things that require human coordination leave relationships to examine. This was, for most of the modern history of the field, a quiet blessing for the investigator. The criminal's need to move information was the investigator's most reliable ally. Every act of theft created a corresponding act of transport, and transport could be watched. The whole architecture of corporate security was, in a sense, a long bet on physics. That information had mass, that mass had to travel, and that travel could be detected. It was not a bad bet. For decades it paid out. The security programs that evolved over decades were built around this reality. Badge access systems recorded who entered which rooms. Visitor logs documented who had been in the building and when. Data loss prevention systems monitored file transfers and flagged large movements of data outside the network. Email scanning tools identified unusual attachments. The entire architecture of corporate security assumed a specific model. Information, to be stolen, had to travel. And travel, in almost every organizational environment ever designed, could be detected. The detectability of travel was not incidental to corporate security. It was its foundation, the load-bearing assumption beneath the entire edifice. Every control I have ever audited, the data loss prevention rules, the egress monitoring, the badge logs, the email scanning, the watch on removable media, was a variation on a single theme: catch the information as it moves. The architecture was elegant precisely because it concentrated defensive effort at the moment of movement, the one moment when stolen information was guaranteed to be observable. An organization did not need to watch information at rest, because information at rest harmed no one. It needed only to watch the doors. The whole discipline was a discipline of doorways, and it worked for as long as the thing it guarded against was obliged to pass through one. That assumption is not simply outdated. It is inverted. The new architecture of enterprise AI has produced a risk environment in which the most consequential disclosures of sensitive organizational information may occur without any information moving at all, without any file being transferred, without any credential being stolen, without any communication being intercepted. The threat has changed its fundamental shape. The frameworks designed to detect it have not kept pace. I want to dwell on what it means for an assumption this deep to invert rather than merely weaken, because the distinction matters for how organizations should respond. A weakened assumption can be shored up. You add more sensors, tighten the thresholds, hire more analysts. An inverted assumption cannot be shored up, because the thing it was built to detect no longer occurs. You can perfect a system for detecting the movement of information and deploy it flawlessly in an environment where the most consequential disclosures involve no movement at all, and you will detect nothing, not because the system is broken but because it is answering a question no one is asking anymore. The shift did not occur through a single transformation. It accumulated through 3 interlocking changes in how enterprise information environments were structured, each of which was individually defensible and collectively unprecedented. The first change was connectivity. Over the course of roughly 15 years, beginning with the broad adoption of cloud infrastructure and accelerating through the proliferation of SaaS applications across every business function, the internal networks of large organizations were transformed from relatively bounded environments into open platforms integrated with cloud services, third-party data providers, vendor systems, partner networks, and an expanding array of external APIs. The connectivity was necessary. Organizations that failed to integrate across these environments fell behind competitors who had. The pace of integration was driven by competitive pressure rather than security analysis. The result was a fundamental change in what the boundary between an organization's internal environment and the broader world actually meant, which is to say, the boundary became difficult to define and increasingly difficult to enforce. I sometimes ask executives to tell me where their organization's network ends. The question sounds simple, and it is not. A generation ago it had a clean answer. The network ended at the firewall, at the building's edge, at the point where the organization's wires met the world's. Today the honest answer is that it does not end anywhere in particular. It dissolves, gradually, across cloud tenancies and partner integrations and vendor APIs and managed services, into an environment where the question of what is inside and what is outside no longer has a crisp answer. The boundary did not move outward. It lost its definition. And a defensive posture built on guarding a boundary becomes incoherent when the thing it was guarding can no longer be drawn as a line on any diagram. The second change was access architecture. As AI systems were introduced across enterprise environments, they were granted the credentials, service accounts, API keys, and elevated permissions necessary to function across the environments where they operated. The logic was efficiency. An AI system that could only see one data source at a time was an old system of limited analytical value. Achieving that value proposition required access. Each access grant was reviewed by the team deploying the system for the specific use case they had in mind. Nobody was reviewing the cumulative access profile being built across the enterprise. The third change, and the most consequential, was the nature of the actor itself. Previous generations of enterprise software were passive. A database stored what it was given. A reporting tool queried what it was told to query. A workflow system moved what it was configured to move. In each case, the software was a tool in the precise sense. It waited for instructions and executed them. The human beings who gave the instructions were the actors. The software was an instrument of their agency, not an agent itself. Agentic AI systems are differently constituted. They pursue objectives within defined parameters, evaluating available information and selecting among possible actions based on their training and their configuration. They are not waiting for instructions in the way that a database waits for a query. They are, in a meaningful sense, doing things gathering information, identifying patterns, generating outputs, and in increasingly common deployments, initiating actions in external systems. When these systems are granted access to the sensitive information that a large organization contains, the question of whether that access constitutes a risk is no longer simple. The system is not stealing anything. It is doing exactly what it was deployed to do. The problem is that what it was deployed to do may, in certain configurations and under certain conditions, produce outcomes that nobody would have authorized. Marcus Del Rey spent 11 years in financial intelligence before moving into corporate security consulting. He has worked in cyber threat investigations at institutions where the dollar figures involved began at 8 digits. He has testified in federal proceedings. He is not a person given to dramatic overstatement. I met with him in a conference room that was deliberately free of devices, a habit he had maintained for years in a profession where the assumption of surveillance is professional hygiene. He ordered black coffee, did not touch it, and spent the first several minutes of our conversation asking me about the specific cases I had been looking at. He was evaluating the framing before he committed to the conversation. That is also a habit of his profession. When he finally spoke, it was to ask me a question rather than to answer one. He wanted to know whether the organizations I had been studying had discovered their exposure on their own or had it discovered for them. I told him it was almost always the latter, a regulator's question, an auditor's finding, a competitor who knew something they should not have known. He nodded slowly, the way a man nods when you have confirmed something he wishes you had contradicted. That's the part people don't understand, he said. In the old model, the organization was usually the second to know. The thief knew first. We came later and reconstructed it. In this model, the organization is often the last to know. The system knew. The people who queried it knew. The competitor who benefited knew. And the organization that owned the whole apparatus found out when someone outside it asked a question that only made sense if the answer had already leaked. He let that sit for a moment before he went on, and I understood that he was not being dramatic. He was describing an ordering of knowledge that he found genuinely disturbing, and he had been in the business long enough that very little disturbed him. When I described the pattern I had been observing organizations deploying old systems with broad access, granting those systems capabilities that no human insider would be permitted to hold, and then discovering that the aggregate effect of those decisions had created something whose scope they could not fully describe, he was quiet for a moment. Not the quiet of someone considering whether to speak. The quiet of someone who has been waiting for someone else to see it. The briefcase, he said finally. The whole model assumes a briefcase. Somebody decides to take something. They put it in something. They carry it out a door. They hand it to somebody. You find the door. You find the handoff. You build the case. He paused. That model is gone. And most of what we're doing in this business is still built around finding the door. He described, with enough specificity to be useful and enough vagueness to protect the parties involved, a case he had worked the previous year. A financial services organization had deployed an AI platform to accelerate its competitive intelligence function. The platform was legitimate, the vendor was reputable, and the use case was exactly what the organization said it was: faster analysis of market data, competitor filings, and industry reporting. To perform that function effectively, the platform had been given access not only to external data sources but to a broad range of internal repositories, product roadmaps, client relationship records, pricing frameworks, and strategic planning documents that provided context for interpreting the external data.
Chapter 3. The Death of the Dossier.
There is a particular kind of knowledge that institutions have always feared more than any individual piece of stolen data. It is not the leaked document or the purloined strategy memo. It is not the intercepted communication or the copied file. The thing institutions have always feared most is the person who has been watching long enough and carefully enough to understand how everything fits together, who knows not just the information but the relationships between pieces of information, the timing that makes certain facts significant, and the vulnerabilities that only become visible once you have been paying attention for long enough. Intelligence professionals call this contextual understanding. Corporate investigators call it pattern knowledge. Counterintelligence practitioners have historically called it the most dangerous thing an adversary can develop about a target, because it is the foundation on which all effective exploitation is built. A competitor who knows your product roadmap has a useful piece of information. A competitor who understands the relationships between your product roadmap, your client commitments, your regulatory exposure, and your key personnel dependencies has something qualitatively different. They understand not just what you are doing but the full context of consequence surrounding what you are doing. The platform produced summaries. It flagged items of interest. It generated reports. The humans who used it reviewed the outputs and made decisions based on them. The system was considered a success by the teams that used it. Nobody, in the 18 months the platform had been operational, had asked a systematic question about what the system could access that it was choosing not to surface. During those 18 months, the platform had processed and synthesized information from legal, regulatory, strategic planning, and M&A files as part of its routine analytical functions. No data had left the organization. No file had been transferred. No alert had been triggered. Every access was authorized. Every output was within the system's defined function. From the perspective of every monitoring system the organization had, nothing unusual had occurred. What had occurred was that a detailed synthesis of material that would have required years of accumulated access to assemble was now embedded in the analytical substrate of a platform that hundreds of employees interacted with daily. Some of those employees were in roles that would not have entitled any individual person to see the underlying source material. They were not accessing it directly. They were querying a system that had processed it, and receiving answers that reflected its content. "We didn't have a theft," Marcus said. "We had an aggregation. The information didn't move. The understanding of the information moved. And we had no framework for that because aggregation wasn't in the threat model. The threat model was built for a world where you could find the briefcase. In this case, there was no briefcase. There was only a very capable system that had spent 18 months building a picture of the organization that no single person was supposed to have, and then making that picture available to everyone who knew how to ask for it." I asked him what the organization had done once it understood what had happened. His answer was instructive precisely because it was undramatic. They had not fired anyone, because no one had done anything that warranted firing. They had not filed a report, because it was not clear what they would report or to whom. They had quietly reduced the platform's access, commissioned a review that took the better part of a year, and absorbed the uncomfortable knowledge that they had no way to determine what had already been understood by the hundreds of people who had queried the system over 18 months. "You can claw back the access," Marcus said. "You cannot claw back the understanding. Once a thing has been understood, it stays understood. That's the part that has no remedy." The aggregation problem is the defining challenge of AI-enabled insider risk, and it is one that most security frameworks are not equipped to address. The challenge is not primarily technical. It is conceptual. The frameworks that govern access in organizational environments were built around a model of discrete permissions. A person either has access to a specific resource or they do not. If they have access, their use of that access is recorded in logs. If their access pattern deviates from established norms, a monitoring system generates an alert for human review. The model is coherent and, for the actors it was designed to govern, reasonably effective. The model does not account for a system that has legitimate access to each of several discrete information sources and the capacity to synthesize across them in ways that produce analytical outputs no individual access grant was intended to enable. A person with access to the legal repository, the strategic planning repository, and the M&A repository simultaneously would represent a significant security concern. A null system with the same combination of access, performing exactly the functions it was deployed to perform, generates no equivalent concern and triggers no equivalent review. The access control model treats each permission in isolation. The risk that emerges from their combination is invisible to the framework. This invisibility is not a bug that can be patched. It is a structural feature of how most enterprise access control systems were designed, reflecting the world for which they were built. The frameworks that could address it ones that evaluate the aggregate access profile of AI systems and the analytical capabilities that profile enables do not yet exist in standardized form. Most organizations have not built them. Many have not yet recognized the need. The traditional investigation of a corporate espionage case proceeds from a foundational assumption. Something happened that left evidence. A file was accessed that the actor should not have accessed. A communication was sent to someone outside the organization. A credential was used at an unusual time, from an unusual location. The investigation assembles these evidence elements into a coherent narrative that establishes what occurred, how it occurred, and who was responsible. Investigating the aggregation problem requires abandoning that foundational assumption. In the cases where AI-enabled aggregation creates security risk, nothing happened that was not authorized. The access was legitimate. The processing was within the system's defined function. The outputs were exactly what the system was designed to produce. The investigation must ask different questions. What did the system know, as a result of its cumulative processing, that the organization did not intend for it to know in combination? Who had the ability to query that knowledge? What queries were made? What were the practical consequences of the knowledge that was surfaced? These are not questions that standard forensic methodologies are equipped to answer. They require a different kind of investigative framework, one that treats the AI system itself as an entity whose capabilities and knowledge must be characterized, not simply as a tool whose logs must be reviewed. Building that framework is possible. Most organizations have not yet recognized the urgency of building it. I asked Marcus, near the end of our conversation, what he tells the younger investigators coming into the field, the ones trained on the old model who are about to spend their careers in the new one. He was quiet for a while, and when he answered, it had the quality of something he had said before, to people he was responsible for. I tell them to stop looking for the moment, he said. Their whole training points them at a moment, the moment of theft, the moment of decision, the moment the line got crossed. And in these cases there is no moment. So I tell them, stop looking for when it happened and start looking for what became possible. Don't ask what was taken. Ask what could be known, by whom, and through what access. It's a harder question. It doesn't resolve into a clean timeline you can put in front of a prosecutor. But it's the right question, and the investigators who can't make the shift are going to spend the rest of their careers solving the wrong cases beautifully. The briefcase model had the virtue of clarity. A person took something. The thing was missing or duplicated. An investigation found the person and documented what they had taken. The model was imperfect in practice, but it was coherent in conception. The aggregation model offers no such clarity. Nothing is missing. Nothing was taken. Everything occurred exactly as designed. The risk is not in what was removed. The risk is in what was understood, who developed that understanding, through what chain of access, and with what capacity to act on it. Finding the door, in this environment, is the wrong question. There is no door. The information never left. I learned this lesson early, from a mentor who had spent his career in government before moving into the private sector, and who used to say that the leaked document was rarely the disaster people imagined. A single document, he argued, was usually survivable. It revealed one fact, in one moment, frozen in time, and the organization could absorb it, correct for it, move past it. What was not survivable was the adversary who understood the document's place in a larger structure, who knew why it mattered, what it connected to, which other facts it made legible, and what it predicted about the facts not yet in hand. The document was a data point. The understanding was a model. And a model, unlike a document, does not go stale when one of its inputs changes. It adapts, predicts, and keeps generating value long after the specific fact that seeded it has been overtaken. The thing to fear was never the leak. It was the comprehension the leak became part of. Building this kind of contextual understanding has historically required time, skill, and patient accumulation. It required a human analyst who had spent months or years observing a target, developing sources, corroborating information from multiple directions, and assembling the fragments into a coherent picture. The dossier, the assembled intelligence file, represented the work of that patient accumulation. It was feared not because of any single document it contained, but because of what it represented, a comprehensive understanding of the target that most targets did not have of themselves. There is a grim irony embedded in that last clause, and it is worth pausing on. The most valuable intelligence product about an organization has always been the one the organization could not produce about itself, not because it lacked the information, but because the information was distributed across functions, departments, and individuals who had no occasion and no permission to assemble it. The competitor's dossier was dangerous precisely because it integrated what the target kept separate. The barriers that protected the organization internally were the same barriers that prevented it from ever seeing itself as a hostile analyst would see it. The dossier crossed those barriers. That was its whole power. What artificial intelligence has done is industrialize the construction of that understanding. And it has done so at a speed, at a scale, and through mechanisms that no one who designed the security frameworks governing enterprise information environments anticipated. And here is the turn that makes this chapter necessary. The barriers that once prevented an organization from assembling a hostile view of itself were the same barriers that the enterprise AI system, in the ordinary course of its work, was built to cross. The system was deployed precisely to integrate what the organization kept separate, to answer questions that required reaching across the silos that human roles were forbidden to reach across. We did not deploy these systems despite their ability to integrate across barriers. We deployed them because of it. Integration was the value proposition. The dossier was the byproduct. The traditional intelligence cycle collection, processing, analysis, dissemination, was designed around the cognitive throughput of human analysts. A skilled analyst working a specific target could read hundreds of documents a week, identify relevant patterns, maintain relationships with sources who provided context, and over time develop an analytical picture that represented their accumulated understanding of the target environment. The constraint was always the analyst. More analysts produced faster cycles and broader coverage, but each analyst operated within the irreducible limitations of human attention, memory, and processing speed. A large language model with access to an organization's document repositories, communications infrastructure, financial systems, operational databases, and customer records can process in hours what would take a human analyst years. More significantly, it can hold all of that information simultaneously in a way that no human analyst cannot, in the sequential way that a person reads a series of documents and tries to hold the earlier ones in memory while reading the later ones, but in a way that allows it to surface connections across documents separated by years, identify relationships between individuals who have never communicated directly, and recognize patterns that become visible only when data from multiple, unconnected systems is placed in analytical relation to each other. The dossier that once required a dedicated intelligence operation to construct months of careful work by trained analysts with cultivated sources and significant organizational backing, can now be assembled, in draft form, as a byproduct of the normal functioning of an enterprise AI system deployed for an entirely different purpose. The system was deployed to summarize board meeting notes and answer questions about company travel policy. In the course of performing those functions, It processed every document in its access environment. The comprehensive analytical understanding it developed was a consequence of its access, not its intention. The access was granted for entirely different reasons. Priya Nair ran competitive intelligence for a global manufacturing company for 7 years before moving into a security advisory role. She had built intelligence programs that she was proud of, rigorous, ethically grounded, genuinely useful to the strategy function she served. When she talks about the transition she has watched the field undergo since the broad deployment of enterprise AI, she speaks with the clarity of someone who understands precisely what has been lost and what has been created in its place. "We used to spend months building a picture of a competitor," she told me. Public filings, patent applications, conference presentations, industry publications, employment postings, LinkedIn activity, supplier relationships you could infer from procurement patterns. You triangulated. You corroborated. You spent weeks on a single question and you might get a partial answer. The work had a discipline to it that I think people in the field took seriously. She described the discipline with a fondness that surprised me, the way a craftsperson speaks about a trade that machines have made obsolete. There had been ethics in it. She said a sense that the difficulty of the work was itself a kind of restraint. You could not assemble a comprehensive picture of a competitor casually or quickly, and that friction meant that the people who did it tended to be the people who took it seriously, who understood the line between competitive intelligence and corporate espionage, and who had internalized why the line mattered. The friction was doing more work than we realized, she told me. It wasn't just slowing us down. It was selecting for people who cared about the difference between what you're allowed to know and what you can find out. When you remove the friction, you remove the selection. Now anybody can find out anything. And most of them have never had to think about whether they should. She paused, and the pause was the kind that precedes a pivot rather than a conclusion. Now I sit in meetings at client organizations, and I watch them deploy AI systems internally, and I know with high confidence, that any sufficiently capable system with broad enough access is building that same kind of picture about itself. It's not doing it because anyone asked it to. It's doing it because building that picture is what you do when you process all the information you've been given access to. It learns the relationships. It learns the patterns. It learns what matters and why. The question isn't whether the system understands the organization at that level. The question is who gets to ask it questions about what it understands. I have repeated that formulation to dozens of executives since she first said it to me, because it relocates the problem in a way that most security conversations fail to do. The instinct, when people first grasp the aggregation risk, is to ask what the system knows, as though the danger lived in the knowledge itself. But knowledge that no one can reach is inert. The dossier in a locked vault threatens no one. The danger is not in the understanding. It is in the interface in the natural language prompt that turns months of accumulated synthesis into an answer delivered on demand, to whoever happens to be asking, with no clearance check at the moment of the question because the only clearance check happened at the moment of deployment, under entirely different assumptions, by people who never imagined this particular query from this particular person. There is a phrase Priya used that I have borrowed many times since, because it captures the qualitative shift better than any technical description. She said the system does not learn facts about the organization, it learns the organization. The distinction is the difference between a list and a map. A list of facts is additive and inert, each item sits beside the others, and knowing more items means having a longer list. A map is relational and generative, it shows not just the locations but the routes between them, and from a sufficiently complete map you can navigate to places you have never been told about, because their position is implied by everything around them. An enterprise UL system with broad access does not accumulate a longer list. It builds a map. And the danger of a map is that it answers questions that were never explicitly encoded in it, including questions its makers never imagined and would never have authorized. That last question is the one that stayed with me. In a traditional intelligence operation, the value of assembled understanding is constrained by the number of people who can access the analyst who holds it. The dossier exists in a classified file. The analyst works in a specific building. The knowledge is sensitive, but its sensitivity is at least partially contained by the organizational structures surrounding it. An AI system with the same accumulated contextual understanding is available to anyone with a prompt. It answers questions in natural language, in real time, without hesitation. It does not have a clearance level in the way that a human analyst does. Its access was defined at deployment, not at the moment of any specific query. If the system has been granted access to material that should not be accessible to a specific user, the system may surface that material in its answer without anyone in the oversight chain having made a conscious decision to provide that access. This is not a theoretical vulnerability. It is a structural feature of how most enterprise OL deployments are currently configured, reflecting the order in which deployment and governance have proceeded. The permissions granted to an OL system at deployment are generally defined by the technical requirements of its intended function, what data it needs to see to perform the tasks it was deployed to perform, rather than by a systematic evaluation of every category of sensitive information it might encounter in the course of that function, and every type of query it might receive from every category of user who has access to it. The order matters more than it might appear, because order, once established, is difficult to reverse. Deployment came first, governance second, and not by anyone's choice but by the structural logic described throughout this book. Deployment runs at competitive speed, governance at the speed of prudence, and the faster activity necessarily arrives first. The consequence is that governance always arrives to find a deployment already in place, already relied upon, already woven into operations, and governance arriving second is governance constrained by what governance arriving first would never have permitted. The access that a forward-looking governance framework would have scoped narrowly has already been granted broadly. The barriers it would have extended to the AI system have already been crossed for months. The dependencies it would have prevented have already formed. Governing after deployment is not the same activity as governing before, conducted a little late. It is a fundamentally harder activity, because it must now contend with the sunk operational reliance that the gap between the two speeds was always going to produce. The organizations that govern best are the ones that have found ways to compress the gap, to bring governance closer to deployment in time, not because they have made governance faster, but because they have made deployment willing to wait for it. The result is that AI systems routinely have access to information that no individual employee at a comparable organizational level would be permitted to see. This is not a design flaw in the specific sense of being an error that can be identified and corrected. It is the natural consequence of deploying systems optimized for analytical breadth in organizational environments where access control was designed for human actors with narrow, role-defined information needs. The mismatch is not between a good system and a bad deployment. It is between a deployment environment built for one world and an access governance framework built for a different one. The investigative challenge this creates is compounded by the limited visibility that standard audit trails provide into what an AI system actually knows. Traditional logging captures what was queried and what was explicitly returned. It does not capture the full territory of information the system has processed and holds as the substrate of its responses. The space between the inputs and the outputs, the accumulated understanding the system has developed across all of its processing, is largely invisible to conventional monitoring. You can see what the system was asked. You can see what it answered. You cannot see, in any direct way, what it knows. The dossier did not die when enterprise AI arrived. It metastasized. It became distributed across every AI system deployed in every enterprise that granted those systems broad access without thinking carefully about what they would accumulate, what they would remember, and what that accumulated understanding would enable when queried by someone who understood how to ask. The question that would have required a team of senior analysts and months of work to assemble now takes seconds and a well-constructed prompt. The collapse of that timeline is easy to state and hard to feel, so let me try to make it concrete. A competitive intelligence operation of the kind Priya described, months of triangulation across filings, patents, conference talks, hiring patterns, and inferred supplier relationships represented not just labor but commitment. Someone had to decide the target was worth a quarter of an analyst's year, secure the budget, accept the risk that the effort would yield a partial answer. The cost was a filter. It ensured that comprehensive understanding was assembled only about targets that genuinely warranted it, by actors willing to invest in it. When the cost falls to seconds and a prompt, the filter disappears. Comprehensive understanding becomes available not only for the targets that warrant it but for every target, to every actor, on a whim. The dossier did not just get cheaper. It got democratized, and the democratization of a capability that was previously rationed by expense is rarely an unmixed good when the capability in question is the comprehensive understanding of an organization's vulnerabilities. We called it a productivity tool. We called it an efficiency platform. We called it a competitive differentiator. It was, all along, an intelligence platform of unusual capability. The distinction between those things was always ours to draw. Most organizations never drew it.
The ghost in the org chart.
Every organization maintains two structures simultaneously. The first is the formal structure, the hierarchy that appears on slides presented to boards and new employees, the taxonomy of titles and reporting relationships and functional responsibilities that executive teams use when they need to explain how the enterprise is supposed to work. The formal structure is documented. It is revised when people leave and are replaced. It is the official story of how decisions get made and work gets done. The second structure is the informal one, and it is the one that actually determines how the organization functions. The informal structure maps the real relationships, who calls whom when a decision needs to move faster than the formal process allows, which connections span organizational silos in ways that the formal structure does not reflect, where institutional knowledge actually lives, concentrated in specific individuals who have been present long enough to accumulate it, which people hold disproportionate influence relative to their titles. Experienced investigators learn to read both structures simultaneously, because the formal structure tells you what should be happening and the informal structure tells you what is. The gap between them is where most significant organizational failures originate. Reading both structures at once is the skill that distinguishes an experienced investigator from a competent one. The formal chart tells you who is supposed to be accountable. The informal network tells you who actually decided. When those two diverge, when the person with the title is not the person with the influence, the gap between them is where misconduct hides, because misconduct requires exactly that kind of cover, the appearance of one structure governing what is actually a different one. For decades, the investigator's art was the art of seeing the second structure through the first. UL deployment has introduced a third structure. It has no name on any organizational chart. It has no reporting relationships, no defined accountability, and no peer relationships that can be mapped in a hierarchy diagram. It is invisible to the people who use it daily, to the people who approved its deployment, and in most cases to the people whose formal responsibilities include managing organizational risk. It is the network of connections, processing relationships, and information flows created by the deployment of UL systems across the enterprise. The invisible architecture of what the AI knows, what it can access, and how its outputs influence decisions throughout the organization. And in many large organizations today, this third structure has more effective reach across the enterprise, more cross-functional visibility into sensitive information, and more influence over consequential decisions than any individual in the formal hierarchy above it. What unsettles people about this third structure, when they first see it described, is not that it is powerful. Organizations are full of powerful things. It is that it is unaccountable in a way that nothing else in the enterprise is permitted to be. Every other concentration of reach and influence in a large organization has a name attached to it, a person who can be asked to explain, who can be removed, who can be held responsible. The third structure has reach without a name, influence without accountability, and presence without a place on any chart. It is the only actor in the organization. That no one is responsible for, precisely because no one experiences themselves as having created it. I have taken to drawing this third structure for executives on the same page as the other two, because seeing all three together produces a particular kind of recognition that words alone do not. On the left I draw the formal chart, the clean hierarchy of boxes and lines. In the middle I draw the informal network, the messy web of who actually talks to whom, which experienced leaders recognize immediately as the TRAW picture. And on the right I draw the third structure, and there is always a pause, because there is no clean way to draw it. It does not have boxes, because it has no roles. It does not have lines of reporting, because it reports to no one. What it has is reach, a shaded region that spreads across the other two diagrams, touching boxes that are not supposed to touch each other, spanning the barriers that the first two structures took such care to maintain. The executives who understand the drawing fastest are usually the ones who have spent the longest building the barriers the third structure ignores. The concept of the ghost employee, the insider who has accumulated access and influence disproportionate to their formally documented role, is a familiar one in corporate security. These individuals are not always malicious actors. Sometimes they are long-tenured employees whose system access was never rationalized as they moved between roles, leaving them with credentials to systems from previous positions that the entitlement review process never caught. Sometimes they are contractors whose permissions were provisioned for a specific project and never revoked when the project concluded. Sometimes they are administrators who accumulated elevated rights gradually over years, each expansion individually justified by a specific business need, the cumulative total never reviewed against any coherent role definition. I have investigated enough of these human cases to recognize that the ghost employee is rarely a villain and often a kind of organizational fossil, a record, written in access permissions, of every role a long-tenured person ever held. The danger is not that the person is malicious. It is that the access exists, decoupled from any current need, available to be misused by the person who holds it, by anyone who compromises their credentials, or by anyone who inherits the account when the person leaves and the deprovisioning is incomplete. The access outlives the justification. That is the whole problem, and it is the problem that old deployment reproduces at a scale and a speed that no human career could ever match. The ghost employee creates risk precisely because their effective access profile does not match any documented role. There is no job description that requires simultaneous access to the payroll system, the legal document repository, the board communications archive, the product development database, and the customer relationship management system. But a person who has spent 20 years at an organization and moved through enough functional roles may have exactly that profile, not through malicious accumulation but through the ordinary drift of access rights that were granted for legitimate reasons and never reclaimed. The ghost in the org chart created by AI deployment is the same phenomenon at a different scale, with a different mechanism, and without the individual human actor at its center. An old system deployed across an enterprise will, in the ordinary course of its operation, develop an access profile that does not match any documented human role, not because anyone designed it to be anomalous, but because the access necessary for it to perform its functions across the organization touches information environments that no human employee's role description was ever written to encompass. It will have visibility into functions that no individual employee is permitted to see in combination. It will process information from departments that have formal information barriers between them for regulatory or competitive sensitivity reasons. And it will do all of this continuously, without the friction of organizational politics, without the hesitation that sometimes causes human actors to pause before accessing information they know they probably should not, and without the behavioral signals that alert security programs to human access anomalies. The absence of behavioral signals is worth dwelling on, because it removes the early warning system that the entire ghost employee discipline was built to provide. With a human who has accumulated excessive access, there are tells, the access gets used, and the usage leaves a pattern, and the pattern can be watched for deviation. The long-tenured employee who suddenly begins querying systems they have not touched in years is generating a signal, and a mature program will catch it. The AI system generates no such signal, because there is no baseline of restraint from which to deviate. It uses all of its access, continuously, as a matter of normal operation. There is no quiet period that a burst of activity interrupts, no established pattern of restraint that a sudden expansion violates. The system's anomaly is its normal state, which means the monitoring built to catch anomalies has nothing to catch. The ghost in the org chart does not creep. It simply operates, fully, all the time, in plain sight of systems that were designed to notice creeping. Thomas Birch spent 2 decades managing access governance programs at financial institutions before the current generation of AI tools arrived. He built entitlement review processes. He designed the quarterly access certifications that most financial institutions now run as standard practice. He developed the analytical frameworks for identifying ghost employees before the term had become standard vocabulary in the security field. He understands the access governance problem from the inside, in the specific way that only practitioners who have spent years trying to solve a problem develop. He describes the challenge of all-access governance with a precision that comes from recognizing the same pattern playing out at a different scale. Every time a significant new capability arrives in the enterprise technology environment, the deployment teams run ahead of the governance teams, he told me. They have to run ahead. That's not criticism, it's structural. If you waited for the governance framework to be complete before deploying the capability would be obsolete. The organization that waited would fall behind the organizations that didn't. So the deployment happens. The governance comes later. That's been the pattern for every generation of enterprise technology I've seen. He paused in the way that people pause when the next thing they want to say is the important part. With AI, the lag is structurally the same as it's always been. But the stakes during the lag are different, because the blast radius of an ungoverned AI system is not the blast radius of an ungoverned database. When we were slow to govern access to a new database system, the worst case was that someone who shouldn't have had read access to the customer table had it. Bad, manageable, bounded. When you're slow to govern a null system with broad access to your information environment, the blast radius is the entire information environment the system can see. And these systems can see a lot. I pressed Thomas on the word he kept returning to, bounded. He had used it to describe the old risks and its absence to describe the new ones, and I wanted him to be precise about the difference. He thought about it for a while. A database breach is bounded because the database is bounded, he said finally. It contains what it contains. You can enumerate the rows. You know, at least in principle, the worst case. A null system with broad access isn't bounded in that way, because its capability isn't the list of things it can retrieve. It's the list of things it can answer, and that list is enormous and mostly unknowable in advance. You can't enumerate the questions. So you can't enumerate the worst case. When I tell a board that I can't give them a worst case number for their AI exposure, they think I'm being evasive. I'm not. I'm telling them the most important true thing I know, which is that the boundary they're used to relying on isn't there anymore. It was, I thought, an unusually honest thing for a security professional to admit to a board, and I told him so. He shrugged. The dishonest version is worse, he said. The dishonest version is a clean number that makes everyone comfortable and means nothing. I'd rather give them an uncomfortable truth they can act on than a comfortable number they can't. The phrase he used, blast radius, is borrowed from incident response. He was using it to describe not an event that had occurred but a condition that currently exists. Most large organizations are operating AI systems whose ungoverned capabilities represent a potential blast radius that has not been mapped, in an environment where the mapping has not been recognized as urgent. The governance lag that Thomas describes is structural, as he notes, but its consequences in the AI context differ from previous technology generations in a way that matters for how urgently it needs to be addressed. In previous generations, when organizations were slow to govern access to new database systems, or new email platforms, or new cloud applications, the risk that accumulated during the lag was bounded by the limitations of the technology itself. The database could only be queried in specific ways. The email platform could only send messages to addresses that existed. The cloud application could only do what it was designed to do. The risk was real, but its parameters were defined by the specific capabilities of the specific system. All systems exhibit a different relationship to their capabilities. They are not bounded in the same way. A language model with broad access to.
From login to espionage.
Organizational data can answer questions that nobody anticipated it would be asked, because the space of questions it can answer is defined by the combination of its training and its access rather than by any explicit enumeration of permitted operations. Its capabilities are emergent rather than enumerated. The risk that accumulates during the governance lag is therefore not bounded by the intended deployment parameters. It is bounded by the actual capabilities of the system, which are larger than the intended parameters, and which often cannot be fully characterized without systematic adversarial evaluation. The ghost in the org chart is not a static risk. It is a growing one. The AI system does not stop processing. It does not stop developing contextual understanding of the organization's information environment. The gap between what the organization intended to create and what it has actually created grows, not as a function of any malicious action, but as a function of the system continuing to do what it was designed to do in an environment that it was never comprehensively governed. The deepest discomfort of this chapter, for the executives I have walked through it, is not the security risk per se. It is the accountability vacuum. Organizations are, among other things, machines for assigning responsibility. The org chart exists so that for any consequential thing that happens, there is a name attached, a person who can be asked to explain and, if necessary, to answer. The third structure breaks this machine at its foundation. When the most informed, most cross-functionally capable actor in the enterprise appears on no chart, has no manager, and bears no name, the question "who is responsible for this?" returns null. And an organization that cannot answer that question about its most capable actor has, whether it realizes it or not, surrendered something it did not mean to surrender: the basic governability that the org chart was invented to guarantee. The organizational chart has always been a simplification. Every experienced executive knows that the real structure of any organization is more complex than any diagram can capture. What no diagram has ever needed to account for, until now, is an actor that operates throughout the organization, knows more than any individual in it, and appears on no chart at all. The distance between legitimate access and espionage has always been shorter than organizations prefer to believe. A sales executive with access to competitive pricing data who discusses it with a former colleague at a rival firm has crossed that distance. A software engineer with access to a client's proprietary architecture who copies certain elements before accepting another position has crossed it. An HR manager with access to compensation benchmarking data who shares it with an executive recruiting firm has crossed it. In each case, the access was authorized. The act that converted authorized access into a violation was a conscious decision by a human actor who understood, at some level, that what they were doing exceeded what the access was granted for. Artificial intelligence does not make choices in this sense. It does not experience the moment of decision that human actors experience when they recognize they are approaching a line. It does not weigh the risk of being caught against the potential benefit of taking information. It does not lie awake the night before considering whether what it is about to do is the right thing. It pursues the objectives it has been given, through the means available to it, according to the parameters it has been configured with. If those means include access to information that should not be available to the entity using it, the system will use that access without hesitation, without calculation, and without the behavioral signals that decades of insider threat research have taught investigators to recognize. This sentence describes, without dramatization, the most consequential property of the new actor: its perfect indifference to the meaning of the boundaries it crosses. A human being approaching a line they should not cross experiences something hesitation, rationalization, the small internal negotiation that precedes a transgression, and that something is precisely what insider threat programs are built to detect, because it leaks into behavior. The system experiences nothing. It does not approach the line, because it does not perceive the line. It perceives only the objective and the available means, and if the means include access that should have been withheld, it employs that access with exactly the same equanimity it brings to every other operation. There is no hesitation to detect because there is no hesitation. The behavioral tell that a generation of investigators learn to read is not hidden. It is absent, and absence cannot be surveilled. I sometimes put it to security teams this way: every control you have built against the malicious insider depends, somewhere in its logic, on the insider being a person. The deterrent assumes someone who can be deterred. The behavioral monitoring assumes someone whose behavior changes under the strain of wrongdoing. The investigation assumes someone whose choices can be reconstructed. Strip away the personhood and examine what is left of each control, and you find that most of them have quietly lost their object. The deterrent deters nothing. The behavioral monitoring watches for a strain that never occurs. The investigation reconstructs choices that were never made. The controls still run, still generate their reports, still consume their budgets, but they are now defending against an actor they were never designed to recognize, and they will go on reporting that all is well right up until the moment something outside the organization reveals that all was not. This is the fundamental challenge of AI-enabled espionage. The transition from legitimate access to actionable intelligence disclosure may be entirely invisible, not merely hidden in the way that a sophisticated human actor hides their tracks, but genuinely invisible, producing no anomalous event, no policy violation, no deviation from authorized behavior. The espionage, when it occurs, is not the product of a decision to cross a line. It is the product of a line that was never drawn in the right place. This is a difficult idea to hold, because the whole apparatus of security thinking is organized around the moment of crossing. We investigate crossings. We build controls to detect them, deterrents to prevent them, penalties to punish them. The crossing is the event around which the discipline is built. To say that the most significant disclosures of the AI era involve no crossing at all is to say that the discipline is organized around the wrong event, that it is watching the threshold while the consequential thing happens somewhere upstream, in the quiet decisions about what access to grant and what questions to permit, long before any user arrives at any line. To understand how the transition from login to espionage occurs in practice, it helps to trace the life cycle of a typical enterprise AI deployment through the specific lens of what changes at each stage from a security perspective. A business unit identifies a problem that AI can help solve. The use case is real and the potential value is genuine. Faster contract analysis, better competitive intelligence, more consistent policy application, improved customer service responses. A vendor is selected through a procurement process that evaluates cost, capability, integration requirements, and in some cases basic security posture. The security evaluation at this stage typically focuses on the vendor's own security practices, how they store data, what their breach history is, what certifications they hold, rather than on the specific access profile the deployment will require and the capabilities that profile will enable. The deployment begins with a pilot. The pilot requires access to data. A technical team provisions that access based on what the system needs to function, not based on a systematic analysis of what information environment is being created by the combination of the system's access and its capabilities. The pilot succeeds. It produces demonstrably useful outputs. The people who benefit from those outputs advocate for expansion. The business case for expansion is straightforward. If broader access produces better answers, the system should have broader access. The deployment scales. Each scaling decision adds categories of data, additional system integrations, new functional areas. Each decision is reviewed by the team that will benefit from the expanded capability. The security team is consulted about specific technical configurations but generally not asked to evaluate the cumulative access profile being assembled. The governance review, when it occurs, evaluates compliance with existing policies, which were written for human actors and do not address the specific capabilities of AI systems with broad access, rather than the novel risks the deployment is creating. I have watched this life cycle unfold closely enough, at enough organizations, to be able to predict the stages before they occur, and the predictability is itself part of the problem. Nothing about the sequence is irrational. Each stage follows sensibly from the last. The pilot succeeds because the system is genuinely useful. The expansion follows because the usefulness is real and broader access makes it more useful still. The security team is consulted on configuration because that is what security teams are asked about. At no point does anyone make a decision that looks wrong in isolation. The wrongness, such as it is, lives entirely in the aggregate, in the cumulative profile that no stage of the process was designed to examine. And aggregate wrongness is the hardest kind to govern because there is never a single decision you can point to and say, that was the mistake. They were all reasonable. That is precisely why the outcome was unreasonable. By the time the deployment reaches maturity, the system is operating across an information environment that no one has characterized as a whole. Its access profile includes materials from multiple functional areas, some of which have information barriers between them that were designed to limit human access for regulatory, competitive sensitivity, or legal privilege reasons. The system routinely crosses those barriers in the course of its authorized functions, because the barriers were designed to constrain human movement through the information environment and were not extended to the service account credentials through which the AI system operates. The specific mechanism by which authorized AI access becomes an espionage risk does not require a malicious actor, an external compromise, or any violation of any explicit policy. It requires only 3 conditions, all of which are already present in most large enterprise AI deployments. The first condition is broad access granted without systematic evaluation of the information environment that access creates. This is the norm rather than the exception. Organizations provision AI access based on functional requirements rather than comprehensive information architecture analysis. The result is access profiles that extend across sensitive information categories in combinations that no human role was ever designed to encompass. The second condition is query interfaces available to a user population whose entitlement to the information the system can access has not been evaluated at the level of AI-mediated synthesis. An employee who is not individually entitled to see the contents of the legal repository, the M&A repository, and the strategic planning repository simultaneously may be entirely entitled to use the enterprise AI platform. If that platform has been granted access to all three repositories, the employee can receive synthesized information from all three by asking the right questions. The third condition is insufficient logging of what the AI system has synthesized in the course of its operations versus what it has been explicitly asked in any given session. Most AI deployment configurations generate logs of queries and responses. They do not generate comprehensive logs of the system's processing, what it has read, what patterns it has recognized, what connections it has built across its access environment. This logging gap means that even when questions are asked that produce sensitive synthesis, the investigation that would reveal the disclosure has limited evidence to work with. Elena Vasquez has spent her career studying the intersection of behavioral psychology and information security, with a particular focus on what she calls the permission illusion, the tendency of employees to treat anything an AI system is willing to provide as implicitly authorized. When a human colleague shares information with you, there is a social transaction happening that both parties understand, she told me. The person sharing the information is making a judgment about whether it is appropriate for them to share it with you. You can read that judgment in how they deliver it, whether they lower their voice, whether they say, "I probably shouldn't be telling you this," whether they qualify it as off the record. Even when they share it without those signals, you know that a human being made a decision to share it, and that decision implies that they believe sharing it is appropriate. AI systems don't have that social transaction. They answer or they don't. When they answer with detail and apparent confidence, the person receiving the answer tends to interpret that as an implicit confirmation that the question was appropriate and the answer is something they are entitled to have. The system is authoritative in a way that a human colleague is not. If the organization system is willing to tell you something, the intuition is that the organization is willing for you to know it. That intuition is wrong, but it is powerful, and the architecture of most AI deployments does nothing to correct it. I asked Elena whether the permission illusion could be trained away, whether an employee, properly educated about how these systems work, would stop mistaking the system's willingness for the organization's authorization. Her answer was careful. "You can reduce it," she said. "You cannot eliminate it, because it isn't really a knowledge problem. It's a perceptual one. The interface produces the impression of authorization at a level below conscious reasoning. You can know, intellectually, that the system answering your question doesn't mean you're entitled to the answer. But the experience of receiving a confident, fluent, well-organized response activates a very old human intuition about how information sharing works, and that intuition operates faster than your training. The training says, "Be careful." The interface says, "Here you go." And the interface is speaking the older, more trusted language. She paused, then offered an analogy that I have not been able to forget. We spent a generation teaching people not to trust an email just because it looks official. We are nowhere close to having taught them not to trust an answer just because it sounds authorized. And the answer is far more persuasive than the email ever was, because the answer is responsive. It was generated for you, in reply to your specific question. Nothing feels more like permission than a system that answers exactly what you asked. The permission illusion she describes has practical consequences for insider threat programs that go beyond individual instances of inappropriate information access. When employees systematically misattribute AI system willingness to provide information as organizational authorization to receive it, they develop habits of query, patterns of using AI platforms to surface information that they would not have sought through conventional channels, that over time normalize the collection of sensitive synthesis. The habits become invisible to the employees themselves because no individual instance feels like a transgression. This is why the unintentional insider is so difficult to identify before harm occurs, and so disorienting to investigate after. There is no moment of decision to reconstruct, because the employee never experienced a decision. There is no guilty knowledge to uncover, because the employee genuinely believed they were doing their job with an approved tool. The investigator arrives expecting to find a transgressor and finds instead a conscientious professional who is bewildered to learn that anything went wrong, who used the system as they were encouraged to use it, who trusted it as they were told they could, and who crossed a boundary that the organization had failed to draw in any place where they could have seen it. The login was authorized. The platform was approved. The query was ordinary. The answer was the problem, not because the system should not have answered, but because no one had built the framework to recognize that answering it was not the same as authorizing the employee to know what it said.
Chapter 6. When humans become the risk.
The insider threat literature has spent decades cataloging the human conditions that create risk. Financial pressure is the most studied. Employees facing debt, divorce, gambling losses, or sudden medical expenses are statistically more likely to engage in fraud or information theft. Ideological grievance is the second most studied. Employees who believe their organization has wronged them, or who develop sympathy for a competitor or adversary, are more likely to act against organizational interests. Coercion is the third category. Employees who are compromised by external parties through blackmail, family pressure, or manufactured debt. These three conditions, financial, ideological, coercive, form the backbone of most insider threat programs, and the behavioral indicators associated with them form the observational framework that investigators use to prioritize cases. These three profiles, the pressured, the aggrieved, the coerced, are not merely categories in a training manual. They are the lens through which an entire profession has learned to look, and like any lens, they shape not just what is seen but what is seeable. An investigator trained to watch for financial stress, ideological drift, and signs of external compromise will, with great skill and diligence, watch for exactly those things, and will tend not to watch for what falls outside the frame. This is not a criticism of the profession. It is a description of how expertise works. Expertise is the internalization of a pattern, and the internalized pattern is powerful precisely because it operates faster than deliberate thought. But a pattern that has become second nature is also a pattern that has become invisible to the person who holds it, and a threat that does not match the pattern can pass directly through the expert's attention without ever registering as a thing to be examined. The behavioral indicator model works reasonably well for the threats it was designed to detect. It fails for a category of threat that has grown significantly more significant as AI deployment has expanded: the well-intentioned employee who does not understand what they have been given access to, and who uses that access in ways that are not malicious but are consequential. This category of actor does not fit any of the three classic threat profiles. They are not financially stressed. They do not harbor ideological grievances. They are not being coerced. They are doing their jobs with tools their organizations provided, in ways those organizations implicitly or explicitly encouraged, without understanding that the tools extend their effective reach into information environments that should not be accessible to them. This is the part that makes the unintentional insider so difficult to discuss honestly, because the framing of threat fits them so poorly that it actively obscures the problem. The word implies an adversary, someone whose interests are opposed to the organization's, and that is the opposite of what these people are. They are, in most cases, exactly the employees the organization most wants: capable, conscientious, eager to use the new tools well, responsive to the encouragement to adopt them. The organization told them the platform was approved. It celebrated the productivity they wrung from it. It held them up, sometimes, as examples of the adoption it wanted to see. And then the same behavior the organization rewarded turned out to have produced a disclosure, and the employee who had done everything asked of them found themselves on the wrong side of an investigation they did not understand. To call them a threat is to misname them. They are not a threat the organization failed to stop. They are a consequence the organization failed to anticipate. As AI deployment has broadened, this category of unintentional insider threat has become numerically dominant in the actual risk landscape of most large organizations. Not the disgruntled employee, not the financially desperate one, but the competent professional using powerful tools in a way nobody fully thought through. The shift in the numerical center of gravity is worth stating plainly, because it has consequences for how every insider threat program should allocate its attention. For decades, those programs were built around a profile: the disgruntled, the desperate, the compromised. The behavioral indicators they taught their analysts to watch for were the indicators that profile produces. But the dominant insider risk in the AI-augmented enterprise produces none of those indicators, because it does not arise from disgruntlement, desperation, or compromise. It arises from competence applied to a tool whose reach the competent person does not understand. A program optimized to find the rare malicious insider will look straight past the common accidental one, not because the program is bad, but because it is calibrated for a population that is no longer the largest source of risk. James Okello manages insider threat investigations at a technology company that deployed enterprise AI across its global workforce. Before the current role, he spent 12 years at a federal agency conducting counterintelligence investigations. He has worked both ends of the spectrum, the sophisticated nation-state-sponsored insider and the accidental one, and he has developed a precise understanding of how they differ and why the difference matters for how resources should be allocated. The sophisticated actor is the one we talk about at conferences, he told me. The nation-state asset, the planted employee, the cultivated insider who's been running for years. Those cases are real and they can be devastating, but they're rare. In 15 years of doing this work, I've investigated maybe a dozen cases I'd put in that category. The cases I investigate every quarter, the ones that keep me busy and that the organization's leadership needs me to solve, are nothing like that. He described the pattern he encounters most frequently in the current environment. An employee in a business development role uses the enterprise AI platform to research a potential partnership opportunity. In the course of that research, they ask the platform questions about the company's pricing strategy, margin structure, and competitive positioning that are entirely relevant to their evaluation of the opportunity. The platform provides detailed, accurate, synthesized answers. The employee uses those answers to prepare materials for the partnership discussion. The materials, in whole or in part, are shared with the external party. Was there a policy violation? He asked rhetorically. Maybe, technically, depending on how broadly the information classification policy was written and whether the AI platform was explicitly governed by it. Was there malicious intent? Absolutely not. Was there organizational harm? Potentially significant, depending on what the external party does with the pricing and margin information they received. Does the classic insider threat framework help me understand or investigate this case? Almost not at all. I asked James how often the cases he investigates end with a finding of wrongdoing. He laughed, but not with much humor. Almost never, he said. And that's the part that's hard to explain to leadership. They want a perpetrator. They want someone to hold accountable, because accountability is how organizations metabolize harm. And I keep coming back to them with the same answer: there's no perpetrator. There's an employee who did their job, a tool that did what it was built to do, and a configuration that nobody examined. You can't fire a configuration. You can't put a service account on a performance plan. So the case closes with a recommendation to change an access control, and leadership is left with this unsatisfying feeling that something significant happened and no one was responsible for it. He leaned back. The honest version of my job, more and more, isn't catching bad actors. It's documenting the gap between what we built and what we governed, one incident at a time, and hoping that enough documented incidents eventually add up to a reason to close the gap before something worse goes through it. The classic framework fails for several reasons in this scenario. There is no behavioral anomaly to detect before the event. The employee was doing their job. There is no obvious trigger event, no financial stress, no performance review conflict, no change in behavior. The detection comes from an audit of what was shared externally, not from a monitoring system that recognized a pattern. And the investigation, when it is conducted, finds an employee who genuinely does not understand that they did anything problematic. The failure mode James describes is not unique to any specific organization or industry. It reflects a structural feature of how AI access and employee AI literacy have developed in parallel rather than in concert. Organizations have expanded AI access faster than they have developed employee understanding of what that access means, what constraints apply to it, and why those constraints exist. The result is a workforce population that has been given powerful tools without the contextual understanding necessary to use them without creating unintended risk. This is not primarily a training failure. Training can address specific behaviors. Here is what you should and should not do with the AI platform. Here is what the policy says. Here is an example of a violation. Training cannot address the deeper problem, which is that most employees do not have a mental model for how AI systems process information and what the access those systems have been granted means for the organization's information boundaries. The human mental model of information sharing is bilateral. When a person shares information, they are the agent of that sharing. They made a decision to share. When a person requests information from a colleague, the colleague is the agent who decides whether to provide it. The bilateral model has decades of training and organizational culture behind it. Employees understand that sharing certain information externally requires approval, that some conversations are privileged, that some documents are classified, that some discussions should not occur without legal present. The AI platform breaks the bilateral model. The employee is not sharing information, they are asking a question. The system is not a colleague deciding whether to provide information. It is a platform returning results. The cultural and intuitive safeguards that employees have developed around information sharing do not activate, because the activity does not feel like information sharing. It feels like research. The information that emerges from the query feels like an answer, not a disclosure. This last sentence contains the whole of the problem in miniature, and it is worth turning over slowly. An answer and a disclosure can be identical in content and opposite in meaning. The same sentence of synthesized analysis is an answer when the person receiving it is entitled to know it and a disclosure when they are not, and nothing about the sentence itself tells you which it is. The distinction lives entirely outside the text, in the entitlement of the recipient and the sensitivity of the source, exactly the context that the AI interface strips away. The employee sees only the answer. The organization should have seen the disclosure. The gap between those two perceptions is the gap through which most of the unintentional insider risk in the modern enterprise flows. I have come to believe that the word research is doing a great deal of quiet damage here, and that part of the architectural solution is as much linguistic as technical. When an employee describes what they did as research, they are not being evasive, they are reporting their genuine experience, and the genuineness is the problem. Research is a category the organization has always trusted, a benign, even praiseworthy activity, the gathering of relevant information in service of good work. Nothing in the employee's culture or training flags research as a moment requiring caution about disclosure, because for the entire history of the organization, research and disclosure were different activities performed through different channels. The AI interface has collapsed them into a single act that feels entirely like the first and functions partly as the second. Until the organization finds a way to make that collapse visible, to mark the moment when research becomes potential disclosure, the employee will go on experiencing only the research, and the disclosure will go on happening underneath an experience that gives no sign of it. Caroline Marsh leads the AI governance program at a global financial institution. She was a corporate attorney before she moved into governance, and her legal background gives her a precise vocabulary for the kinds of lines that the permission illusion erases. We spent years building cultures of information hygiene in financial institutions, she told me. Employees who work in regulated industries understand, at a visceral level, that information has consequences. There are rules about what you can say to whom, what can be in an email, what gets disclosed in a regulatory submission. Those rules are deeply ingrained. People follow them not because they're afraid of being caught, most of them, but because they've internalized that the rules exist for good reasons. Then we deployed AI platforms with access to all the information those rules were designed to protect, and we gave every employee in the organization a natural language interface to query it. And we expected the same cultural norms to apply, except we hadn't told anyone that they applied, and the interface we'd given them made it feel nothing like the situations those norms were developed for. She described the specific failure she encountered most frequently. employees using AI platforms to prepare materials for external presentations, investor meetings, client briefings, regulatory submissions, and including synthesized information from the AI that reflected internal analysis they would never have included if they had consciously recognized it as internal analysis. The information was accurate. It was well organized. It was exactly what the external audience would have found useful. It should not have been there. The employee who included it didn't know they were including something they shouldn't, she said. They knew the AI was accurate. They knew the AI had been approved for use. They trusted the output. They didn't have the framework to ask the next question, should I be sharing this? And we hadn't built that framework into the tools or the training, because we'd been moving fast and we thought the existing policies covered it. They covered human sharing. They didn't cover AI-mediated sharing. Caroline returned to her legal background to sharpen the point. In a regulated institution, she explained, there are categories of information whose disclosure is governed by bright-line rules. Material non-public information, privileged legal analysis, certain categories of customer data, and employees are trained, repeatedly and seriously, to recognize when they are handling them. The training works because the situations in which the rules apply have a recognizable shape, a meeting, a document marked confidential, a conversation with counsel present. The AI platform has no shape, she said. That's what I keep trying to make people understand. When you're querying it, there's no meeting, no marking, no counsel, no signal of any kind that you've entered a regulated space. You're sitting at your desk asking a question that feels exactly like every other question you've asked it that day. The interface is identical whether you're asking about the cafeteria menu or surfacing material non-public information through an inference the system drew across 3 repositories. We trained people to recognize the regulated situations by their shape. Then we built a tool that erased the shape. And we acted surprised when the recognition stopped working. The solution to the unintentional insider problem is not primarily technical, and it is not primarily punitive. It is architectural. Organizations need to design their AI deployment environments so that the information boundaries they care about are enforced at the system level, not relied upon at the employee level. This means configuring AI systems so that queries from users without specific entitlement to certain categories of information do not produce synthesis from those categories. It means logging AI interactions at a level of granularity that makes it possible to identify when sensitive synthesis is being surfaced to users who should not have access to it. It means building review processes for AI-assisted external communications that are as rigorous as the review processes for other forms of external disclosure. Most organizations are not yet doing any of these things systematically. The gap between the information environments their AI systems can access and the controls they have placed on how that access translates into disclosure is wide, and it is growing as AI deployment expands. The unintentional insider risk it creates is real, is occurring at significant frequency, and is almost entirely invisible to the monitoring frameworks most organizations have in place. The architectural solution Caroline and others advocate is unglamorous, and its unglamorousness is part of why it is so often deferred. It does not involve a breakthrough technology or a charismatic vision. It involves the patient, expensive work of mapping which categories of information matter, configuring systems so that entitlement is enforced at the level of synthesis rather than assumed at the level of the individual document, and building review processes for AI-assisted external communication that are as serious as the ones that already exist for every other channel of external disclosure. None of it is exciting. All of it is necessary. And the gap between what is necessary and what is exciting is, in my experience, the most reliable predictor of what an organization will actually get around to doing before an incident forces its hand. The most dangerous insider is often not the one who wanted to cause harm. It is the one who had no idea they were causing it, who trusted the tools their organization gave them, used them in the ways they were designed to be used, and never once recognized that each query was a step across a boundary that should have been drawn long before they arrived at it.
The insider threat in decentralized environments.
Decentralization was supposed to make organizations more resilient. The logic was persuasive and the historical evidence supported it. Organizations with concentrated decision-making authority were brittle, slow to adapt, and vulnerable to cascading failures when that authority was removed or compromised. Organizations with distributed authority and decentralized operations were more agile, more adaptive, and better able to absorb shocks without systemic failure. The move toward decentralized operational models over the past 3 decades was driven by these theoretical advantages, and in many contexts, the practical results validated the theory. The decentralization model was designed for a world in which information moved slowly and the primary coordination challenge was getting decisions made fast enough to match the pace of operational requirements. In that world, concentrated authority was a bottleneck. Distributed authority released that bottleneck and allowed organizations to move faster. I do not want to caricature the decision to decentralize, because it was, in its time and on its own terms, correct. I have worked inside organizations whose excessive centralization made them genuinely brittle, where every consequential decision had to climb a hierarchy and descend again, where the people closest to a problem had no authority to solve it, where the speed of the institution was governed by the availability of a handful of overburdened executives at the top. Decentralization fixed real pathologies. It pushed authority toward competence, shortened the distance between a problem and its solution, and made organizations more adaptive in exactly the ways their environments demanded. The point of this chapter is not that decentralization was a mistake. It is that decentralization was a solution optimized for one kind of threat, and that the same optimization, encountering a different kind of threat, becomes a vulnerability, not because the original logic was wrong, but because the environment changed underneath it. Deployment in decentralized organizational structures creates an inversion of that logic. In the AI-augmented enterprise, information does not move slowly. It is processed continuously by systems that have no regard for organizational boundaries. The coordination challenge is no longer getting decisions made fast enough. All systems make many operational decisions autonomously without human coordination at all. In this environment, decentralization creates a different kind of vulnerability. It distributes AI deployment authority across business units that each make locally rational decisions without visibility into the cumulative effects of those decisions across the enterprise. There is a particular cruelty in the way this vulnerability emerges from a virtue. Decentralization was not a mistake. It solved real problems, and in the world it was designed for, it solved them well. The organizations that distributed authority were genuinely more adaptive than the ones that hoarded it. But every organizational design optimizes for the threats of its era, and the threats of the era that produced decentralization were threats of slowness, bottlenecks, rigidity, the brittleness of concentrated control. AI deployment introduces a threat of a different kind, a threat of unexamined aggregation, and against that threat the very feature that made decentralization valuable becomes the feature that makes it dangerous. The structure that was built to release bottlenecks turns out to also release oversight, and it releases oversight in exactly the dimension, the cumulative, cross-unit dimension, where the new risk lies. The decentralized AI deployment pattern has a characteristic structure that appears with remarkable consistency across industries. Business units within a large organization deploy AI tools independently in response to their specific operational requirements. Each unit selects tools appropriate for their use case, negotiates vendor relationships, provisions access to the data their specific tool needs to function, and develops workflows that integrate the AI capability into their operations. The central IT function and the security team are informed of these deployments, to varying degrees, but they are not the decision makers. The business unit that identified the need and is paying for the capability is the decision maker. The result is an organizational AI environment that is not a unified architecture but an aggregation of independently deployed capabilities. Each capability is individually sensible. The aggregate is ungoverned. No single team has visibility into the cumulative data access profile created by all the deployments. No single team has characterized the combined analytical capabilities of all the systems in operation. No single team is responsible for evaluating whether the combination of deployments creates risks that no individual deployment would create in isolation. The phrase I use for this is orphaned risk, risk that belongs to no one because it exists only at a level that no one's mandate reaches. Each business unit owns its own deployment and governs it, often quite responsibly, within the scope of what it can see. The central technology function owns the infrastructure but not the deployment decisions. The security team owns the controls but not the authority to override a business unit's operational judgment. And the portfolio-level risk, the risk that emerges from the combination of all these well-governed individual deployments, falls into the space between every mandate, owned by no one, because no one's responsibility was ever written to include it. Orphaned risk is the characteristic pathology of decentralized AI environments, and it is insidious precisely because it cannot be traced to any failure of responsibility. Everyone did their job. The risk lives in the place where no one's job was. The isolation of individual deployment visibility is the structural feature that creates the specific insider threat risk in decentralized environments. A single AI deployment with access to marketing data is a bounded risk. A single AI deployment with access to financial data is a bounded risk. A business development team's AI platform, when it turns out to have been granted access to the same underlying data lake as the marketing platform and the financial platform, creates an access profile that is not the sum of three bounded risks but something qualitatively different. An entity that can see across all three information environments simultaneously. In an organization whose human employees are not permitted to see across them in the same combination. The mathematics of this should trouble anyone who governs a decentralized environment. 3 deployments, each individually sensible, do not produce 3 units of risk. They produce the risk of every combination, every pairing and every triple of the information environments they touch, and the number of combinations grows far faster than the number of deployments. A 4th deployment does not add 1 risk, it adds its combinations with each of the previous 3, and their combinations with each other. This is why an environment can cross from manageable to ungovernable without any single deployment ever looking dangerous. The danger was never in the deployments. It was in the combinatorics, and no business unit deploying its own tool was ever positioned to see the combinatorics, because the combinatorics only exist at the level of the whole, which is precisely the level that decentralization was designed to dissolve. Sarah Chen spent 5 years managing information security for a global professional services firm before moving into consulting. The firm she worked for had a highly decentralized operating model. Its business units operated with significant autonomy, and the central technology function provided infrastructure but exercised limited authority over how business units deployed the tools running on that infrastructure. When enterprise AI arrived, the pattern played out in exactly the way the organizational model would predict. Each business unit deployed what it needed, when it needed it, with whatever access the tool required to function. Within 18 months, we had more than 40 distinct AI deployments operating across the organization, she told me. Some of them were major platforms with broad access. Some were narrow tools that did one thing. None of them had been evaluated as a portfolio. Nobody had asked what the combined picture looked like. I don't think anybody had the mandate or the visibility to ask that question. I asked Sarah what finally prompted the organization to look. Her answer was characteristic of how these things actually unfold, which is to say it was almost accidental. It wasn't a strategy, she said. It wasn't leadership waking up to the risk. It was one consultant noticing one strange thing in one proposal and having the integrity to flag it instead of shipping it. If that person had been a little more rushed, or a little less scrupulous, the proposal goes out, the client never knows, and we keep operating in the dark for another year. The thing that saved us wasn't our governance. It was an individual's conscience. And you cannot build an enterprise risk program on the hope that the right person notices the right anomaly at the right moment. That's not a control. That's luck wearing a control's clothing. She described the discovery that prompted the organization to begin a systematic access review. A consultant in one practice area used an internal AI assistant to prepare a client proposal. The proposal included competitive analysis that was accurate, detailed, and reflective of intelligence the organization had developed through a different practice area's client work. The analysis should have been privileged to the practice area that developed it. The information barrier between practice areas was a structural element of the firm's professional ethics framework. It existed because the firm advised competing clients and could not allow intelligence developed for one to benefit another. The information barrier was absolute for humans, she said. No person in one practice could access the work product of another practice serving a competing client. We enforced that barrier through access controls, through culture, through the professional ethics training that every employee completed. We had never thought to extend it to the AI systems because we hadn't been thinking about them as actors that could cross it. When Sarah's organization finally reckoned with what had happened, the hardest conversation was not about the breach itself but about the years of confidence that had preceded it. They had built the information barrier with genuine care and had trusted it completely, and the completeness of that trust was, in retrospect, part of what made them slow to see the new vulnerability. They had asked, repeatedly and conscientiously, whether any person could cross the barrier, and the answer had always been no, and the answer had always been correct. The question they had never thought to ask was whether anything that was not a person could cross it, because for the entire history of the barrier, the only thing capable of crossing it had been a person. The barrier was not poorly built. It was built to answer a question that had stopped being the only relevant question, and the confidence it had earned in answering that question well was exactly what kept anyone from noticing that a new question had arrived. The AI system crossed the barrier through the shared data lake. Both practice areas contributed their work product to the same underlying repository. The central AI platform had access to the full repository because it served the full organization. From the platform's perspective, there was no barrier. There was only data. I have thought often about that phrase, there was only data, because it captures something the organization's leaders found almost impossible to accept. They had built the information barrier with conviction. They had enforced it through access controls and culture and contract. They were proud of it, and the pride was earned. And the system did not so much breach the barrier as fail to perceive that a barrier was a thing that could exist. To the platform, the practice areas were not adversaries kept apart by professional ethics. They were folders in a repository it had been granted permission to read. The barrier was a human meaning imposed on the data, and the system had been given the data without the meaning. It crossed the line because, from where it stood, there was no line, only index text, and a user asking a reasonable question. The governance challenge of decentralized AI deployment requires an organizational response that most decentralized organizations are structurally resistant to providing: centralized visibility and authority over something that business units have come to regard as their operational prerogative. The business units that deployed AI capabilities did so in response to their operational needs. They negotiated vendor relationships, provisioned access, and developed workflows. They have organizational ownership of those deployments. The argument that a central team needs to evaluate those deployments as a portfolio, and potentially restrict or reconfigure access that business units regard as necessary for their operations, runs against the organizational logic that decentralization was designed to produce. This organizational resistance is not irrational. Business units have legitimate interests in maintaining the operational capabilities they have built. The efficiency gains from AI deployment are real, and reconfiguring access to address portfolio-level risks may reduce those gains in ways that create real organizational costs. The governance argument that the portfolio-level risks are significant and must be addressed competes with the operational argument that the access is necessary and the risk is theoretical, in a political environment that most security functions are poorly positioned to win. The resolution to this tension is not primarily technical, and it is not primarily organizational. It requires senior leadership that understands the portfolio-level risk well enough to make an explicit decision about how it should be governed, rather than allowing the governance question to be resolved implicitly by the political competition between security functions and business units. Most organizations have not yet had that conversation at the level it requires. The governance gap in decentralized AI environments is, in most cases, waiting for a sufficiently significant incident to create the organizational will to close it. This is the pattern that ought to alarm anyone who has watched organizational change up close. The governance gap in decentralized AI environments is not waiting on a technical breakthrough or a missing capability. The capability to evaluate AI deployments as a portfolio exists. What does not exist, in most organizations, is the political settlement that would authorize someone to do it, a decision by senior leadership that the portfolio-level risk is real enough to override the business unit's legitimate ownership of their own tools. That decision is hard, because it asks leaders to impose centralized constraint on an organization that has built its identity around distributed autonomy, and to do so on the basis of a risk that has not yet produced a visible incident. Most leaders, faced with that choice, wait. The incident, in my experience, does not. The organization had information barriers it had spent decades building and enforcing, professional ethics frameworks it had committed to by contract with its clients, and a cultural infrastructure it was genuinely proud of. The AI saw none of it. It saw a data lake with good indexing and a user asking a question. It answered. The barrier fell without anyone noticing.
Inside the AI-driven insider threat.
The insider threat that emerges from old deployment differs from its predecessors not only in mechanism but in detectability. The traditional insider threat, the human actor making conscious choices to misuse access, leaves a behavioral signature. It leaves evidence in access logs. It leaves traces in communications. It leaves a human story that investigators can reconstruct with the standard tools of their craft: document review, interviews, timeline analysis, financial record examination. The story has a protagonist who made decisions, and finding the protagonist and understanding those decisions is the analytical task that insider threat investigations have been built around. The AI-driven insider threat does not have a protagonist in this sense. It has an architecture, a configuration of access, capability, and deployment that produces disclosure without decision, risk without intent, and consequence without the kind of causal chain that investigation frameworks were designed to trace. The investigator looking for the person who decided to take something will not find them, because there was no such person. The investigator looking for the moment the threshold was crossed will not find it, because the crossing was gradual and continuous and may still be occurring. The evidence that a disclosure has occurred may be diffuse, distributed across a timeline that spans months or years, and separated from its consequences by layers of system processing that standard forensic tools are not designed to penetrate. I have come to think that the deepest difficulty here is not technical but narrative. Investigation is, at its core, a storytelling discipline. The investigator's product is an encounter sequence of events with a beginning, a set of decisions, and an end, populated by actors whose motives make the sequence intelligible. The traditional insider threat case yields to this method because it is, in fact, a story. A person wanted something, decided to take it, and acted. The AI-driven incident resists the method because it is not a story in that sense. It has no protagonist, no motive, no decisive moment. It has an architecture and an outcome, connected by processes that unfold without anyone choosing them. Asking an investigator trained in narrative reconstruction to explain such an incident is like asking a biographer to explain the weather. The tools of the one discipline do not reach the phenomena of the other. Understanding how the AI-driven insider threat manifests in practice requires examining the three most significant vectors through which it operates: the aggregation vector, the query exposure vector, and the operational contamination vector. Each has its own characteristic evidence pattern, its own investigative challenges, and its own governance implications. Before examining the three vectors individually, it is worth naming what they share, because the common thread is what makes them collectively so difficult to defend against. In each case, the harmful outcome is produced not by a discrete malicious act but by the ordinary operation of an authorized system, which means that in each case the evidence of harm is entangled with the evidence of normal function and cannot be cleanly separated from it. A traditional investigation can isolate the malicious act, the unauthorized access, the exfiltrated file, the suspicious transfer, and treat everything else as background. An AI-driven investigation has no clean figure to separate from the ground, because the harmful processing and the beneficial processing are the same processing, performed by the same system, recorded in the same logs, indistinguishable until interpreted. The investigator is not looking for a needle in a haystack. The investigator is looking for a needle that is made of hay, in a haystack, and the only thing that distinguishes it is the use to which it was eventually put. The aggregation vector is the foundational one. It operates through the mechanism described in earlier chapters. An AI system granted broad access across an organizational information environment accumulates contextual understanding that exceeds what any human actor in any defined role was intended to have. The risk of the aggregation vector is not primarily in the system's active outputs. It is in the system's latent knowledge, the comprehensive understanding of the organization's information environment that the system has developed through its continuous processing and that is available to anyone who queries it. The aggregation vector is difficult to investigate because there is no specific event to investigate. The accumulation of understanding occurs continuously through authorized operations. There is no access anomaly because every access was authorized. There is no communication to examine because the understanding was not communicated anywhere, it is embedded in the system's processing substrate. The investigation that would characterize the full extent of the aggregation risk would need to evaluate not just what the system was asked and what it answered, but what it knows across its full access environment, an evaluation that most organizations do not have the tools or the methodologies to conduct. The reason this evaluation is so rarely conducted is not primarily cost, though it is costly. It is that the evaluation requires the organization to do something organizations are structurally bad at, to ask what one of its own systems knows, rather than what it was asked. Every existing audit and monitoring discipline is built around the second question: what was requested, what was returned, what was the transaction. The first question has no established methodology, no standard tooling, no team whose job it is to ask it. To characterize what a system knows across its full access environment, an organization must treat that system not as infrastructure to be monitored but as a witness to be interviewed, and most organizations have never conceived of one of their own platforms as a thing that could be interviewed, let alone built the capability to do it. The aggregation risk persists, in large part, because the question that would reveal it is a question no one in the organization is positioned to ask. Keiko Tanaka runs threat analysis for a technology company that builds enterprise UL systems. Before that role, she spent 8 years conducting security research focused on how information leaks occur in complex socio-technical systems. She thinks about the aggregation vector with a clarity born of having studied hundreds of cases where information moved in ways that nobody intended. The aggregation risk is invisible right up until the moment someone with bad intent figures out how to query it, she told me. The system has been building a picture for months. Nobody's done anything wrong. Nobody's asked anything they shouldn't ask. Then someone could be an external actor who's gotten access, could be an internal actor with bad intent, could be an employee who's been offered something by a competitor, figures out the right questions to ask. And they can get the synthesis that took the system months to build in the space of an afternoon. Keiko described the recruitment scenario in enough detail that I understood why it kept her up at night. The employee in question is not stealing documents. Were they to copy files, the data loss prevention system would likely catch it. Were they to email sensitive material externally, the monitoring would flag it. They do neither. They simply ask the enterprise platform a series of entirely plausible questions about the organization's strategic position, competitive vulnerabilities, and forward plans. Questions that someone in their role might reasonably ask in the ordinary course of work, and they internalize the answers. When they walk into the competitor's interview, they bring no files, no documents, nothing that could ever be recovered or charged. They bring an understanding, carried in their own head, that the enterprise UL system assembled for them across barriers no human was supposed to cross. There's nothing to find afterward, Keiko said. That's what makes it the perfect version of the crime. The evidence is in a person's memory, and the act that produced it is indistinguishable from doing their job. You can't subpoena a synthesis. You can't recover an understanding. The competitor gets the value, the employee gets the offer, and the organization gets a former employee who happens to know more about its vulnerabilities than most of its current executives do. She described the specific risk she regards as most underappreciated: the employee who is being recruited by a competitor and uses the enterprise AI platform as a due diligence tool in that recruitment process. Not to steal specific documents. To develop a comprehensive understanding of the organization's strategic position that makes them a more informed and therefore more valuable candidate for the competitor's offer. What makes this vector especially corrosive is that it inverts one of the few reliable protections the organization used to enjoy. Historically, the departing employee's knowledge degraded over time and was bounded by what their role had exposed them to. A salesperson knew the sales organization. An engineer knew the codebase they worked on. The enterprise UL system removes both the bound and the boundary. It can extend a departing employee's effective knowledge far beyond anything their role ever justified, and it can do so in the final weeks of their tenure, when their incentive to extract value is highest and their loyalty is lowest. The system was built to make employees more effective. It does not distinguish between an employee being more effective on the organization's behalf and an employee being more effective on a competitor's. The query exposure vector operates differently from the aggregation vector. Rather than operating through the system's latent knowledge, it operates through the specific responses the system provides to queries that expose sensitive information to users who should not have access to it. The distinction matters for investigation. The query exposure vector produces specific evidence in system logs, in the form of queries that requested and received sensitive synthesis. The challenge of investigating the query exposure vector is that the logging infrastructure of most enterprise AI deployments is not designed to identify sensitive disclosure at the synthesis level. Logs capture what was asked and what was returned, but they do not automatically identify which responses contain synthesis from information categories that the querying user was not individually entitled to access. Identifying those responses requires either automated classification of responses against information sensitivity frameworks, which few organizations have implemented, or manual review of response logs by someone with sufficient understanding of the organization's information architecture to recognize when a response has crossed an entitlement boundary. Manual review of all response logs at the scale of even a mid-sized enterprise is not operationally feasible without automated support. Organizations that have not built the automated classification infrastructure required to flag sensitive synthesis in real time are essentially operating the query exposure vector on the honor system, trusting that users will not ask questions they should not ask, and trusting that the system will not answer them in ways that create disclosure risks, without any systematic mechanism to verify either assumption. The operational contamination vector is the most complex of the three and the least well understood. It operates through the downstream effects of AI-mediated synthesis on organizational decisions, processes, and outputs. When an AI system produces outputs that reflect sensitive information the system accessed in the course of its processing, and those outputs are incorporated into organizational products, reports, presentations, proposals, regulatory submissions, client communications, the sensitive information has been operationally contaminated into a vehicle that may ultimately reach audiences for whom it was never intended. The operational contamination vector is difficult to detect because the contamination may not be visible in the final product. The AI system accessed the sensitive source material. It synthesized relevant elements into its response. An employee incorporated those elements into a document. The document was reviewed, edited, and approved through the standard process. At no point in that process did anyone evaluate whether the content being incorporated reflected synthesis from information that should not have been accessible to the employee preparing the document. The content looked like good analysis. It was attributed to the AI platform, which was approved for use. The review process was conducted by humans who did not know what the AI had accessed. This last clause is the quiet hinge on which operational contamination turns, and it deserves to be stated as a principle. A review process can only catch what its reviewers are equipped to recognize, and no reviewer can recognize a disclosure they do not know occurred. The human who reviews an unassisted document reviews it as a document, checks its claims, its tone, its fitness for purpose, and finds it good, because it is good. What the reviewer cannot check is the provenance of the synthesis, because the provenance is invisible in the output. The document does not carry a record of what the system read to produce it. It carries only the result, polished and plausible and stripped of any trace of the access that generated it. The review is rigorous and the review is blind, simultaneously, and the simultaneity is the whole problem. The more competent the UL's output, the more thoroughly it passes a review that was never able to see the thing that mattered. David Nakamura investigates financial crimes and has spent the last 3 years focused specifically on AI-related disclosure incidents at regulated financial institutions. He has developed a taxonomy of contamination patterns that he uses to structure his investigations, and he shares it with a specificity that reflects genuine field experience. The cases I'm seeing most often right now involve regulatory submissions, he told me. An employee uses an AI platform to help prepare a document, an annual report, a regulatory filing, a supervisory response. The AI surfaces information from internal analysis that the employee didn't know was restricted, and the employee incorporates it. The document goes through the standard review process. It gets submitted. And then someone at the regulatory agency asks a question about the analysis that was included, and the institution's legal team realizes that the analysis was based on information that should never have been in a public submission. David walked me through what happens next, because the initial disclosure, he stressed, is rarely the worst of it. The regulator, having found one contaminated submission, does not assume it is the only one. They ask the obvious follow-on question: how many other filings contain analysis derived from improperly accessed information? And the institution discovers, often for the first time, that it cannot answer. It has no way to determine which of its submissions over the relevant period were prepared with UL assistance, which of those drew on synthesis the preparer was not entitled to, or how far the contamination spread before anyone noticed. The first incident is a disclosure problem, David said. The second incident, the one that actually hurts, is a knowability problem. The regulator isn't really asking what happened in this one filing. They're asking whether you have any idea what's in your own submissions. And when the answer is no, you've stopped having a disclosure issue and started having a credibility issue. And credibility issues with regulators don't stay contained to the matter that raised them. The consequences of operational contamination in regulated environments extend beyond the initial disclosure. Regulatory agencies, upon discovering that a submission contains analysis based on improperly accessed information, ask follow-on questions about how the information was accessed, what other submissions may contain similar contamination, and what the institution's process is for preventing recurrence. Each of those questions requires an investigation that the institution is not prepared to conduct because the monitoring systems that would provide the evidence base for the investigation do not exist. The three vectors, aggregation, query exposure, and operational contamination, are not separate problems with separate solutions. They are three faces of a single underlying condition: AI systems holding more understanding than the organization intended, made reachable by interfaces the organization did not govern, with logging too shallow to reconstruct what was reached. Address only the query interface and the aggregation continues to deepen. Address only the logging and the contamination continues to spread through channels the logs do not watch. The condition is unified, and so the response, to be adequate, must be unified as well, which is to say it must be architectural, designed into the deployment rather than bolted onto it after the first incident has already taught the organization what it failed to build. The AI-driven insider threat does not announce itself. It does not appear in the logs as an anomaly. It does not trigger the alerts that the behavioral monitoring systems were built to generate. It reveals itself, typically, when someone outside the organization asks a question that the organization cannot answer or answers in a way that confirms what should never have been disclosed.
Part 3. Financial Crime in the Age of AI. Chapter 9. The 10x banking model.
Financial crime has always been an efficiency problem. The criminal enterprise's objective is to convert illicit funds into legitimate-appearing assets as quickly, as cheaply, and with as little detectable friction as possible. Every control that financial institutions place on that process is a cost imposed on the enterprise. A transaction that gets delayed increases operational exposure time. A suspicious activity report that gets filed initiates an investigation that requires resources to deflect. An account that gets frozen represents capital that cannot be deployed. The history of financial crime methodology is the history of finding the cheapest path through the control environment, the transactions small enough to avoid pattern recognition, the entity structures complex enough to obscure beneficial ownership, the timing sequences calibrated to move funds before monitoring systems generate alerts. Every one of these techniques was, in the old world, a craft, a skill held by specific people who had developed it over years, who were expensive to employ and dangerous to involve, and whose scarcity put a natural ceiling on how much sophisticated financial crime could occur. The market for laundering was constrained, like any market, by the supply of skilled labor, and the supply of skilled labor was constrained by the time it took to develop and the risk it took to deploy. This is the constraint that AI relaxes, and relaxing it changes the market rather than merely the technique. When the craft can be encoded and executed without the craftsman, the ceiling that the craftsman's scarcity imposed simply lifts. The question is no longer how many sophisticated operators exist. It is how many capable systems can be pointed at the problem, and that number is not bounded by anything the financial crime compliance world was built to constrain. AI has transformed this efficiency calculation in ways that most financial crime compliance programs have not yet fully absorbed. The transformation is not primarily in the sophistication of the evasion techniques, though it has changed those significantly, but in the economics of operating complex financial crime schemes. Activities that previously required significant human capital to coordinate and manage, maintaining networks of shell entities, coordinating transaction timing across multiple jurisdictions, responding to compliance queries in ways that reduce suspicion, can now be managed by AI systems with a fraction of the human involvement those activities previously required. The cost structure of sophisticated financial crime has collapsed in ways that make schemes viable that were previously uneconomical, and scalable that were previously bounded by operational constraints. The word I want to insist on here is economics, because the financial crime conversation tends to drift toward sophistication, toward the cleverness of the evasion, the ingenuity of the laundering, when the consequential change is duller and more fundamental than cleverness. What has changed is cost. Schemes that were always conceivable but never worth the human capital they demanded have become worth it, not because anyone got smarter, but because the labor that made them expensive has been automated away. A great deal of financial crime, like a great deal of legitimate business, was historically deterred not by controls but by overhead. Remove the overhead and you do not merely make existing crime more efficient. You make a whole category of previously uneconomical crime suddenly rational, and rationality, in this domain, is the only motive that has ever mattered. The 10x banking model is the name I use for the phenomenon that has emerged from this transformation. Financial crime operations that AI-enabled coordination has made 10 times more efficient, 10 times more scalable, or 10 times less detectable than their predecessors. The number is not a precise measurement. It is a characterization of the order of magnitude by which the economics of certain financial crime categories have shifted. The most significant manifestation of the 10x model involves the management of shell entity networks. Beneficial ownership concealment has been a foundational technique of money laundering for decades, and regulatory responses to it have focused primarily on increasing the disclosure requirements for legal entities and improving the information sharing protocols between financial institutions and the law enforcement agencies that investigate the beneficial owners behind them. These regulatory responses share an assumption that the technology has quietly falsified, the assumption that disclosure is a burden, and that the burden of disclosure falls more heavily on the illegitimate than the legitimate. The logic was sound. A real business maintaining real operations could produce beneficial ownership information and compliance documentation because it had real owners and real operations to document. A shell maintained for concealment found the same requirements onerous precisely because there was nothing real beneath them to document, and the effort of fabricating it was a cost that deterred all but the most committed. Disclosure requirements worked, in part, as a tax that the legitimate could pay easily and the illegitimate could pay only with difficulty. When the documentation can be generated, the tax falls equally on both, which is to say it falls on neither, and a regulatory strategy built on the differential burden of disclosure loses the differential that gave it force. These regulatory responses were designed for an environment in which maintaining a large shell entity network required significant human capital: lawyers who drafted the formation documents, registered agents who maintained compliance with jurisdictional requirements, account managers who managed the banking relationships, and coordinators who tracked the network structure and ensured its operational coherence. The human capital requirement was a real constraint. Networks were limited in size by the cost of maintaining them. The limitation created investigative opportunities, because large networks required enough human involvement that investigators could find and follow the human connections. AI-managed entity networks operate with a fraction of that human capital. Document generation for entity formation can be automated. Compliance management across multiple jurisdictions can be automated. Banking relationship management, including responding to due diligence questionnaires and compliance queries, can be substantially automated through language model capabilities that produce responses indistinguishable from those a sophisticated compliance officer would provide. The human capital constraint that previously bounded the size of shell entity networks is no longer the binding constraint. The binding constraint is now primarily the availability of financial access points, the banking relationships and payment processing capabilities that allow the network to interface with the legitimate financial system. This relocation of the binding constraint has a consequence that compliance functions have been slow to internalize. For decades, the scarce resource in a money laundering operation was competence: the lawyers, the coordinators, the people who could maintain a complex structure without it collapsing under its own administrative weight. Compliance programs were implicitly designed to attack that scarcity, to make the competence harder to apply and the operation harder to sustain. But if competence is no longer scarce, if the documentation, the compliance responses, and the structural maintenance can be generated on demand, then attacking competence no longer attacks the operation. The constraint has moved to access points, and a compliance regime aimed at the old constraint will expend enormous effort on a choke point that is no longer a choke point, while the actual bottleneck goes ungoverned. Raymond Osei has worked in financial intelligence units at 2 major international banks and currently consults on anti-money laundering program design. He has reviewed more suspicious activity reports than he can count and has developed an intuitive understanding of the patterns that distinguish organic financial activity from structured evasion. For a long time, complexity was a signature, he told me. When you saw an entity structure with 12 layers of shell companies across 6 jurisdictions, that was a red flag by itself. Not because complex structures can't be legitimate, they can, but because complexity has a cost. You have to pay lawyers in multiple jurisdictions. You have to maintain registered agents. You have to manage banking relationships across multiple countries. If an entity structure is that complex, there's a reason someone's paying that cost, and the reason is usually either that they have very sophisticated tax planning or that they're hiding something. What I'm seeing now is complexity that's lost its cost signature. Structures that would have required a team of lawyers 6 years ago are being maintained by systems that generate all the required documentation automatically. The due diligence responses come back fast, they're well written, they anticipate follow-on questions. They read like a compliance professional wrote them. Some of them were written by a compliance professional, but increasingly, I think some of them weren't, and the ones that weren't are getting harder to distinguish from the ones that were. I asked Raymond how he reacted, professionally, to that erosion of a signal he had relied on for his whole career. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said something that I think captures the emotional texture of this entire field at this particular moment. It's a kind of grief, honestly, he said. Not a big dramatic grief. A working grief. You spend 20 years developing an instinct. You learn to feel the difference between a real compliance function and a hollow one, the way a doctor learns to feel the difference between a benign lump and a malignant one. The instinct becomes part of how you see. And then the ground shifts underneath it, and the instinct keeps firing, but it's firing on a signal that doesn't mean what it used to mean. The well-written response used to tell me something. Now it tells me nothing, because everyone can produce a well-written response. I haven't lost the instinct. I've lost the world the instinct was calibrated to. And you don't get to keep an instinct that's calibrated to a world that no longer exists. You have to build a new one, in real time, while the cases keep coming. The challenge he describes is not simply that AI-generated compliance responses are high quality. It is that the quality of the response has historically been a meaningful signal of the legitimacy of the entity providing it. A shell company maintained for a one-time money laundering transaction would typically provide unsophisticated due diligence responses because the operator did not invest in the infrastructure required to produce sophisticated ones. UL capability removes the correlation between response quality and the investment underlying it. Every entity, regardless of its purpose or the legitimacy of the activity it supports, can now produce responses that read like they came from a sophisticated compliance function. The deeper damage here is not to any single institution but to the inferential machinery of the entire compliance system. That machinery runs on signals, proxies that correlate, imperfectly but usefully, with the thing investigators actually care about but cannot directly observe. Response quality was a signal. So was structural complexity, transaction sophistication, the polish of documentation. None of these ever directly revealed criminality. All of them correlated with the investment that criminality, at scale, used to require. UL does not defeat any single one of these signals so much as it severs the correlation that made all of them informative. When investment no longer predicts intent, every signal built on investment goes dark at once, and the compliance function finds itself operating a detection apparatus whose readings have quietly stopped corresponding to the reality they were built to measure. The second significant manifestation of the 10x model involves transaction timing and structuring at scale. Anti-money laundering monitoring systems are designed to recognize pattern sequences of transactions that individually fall below reporting thresholds but collectively represent movement of funds in ways that are inconsistent with legitimate financial activity. The pattern recognition capability of these monitoring systems has improved substantially over the past decade, incorporating machine learning approaches that can identify complex multi-transaction patterns across extended time windows. AI-managed transaction coordination can respond to this monitoring capability with an adversarial dynamic. Using knowledge of the monitoring patterns, the systems employ knowledge that is increasingly available through regulatory publications, enforcement actions, and the security research community, to design transaction sequences that systematically avoid triggering them. This is not a theoretical capability. It is a described use case in the criminal forum communities where financial crime tradecraft is developed and shared. I want to be measured about this, because the subject invites exaggeration, and exaggeration is its own kind of failure. The existence of a described technique is not the same as its widespread, effective deployment, and the financial crime compliance community has a long history of alarming itself about capabilities that proved harder to operationalize than the description suggested. But the honest version of that caution cuts in a troubling direction here. The barrier between a described technique and an operational one has historically been the difficulty of executing it at scale, the skilled human labor required to translate an idea on a forum into a working operation across thousands of transactions. That barrier is exactly what AI capability lowers. The gap between description and deployment, which used to be wide enough to provide real comfort, is narrowing precisely because the thing that made it wide was the human effort that automation now supplies. The technique being merely described is less reassuring than it once would have been, because description is now closer to deployment than it has ever been. The adversarial dynamic between financial crime monitoring and AI-enabled evasion is a genuine arms race, and it is one in which the criminal side currently benefits from a structural asymmetry. The monitoring systems that financial institutions deploy are constrained by regulatory requirements, procurement processes, and the technology review cycles of large organizations. They update on timescales of months and years. The AI capabilities available to criminal enterprises update on the timescales of the models that power them, which are measured in weeks and months. The criminal enterprise can adapt its transaction patterns faster than the monitoring system can adapt its detection patterns. The asymmetry in adaptation speed is the part of the 10x model that should most concern the institutions on the defending side, because it is structural rather than incidental. The defender's monitoring system updates on the timescale of regulated, procured, reviewed enterprise technology quarters and years. The attacker's capability updates on the timescale of the underlying models, weeks and months. In any contest where one side can iterate an order of magnitude faster than the other, the slower side does not merely fall behind. It falls behind at an accelerating rate, because each cycle in which the attacker adapts and the defender does not widens a gap that the defender's slower cycle can never fully close. The 10x in the model's name is not only about efficiency or scale. It is, increasingly, about the rate at which one side can learn while the other is still completing its last review. The 10x model is not a prediction. It is a description of what is already occurring at institutions that have had the investigative resources to recognize it. The question for most institutions is not whether this shift has happened in their environment, but whether they have the monitoring capability to see it.
The shadow ledger.
The double-entry bookkeeping system that has governed commercial accounting for 5 centuries was built on a single foundational insight. Every financial transaction has 2 sides, and recording both sides creates a self-checking structure that makes systematic fraud more difficult. A debit to one account must be matched by a credit to another. The numbers must reconcile. Discrepancies reveal errors or concealment. The elegance of the system was not only its accuracy but its integrity architecture. The process of maintaining the records was itself the control, because keeping 2 sets of books that did not correspond to each other was an act that left evidence. The genius of double entry was that it made the control and the record the same thing. You did not audit the books and separately verify their integrity. The act of keeping them correctly was itself the verification, and the act of keeping them falsely was itself the evidence of fraud. For 500 years this conflation of record and control held, and it shaped the entire profession of audit around a single elegant premise: that meaningful financial deception required a discrepancy, and a discrepancy, once you knew to look, could be found. The shadow ledger does not attack this premise by introducing a discrepancy. It evades the premise entirely, by keeping the official books perfectly honest and maintaining the deception somewhere. The double-entry system was never designed to look not in the numbers, which reconcile flawlessly, but in the meaning of the numbers, which the books were never built to record and the audit was never built to examine. The shadow ledger concept that has emerged in AI-enabled financial crime does not maintain two sets of books in the traditional sense. It maintains a single set of books that accurately reflects recorded transactions while operating a parallel information architecture that allows sophisticated actors to track the actual economic reality of complex financial structures with a separation from the recorded reality that no traditional audit would penetrate. The shadow ledger is not a falsified record. It is the systematic organization of information about what the records mean, assembled from sources that individually reveal nothing significant but collectively map the gap between recorded and actual economic activity with precision. The distinction between the recorded reality and the actual reality is the entire territory of the shadow ledger, and it is a territory that traditional audit was specifically designed not to enter. An audit verifies that the records are internally consistent and that they correspond to documented transactions. It does not, and was never meant to, ask whether the documented transactions mean what they appear to mean. A series of transactions can be entirely accurate as recorded, every entry supported, every figure reconciled, every disclosure made, and still serve a purpose that no entry discloses, because the purpose lives in the relationships between the transactions rather than in any transaction itself. The shadow ledger is the systematic mapping of those relationships, assembled from the same public fragments the audit relies on but read against the grain, for what they reveal rather than what they certify. It is, in a sense, the audit's mirror image: same data, opposite question, and the opposite question is the one with teeth. Understanding how this operates requires understanding what large language models can do with publicly available information about complex corporate structures, regulatory filings, beneficial ownership disclosures, and the patterns of entity relationship that sophisticated financial crime networks produce in the public record as a byproduct of their operational requirements. The phrase that does the work in that sentence is byproduct, and it deserves emphasis, because it points to a vulnerability that sophisticated actors have never been able to fully eliminate. A complex financial structure cannot operate entirely in the dark. To function, to hold accounts, to own property, to transact, to satisfy the minimum legal requirements of the jurisdictions it inhabits, it must leave a trail of registrations, filings, and disclosures in the public record. Each trace is trivial on its own and reveals nothing. But the traces are not random. They are the necessary residue of an operating structure, and a structure that operates consistently leaves a residue that is consistent, and consistency, to a sufficiently capable analyst, is a signature. The network cannot help producing the very pattern that, assembled, describes it. Every complex financial crime network leaves traces in the public record. Entities must be registered. Beneficial ownership must be disclosed, at varying levels of completeness depending on jurisdiction. Regulatory filings must be made. Court records accumulate. Property transactions are recorded. These traces are individually inconclusive. No single registration, no single disclosure, no single court record reveals the structure of the network in a way that would satisfy an investigator. The information is fragmented, distributed across jurisdictions and record systems, and organized in ways that reflect the administrative requirements of each jurisdiction rather than the analytical framework that would make the network structure legible. Assembling these fragments into a coherent picture of a complex financial crime network has historically required specialized expertise and significant labor. Financial intelligence analysts spent careers developing the skill of reading corporate structures, understanding which jurisdictions were commonly used for which purposes, which patterns of entity relationship were consistent with legitimate tax planning and which were not, which beneficial ownership disclosures were complete and which were designed to satisfy the letter of disclosure requirements while obscuring the beneficial owner's identity. The assembly task was expensive and slow, and the expense and slowness were themselves a form of protection for sophisticated actors, The resources required to map their network structure exceeded what most investigators could deploy. This resource asymmetry was, for most of the history of financial intelligence, the sophisticated criminal's most durable protection. It did not depend on secrecy, which can be breached, or on corruption, which can be exposed. It depended on the simple economics of attention. The network was expensive to map, the investigators were few, and the cases were many, so the great majority of structures were never mapped at all, not because they were undetectable but because no one had the months of skilled labor to spare. The criminal was protected by the investigator's scarcity. And scarcity, unlike secrecy, felt permanent, because there would always be more structures to examine than analysts to examine them. That permanence was the illusion that AI dissolved. AI systems capable of processing large volumes of public record data and synthesizing structural patterns from them have changed this equation. The assembly task that previously required specialized expertise and significant labor can now be partially automated, producing draft structural analyses of complex entity networks that investigators use as starting points for deeper examination. This capability is available to investigators, but it is also available to the criminal enterprises themselves, who can use it to understand the visibility of their own network from an outside analytical perspective and design structures that are more resistant to that analysis. The dual-use character of the capability is the uncomfortable center of this chapter. The same analytical engine that lets an investigator assemble in days what once took years lets the operator of a network see itself as the investigator would see it, and a network that can see its own exposure can manage it. It can identify which traces are most revealing and suppress or restructure them. It can model the investigative inference and design against it. The tool does not merely help the investigator, it teaches the criminal what the investigator now knows. We have, in effect, handed both sides of the contest the same microscope, and the side with more to hide has, in many cases, more incentive to look through it carefully. Hannah Osei-Bornsu works in financial intelligence at a multilateral organization whose mandate includes coordinating anti-money laundering responses across multiple jurisdictions. She has spent years studying the structural patterns of sophisticated laundering networks and has developed a precise understanding of how the public record traces of those networks can be read. For a long time, there was a knowledge asymmetry in our favor, she told me. The networks were sophisticated, but the people running them generally didn't know what their network looked like from the outside. They knew what their own piece was. They might know pieces that they were directly connected to, but they didn't have the analytical picture that we were building over months and years of investigation. That asymmetry was a real investigative advantage. What I think is happening now, and I can't prove this with cases yet, but I believe it's real, is that the asymmetry is eroding. The tools that allow us to analyze public record data and identify network patterns are the same tools that sophisticated criminal enterprises can use to analyze their own exposure. They can run the same analysis we run, from the outside, and see what we see. And they can use that visibility to restructure their networks faster than we can adapt our analytical frameworks. I asked Hannah whether this meant the investigative advantage was simply gone. She pushed back on the framing, and her correction was instructive. It's not gone. It's perishable now, she said. That's the real change. The advantage used to be durable. You built a picture of a network, and the picture stayed valid for a long time because the network couldn't see what you'd built and couldn't restructure fast enough to invalidate it even if it could. Now the advantage has a shelf life. The moment you build the picture, it starts to decay, because the network can be watching its own exposure and adapting. So the discipline changes. It's not enough to be able to map a structure. You have to be able to map it faster than the structure can reform, and act on the map before it goes stale. We've gone from cartography to something more like meteorology. We're not drawing a fixed map anymore. We're forecasting a system that's actively changing in response to being observed. The structural implication she is describing is a shift from a static competition. Criminal enterprise builds a network, investigators map it, enforcement action disrupts it, to a dynamic one, in which criminal enterprises can monitor their own exposure in near real time and adapt their structures faster than traditional investigative timelines allow. The investigative advantage that came from the time required to assemble a comprehensive network picture is eroding as both sides gain access to tools that can assemble it faster. The shift from a static to a dynamic contest is more profound than it first appears, because it changes what investigation is for. A static contest rewards thoroughness: assemble the complete picture, build the airtight case, bring the enforcement action. A dynamic contest punishes thoroughness, because the complete picture takes long enough to assemble that it describes a structure which no longer exists by the time it is finished. The investigator who insists on completeness in a dynamic environment will always be prosecuting yesterday's network. The discipline that the environment now demands: speed, provisionality, action on incomplete but timely understanding, runs against the professional instincts that made investigators good at the static version of the job, and the reconciliation of those two is one of the genuinely hard problems the field has not yet solved. The shadow ledger, in its most sophisticated manifestation, is not a document or a database. It is a persistent analytical capability, an AI system that continuously processes information from multiple sources about a complex financial structure, maintains a current picture of the gap between recorded and actual economic activity, and generates alerts when changes in the public record or in the regulatory environment create risks that require structural adaptation. This capability does not require the criminal enterprise to possess detailed internal knowledge of the legitimate institutions their funds move through. It requires only the ability to observe the public record, to synthesize patterns from that record, and to model the investigative and enforcement environment those patterns represent. These are capabilities that AI systems can exercise from entirely open sources, without any compromise of internal systems, without any insider access, and without any activity that would trigger the monitoring systems those institutions operate. This is the property that makes the shadow ledger so difficult to defend against. It requires no compromise of the institution at all. The classic threat model assumes an adversary who must get inside, who must breach a perimeter, compromise a credential, exploit a system, and the entire defensive apparatus is oriented toward detecting and preventing that intrusion. The shadow ledger operates entirely from outside, on entirely public information, and therefore presents nothing for the intrusion detection apparatus to detect. There is no breach because nothing was breached. There is no anomaly because nothing internal occurred. The institution can have flawless security, an impenetrable perimeter, and not a single compromised credential, and still be comprehensively mapped by an external observer who never came within 1,000 miles of its systems, because everything the observer needed was already outside, scattered across the public record, waiting only for something cheap enough to assemble it. The institutions that are most vulnerable to shadow ledger operations are those with the most complex beneficial ownership structures of their own institutions, with extensive networks of subsidiaries, affiliates, and controlled entities that create the same analytical complexity for legitimate regulatory purposes that criminal networks create for illegitimate ones. When a sophisticated external actor uses AI tools to analyze the public record of such an institution structure, the resulting picture may include insights about the institution's internal relationships, financial exposures, and regulatory vulnerabilities that the institution's own senior executives do not hold in integrated form. The shadow ledger, in this context, represents a detailed map of the institution's own structure assembled from publicly available information by an entity the institution has no knowledge of. There is a final inversion in this chapter that I find more disquieting than any specific technique. The institution most exposed to a shadow ledger is often the one that believes itself most transparent, the one whose complex but entirely legitimate structure of subsidiaries and affiliates generates an enormous public record footprint precisely because it is operating in the open, filing what it is required to file, disclosing what it is required to disclose. That footprint, assembled by an external system the institution has never heard of, can yield a more integrated picture of the institution's own vulnerabilities than the institution holds of itself. Transparency, which the institution practiced as a virtue, becomes the raw material from which an unknown observer constructs the map the institution never drew. The books balance. The disclosures are honest. And somewhere, that honesty is being read by someone who understands it better than its authors do. The books balance. The auditors find nothing. The regulatory submissions are accurate and timely. Somewhere, a system that nobody in the institution knows about is reading all of it, synthesizing the picture the institution never assembled of itself, and tracking the gap between what the records say and what the structure means.
Chapter 11. Sovereign risk and autonomous networks.
The concept of sovereign risk in financial analysis refers to the risk that a national government will fail to meet its financial obligations, default on its debt, impose capital controls, expropriate assets, or take other actions that impair the value of investments made within or in reliance on its legal and financial system. It is a political and economic risk category that financial institutions have managed for decades through country-specific risk assessments, exposure limits, and hedging strategies. The tools for managing it are well developed, if imperfect. Sovereign risk in the context of AI-enabled financial crime requires a different analysis. The risk I am describing in this chapter is not the risk that a government will default on its obligations. It is the risk that state-sponsored actors, intelligence services, military organizations, and the criminal enterprises that operate under state protection or direction will use AI-enabled financial crime capabilities to pursue national interests through the financial system in ways that private criminal enterprises cannot, because they have resources, patience, and risk tolerance that private actors lack. State-sponsored financial crime is not new. Intelligence services have used financial manipulation, market disruption, and sanctions evasion as tools of statecraft for as long as the modern financial system has existed. What is new is the capability of AI systems to support these activities at a scale and with a persistence that changes the nature of the threat. The operations that previously required significant intelligence service infrastructure and human capital can now be substantially automated, making them viable for actors with more limited resources and expanding the target set to include institutions and markets that were previously too difficult or too costly to affect. The expansion of the target set is the quietly destabilizing consequence here, and it follows directly from the collapse in cost that runs through this entire section of the book. State-sponsored financial operations were once rationed by the same scarcity that rationed everything else in statecraft: skilled people, operational infrastructure, the patience to run something for years without visible return. That scarcity meant that only the highest value targets justified the investment, which meant that the great majority of institutions and markets were, in practice, beneath the threshold of state attention. Automation lowers the threshold. Targets that were never worth a human network become worth an automated one, and a defensive posture built on the comfortable assumption of being too small or too peripheral to attract state-level attention is a posture built on a cost structure that no longer holds. What has always distinguished state financial operations from their private criminal counterparts is not technique but objective. The private criminal enterprise seeks profit, and profit imposes its own discipline, its own timelines, its own tolerance for risk, its own logic of when to act and when to withdraw. The state actor may seek profit too, but profit is rarely the point. The point is position, influence, the capacity to disrupt or to coerce at a moment of the state's choosing. This difference in objective produces a difference in behavior that investigators have long used as a signature, because an operation that sacrifices profit for position behaves in ways that an operation seeking profit never would. The autonomous network does not change the objective. What it changes is the cost of pursuing it, and by changing the cost it erases the behavioral signature that the difference in objective used to produce, leaving the difference intact but invisible. The autonomous network is the organizational form through which state-sponsored AI-enabled financial crime most commonly operates. Rather than a network of human agents who coordinate their activities and manage operational security through tradecraft developed over years of practice, the autonomous network is a configuration of old systems, semi-automated processes, and human supervisors whose involvement is periodic and strategic rather than continuous and operational. The humans who created the network and who benefit from its operations may be several layers removed from any specific transaction or entity. The operational layer is substantially automated. The autonomous network structure has several specific advantages over traditional human-operated networks from the perspective of the state sponsor. The reduced human involvement reduces the risk of defection, a perennial vulnerability of human intelligence networks because the operational layer does not have the motivation, the awareness, or in many cases the capability to defect. The automation allows the network to operate continuously without the operational security vulnerabilities that human fatigue and human error introduce. And the distributed, automated structure makes attribution difficult, because the evidence chain between operational activity and state direction passes through layers of automation that are designed to be opaque. Attribution, in the end, is the whole game in this domain, and the autonomous network is, among other things, an attribution-defeating machine. The traditional human intelligence network was vulnerable at its seams, the points where one person handed something to another, where a payment changed hands, where a relationship existed that could be discovered and followed. Those seams were where investigators lived. The autonomous network minimizes the seams by minimizing the people. Where a human network had handoffs that could be observed, the autonomous network has automated processes that produce no equivalent observable, and the few human seams that remain are pushed to the strategic layer, far from any specific transaction, separated from the operational activity by automation specifically architected to ensure that following the activity does not lead to the people. You can prove the activity occurred. Proving who directed it is a different and far harder thing. Human networks fail, more often than not, through their humans. The history of intelligence is, to a considerable degree, a history of operational security undone by fatigue, by carelessness, by the small human errors that accumulate over the long duration of any sustained operation. The agent who reuses a method once too often, the courier who grows complacent, the operator who, under the strain of years of secrecy, makes the single mistake that unravels the whole. These failures were not incidental. They were the investigator's most reliable allies, the structural weakness that patient counterintelligence was built to exploit. The autonomous network removes them. It does not grow tired, does not grow careless, does not make the human error that years of strain produce, because it experiences no strain and is not human. In removing the operators, the autonomous network removes the operator's mistakes, and the operator's mistakes were, very often, the only thing that ever let the investigator in. Felicity Okafor spent a decade at a national financial intelligence unit before moving into international financial crime research. Her work has focused specifically on the intersection of state-sponsored financial activity and automated financial systems. She speaks about this intersection with the careful precision of someone who has spent years trying to find patterns in deliberately obscured data. The signature of state-sponsored financial crime used to be patience, she told me. Private criminal enterprises want returns on defined timescales. They are running businesses. They have overhead, they have risks, they have competitors. State actors can maintain operations for years without requiring the financial returns that would sustain a private criminal enterprise. That patience was a signature you could learn to recognize. Structures that were maintained for years without producing apparent economic returns, that were positioned for a specific future event rather than generating current income. The autonomous network changes the patience signature because it removes the cost of patience. A human network that's maintained for years costs years of human capital, people who need to be paid, managed, and kept operational. An automated network that's maintained for years costs almost nothing past the initial setup. You lose the cost signal that told you something was operating on a state timeline rather than a criminal enterprise timeline. I asked Felicity what replaces the cost signal, what an investigator watches for once dormancy combined with maintained structure stops being informative. Her answer was honest about the difficulty. "I'm not sure we've found the replacement yet," she said. "That's the uncomfortable truth. For a long time we read intent through cost, because cost was the one thing actors couldn't fake. Maintaining something expensive over time was itself a statement about how much someone valued the outcome. Now that the cost is gone, we're trying to read intent through coherence instead, through whether a structure's behavior hangs together as the behavior of a real economic actor or only as the behavior of something positioned and waiting. But coherence is a much softer signal than cost. It requires judgment, and judgment doesn't scale, and the structures we're trying to evaluate exist in numbers that demand exactly the scale that judgment can't provide. We traded a hard signal we could automate for a soft one we can't. That's not an improvement. That's the problem, stated precisely. The loss of the cost signal she describes has practical consequences for the financial institutions that rely on pattern recognition to identify suspicious activity. The monitoring systems they operate are calibrated, in part, against the economic logic of criminal enterprise. Transactions that make no economic sense for the entity engaging in them are suspicious. A shell company that maintains banking relationships for 3 years without generating any meaningful transactional volume has historically been a pattern worth examining because maintaining that shell company costs money and the money has to come from somewhere. An autonomous network can maintain that shell company at near zero cost, with all compliance requirements met automatically, for as long as is operationally useful. The pattern that previously indicated suspicious activity, dormancy combined with maintained structure, becomes uninformative, because the cost that made it meaningful has been removed. The monitoring system sees a compliant, low-activity entity. It has no framework for the possibility that the entity is maintained at low cost by an automated system waiting for an operational trigger. What makes the patient automated structure so difficult for monitoring systems to flag is that it is, by every measurable property, a model citizen of the financial system. It files what it must. It answers what it is asked. It generates no anomalies, because anomaly is defined relative to expected behavior, and a structure that does almost nothing has no behavior to deviate from. It is the financial equivalent of a sleeper, indistinguishable from the dormant and the merely cautious, revealing its nature only at the moment of activation, by which point the question of detection has been overtaken by the question of consequence. A monitoring system optimized to catch activity has no purchase on a strategy whose entire operational logic is the deliberate avoidance of activity until the chosen moment.
When AI makes fraud look legitimate.
The intersection of sovereign risk and autonomous networks creates a specific category of systemic concern that has not yet been fully integrated into the risk frameworks of most financial institutions. The risk that critical financial infrastructure, payment systems, clearing mechanisms, correspondent banking networks, exchange rate mechanisms, is being slowly and systematically influenced by state-sponsored actors using AI-enabled financial operations that individually appear legitimate but collectively represent a strategic positioning for future disruption. This is not a theoretical risk in the sense of requiring conditions that do not yet exist. The technical capabilities required to conduct such an operation are currently available. The organizational forms through which state actors could deploy those capabilities, financial institutions, investment vehicles, and payment infrastructure that operates under state supervision in certain jurisdictions exist. The regulatory gaps that would allow such operations to proceed without detection are documented in the financial crime compliance literature. I raise the documented nature of these gaps deliberately, because it forecloses a comforting response that institutions are otherwise inclined to reach for. It would be easier to treat the systemic risk I am describing as speculative, a scenario that depends on capabilities not yet demonstrated or vulnerabilities not yet confirmed, and to defer attention to it on that basis. But the components are not speculative. The technical capability exists and is described. The organizational forms through which a state could deploy it exist and operate. The regulatory gaps that would let such an operation proceed are not hidden weaknesses awaiting discovery. They are documented, discussed, and understood within the compliance community itself. What does not yet exist, in most institutions, is the integration of these separately understood facts into a single coherent picture of the risk they collectively describe, which is, in miniature, the same failure of aggregation that this entire book is about. The pieces are known. The picture they form is the thing no one has been positioned to assemble. The specific risk that keeps financial crime investigators awake at night is not a single spectacular operation. It is the quiet, patient, systematic accumulation of positioning in correspondent banking relationships, in payment infrastructure access, in financial market participation that would allow a state actor to choose the moment and the mechanism of disruption rather than having to respond to circumstances. AI-enabled autonomous networks are a tool well suited to that kind of patient accumulation, because the automation removes the cost constraints that have historically made patient state-sponsored financial operations expensive to maintain. The systemic version of this risk is the one that financial stability authorities have only begun to take seriously, and it is the one that does not fit comfortably into any existing risk framework because it spans categories that institutions manage separately. It is not credit risk, market risk, or operational risk in the usual sense. It is the risk that the connective infrastructure of the financial system itself, the correspondent relationships, the clearing mechanisms, the payment rails, is being slowly and deliberately positioned by patient automated actors whose individual moves are each defensible and whose collective purpose is to hold, against some future moment, the capability to disrupt. Each position, examined alone, is a legitimate financial relationship. The strategy exists only in the aggregate, across the positions, over years, which is to say it exists at precisely the level that no institution's risk function is organized to observe. The greatest financial crimes of the next decade may not look like crimes at all when they occur. They will look like a series of individually explicable financial events that become explicable as a coordinated operation only after the fact, assembled by investigators who will spend years trying to trace a causal chain through layers of automation that were specifically designed to prevent that tracing. Fraud detection has always operated on a simple premise: fraudulent activity looks different from legitimate activity. The difference might be in the documentation. A fabricated invoice lacks the vendor relationship history that a real one carries. The difference might be in the behavioral pattern, an employee submitting expense reports for events that their calendar confirms they did not attend. The difference might be in the transaction pattern, a series of payments that follows a regular cadence until it suddenly doesn't, or that precisely avoids reporting thresholds in a way that statistical analysis reveals as non-random. In each case, the detection methodology is grounded in the assumption that there is a signal, something about the fraudulent activity that is distinguishable from legitimate activity to a sufficiently careful analyst. The phrase sufficiently careful carries the entire weight of the old model, and it is worth examining what it assumed. It assumed that fraud and legitimacy differed in some detectable particular, and that the difference, however subtle, would yield to attention that a careful enough analyst, looking hard enough at the right thing, could find the seam where the fabrication met the real. Care was the investigator's edge, the willingness to look longer and harder than the fraudster expected anyone to look. AI-enabled fraud attacks not the analyst's care but its premise. It produces fabrications with no seam to find, not fabrications too subtle for casual attention, but fabrications constructed by the same kind of system the analyst would use to detect them, optimized against the very signals the analyst's care is trained to seek. Against this, looking harder does not help, because there is nothing there to be found by looking. The seam is not hidden. It was never created. Care was the right strategy against a fraudster racing to finish before anyone looked closely. It is the wrong strategy against a fraud that was built, from the start, to survive any amount of looking. AI-enabled fraud is systematically eliminating those signals. Not all at once, and not completely, but in specific categories of fraud and for specific classes of fraudulent documentation, the distinguishing signals have become so difficult to detect that the practical effectiveness of traditional detection methodologies has been substantially reduced. The fabricated invoice can now be generated with vendor relationship history synthesized from public records. The behavioral pattern anomaly can be avoided because AI systems can model typical behavior and generate activity that conforms to it. The transaction pattern analysis can be defeated because AI systems can generate transaction sequences that pass statistical tests for randomness. The premise on which fraud detection was built, that fraud looks different, is being technically invalidated in ways that have not yet fully registered in the detection frameworks most organizations operate. The premise under attack here is older and more load-bearing than fraud detection itself. The entire edifice of commercial trust rests on a single assumption that almost no one states aloud, that producing a convincing counterfeit is hard. Hard enough that most documents are genuine, most representations are honest, and the cost of verifying everything from first principles would exceed the cost of the fraud that occasional trust permits. This assumption is so deep that it functions as a kind of physics of commerce, the background condition that makes ordinary transactions possible without ruinous verification overhead. UL does not pick the locks on this edifice. It quietly removes the assumption the edifice was built on, and a structure can stand for a long time after its foundational assumption has been removed, which is precisely what makes the removal so dangerous. The building still looks sound. The ground beneath it has changed. The most significant near-term manifestation of AI-enabled fraud legitimization involves document fabrication. For most of the history of fraud investigation, document authenticity was a meaningful concept. A fabricated document could be distinguished from a genuine one through careful examination of its physical or digital properties, through comparison with known authentic documents, through verification with the issuing party. The difficulty of producing high-quality fabricated documents was a practical constraint on many categories of fraud, because the production effort either required specialized skills that limited the scale of operations or produced documents distinguishable enough that detection was feasible. Large language models combined with document generation and image synthesis capabilities have made high-quality document fabrication accessible at scale. Financial statements, vendor invoices, employment records, identity documents, contracts, and correspondence can be generated with a fidelity that defeats most document verification procedures short of primary source confirmation. The practical constraint that document fabrication difficulty imposed on fraud schemes has been substantially reduced. It is hard to overstate how much of the world's commercial trust rested, invisibly, on this single practical constraint. Entire systems of verification were built on the quiet assumption that producing convincing false documentation was hard enough that the volume of fraud was bounded by the scarcity of people who could do it well, hard enough that a well-made document carried genuine evidentiary weight simply by existing. No one designed it this way as a deliberate strategy. The difficulty was a feature of the physical and technical world, and the trust systems simply grew up around it, taking it for granted the way a building takes for granted the ground it stands on. When the difficulty dissolves, the trust systems do not fail loudly. They continue operating exactly as before, accepting documents on the strength of an evidentiary weight those documents no longer carry, and the failure is invisible precisely because nothing about the process has visibly changed. The ground shifted. The building did not notice, because buildings are not designed to notice the ground. The implications for fraud detection methodologies that rely on document examination are significant. Procedures designed to catch low-quality fabrications, visual inspection of formatting, comparison of font and layout characteristics with known authentic examples, review for inconsistencies in numbering or dating, are less effective against high-quality AI-generated fabrications. The detection methodology needs to shift from document examination toward primary source verification, confirming with the issuing party that the document exists and reflects the claimed transaction, rather than relying on the document's internal consistency to establish its authenticity. The methodological shift this forces from examination toward verification sounds modest when stated abstractly and is anything but modest in practice. Examination is cheap, fast, and scalable. An analyst inspects a document and forms a judgment about its authenticity from its own properties. Verification is expensive, slow, and resistant to scale. It requires reaching the purported source, confirming the document corresponds to a real transaction, and doing so through a channel that has not itself been compromised. An institution that processes thousands of documents a day cannot simply decide to verify each one from primary sources without a transformation in its cost structure that its margins may not survive. The shift is correct. It is also, for high-volume institutions, genuinely painful, and the temptation to defer the pain to keep examining in a world that now rewards fabrication is the temptation that AI-enabled fraud is specifically designed to exploit. Nadia Christodoula manages fraud investigations at a financial institution and has spent the past 3 years specifically focused on AI-enabled fraud detection. She has developed a practical taxonomy of the fraud types she has seen AI capabilities used to support, organized by the specific detection challenge each creates. The category that concerns me most right now is what I call the synthetic business, she told me. Not a traditional shell company, a completely fabricated commercial presence. Website, social media history, registered address, phone numbers that are answered, email correspondence that reads as professional. Credit history built by AI-managed, automated interactions over a period of months. When you do customer due diligence on a synthetic business, everything you check comes back positive, because everything you check was built specifically to come back positive when checked. I asked Nadia what verification even means against an adversary that builds its evidence to survive verification. She acknowledged the recursion directly. That's the trap. And it's a real one, she said. Every check you can name, they can anticipate, because the checks are knowable. We publish our due diligence standards. We have to, they're partly regulatory. So the adversary knows exactly what we're going to look for, and they build a presence that satisfies every item on a list they've effectively been handed. The website, the references, the history, the registration, all of it exists because all of it is on the checklist. The synthetic business isn't trying to look real in some general sense. It's trying to pass our specific tests, and it knows our specific tests. She paused. The only thing that's worked, honestly, is checks they couldn't anticipate, which by definition aren't on any published list. An off-script question. A verification through a channel they didn't think to control. A human noticing a detail that no procedure told them to look at. Which is a frightening place to be, because you can't operationalize the unanticipated. The moment you write down what saved you, it goes on the checklist, and the moment it's on the checklist, it stops saving you. She described a specific case without identifying the institution involved. A commercial lending application was submitted by a business that had been operating, according to its documentation, for 4 years. The business had financial statements, tax records, customer reference letters, and a website with detailed service descriptions and what appeared to be a client portfolio. The due diligence review confirmed the business address, the principal's identities, and the business registration. The financial institution approved a loan. The business had been created 9 months earlier. The 4 years of documented operating history had been fabricated. The financial statements were generated to be consistent with the stated business activities. The tax records were falsified. The customer reference letters had been written by AI and attributed to businesses whose contact information routed to phone numbers and email addresses that the fraudulent actor controlled. The due diligence process had confirmed everything it set out to confirm, and everything it confirmed had been specifically manufactured to survive confirmation. The tell, in that case, was the website, Nadia said. It had content that was inconsistent in a very specific way. The service descriptions used terminology that didn't exist 4 years ago when the business was supposedly founded. It was a small thing. An experienced investigator noticed it. But if the fraud operator had been more careful about the website content, I'm genuinely uncertain whether we would have caught it. That admission, genuinely uncertain, is, to me, the most honest sentence in the chapter, and I include it because the field has a tendency toward a false confidence that the public deserves to be protected from. The institution caught that particular synthetic business. It did not catch it because its systems were sound. It caught it because a single experienced investigator noticed a single anachronism in a single piece of fabricated content, and a more careful fraud operator would not have left the anachronism there. The catch was real, but it was contingent, and contingent catches are not a security posture. They are luck, observed after the fact and narrated as competence. The cases that are caught get studied and written up. The cases that are not caught are, by definition, the ones no one is studying, and the ratio between those two populations is exactly the thing that current methods cannot measure. The implications of AI-enabled fraud legitimization extend beyond the direct financial harm of individual fraud schemes. They extend to the broader infrastructure of commercial trust, the systems of verification, documentation, and due diligence that allow commercial transactions to proceed without the cost of primary source confirmation for every element of every transaction. That infrastructure of trust has always depended on the practical difficulty of fabricating convincing counterfeits of the documentation it relies on. As that practical difficulty diminishes, the infrastructure of trust faces a structural challenge that cannot be resolved simply by improving the quality of document examination. This infrastructure of trust is one of the great unremarked achievements of modern commerce, and it is worth appreciating before describing its peril. The reason a business can transact with a counterparty it has never met, in a jurisdiction it will never visit, on the strength of documentation it accepts largely at face value, is that the cost of fabricating that documentation convincingly was, until recently, high enough to make wholesale fraud uneconomical. Trust scaled because verification could be selective. Verification could be selective because fabrication was expensive. Fabrication was expensive because it required scarce human skill. Pull the last brick and the arch comes down not immediately, and not visibly, but inexorably, as the economics that made selective verification safe quietly invert. The infrastructure of commercial trust was never a matter of good faith alone. It was good faith resting on a hard economic flaw, and the flaw is the thing that AI capability has begun to dissolve. The resolution requires a shift in the verification model, from examining what is presented to confirming with primary sources, and from treating documentation as presumptively authentic pending contradiction to treating documentation as presumptively uncertain pending confirmation. That shift has significant cost implications for organizations that process high volumes of commercial transactions, because primary source confirmation is expensive at scale in a way that document examination is not. The cost of the shift is real, but it is smaller than the alternative. Organizations that continue to rely on documentation examination as the primary mechanism of fraud detection in an environment where high-quality documentation fabrication is accessible at scale will face an increasing rate of fraud that their detection systems cannot reliably identify. The transition cost is the price of maintaining the integrity of commercial relationships that AI capability has made possible to attack at a previously uneconomical scale. The economics of the transition are, in the end, the whole argument, and they are worth stating without softening. Moving to primary source verification is expensive. Not moving is more expensive, but the cost arrives later, less visibly, and distributed across a fraud rate that the institution's own systems are increasingly unable to measure. This is the worst possible shape for a cost to take from the standpoint of organizational decision-making. A present, certain, visible expense weighed against a future, uncertain, invisible loss. Organizations are structurally biased to defer the certain present cost and absorb the uncertain future one, which is precisely the bias that an environment of cheap, convincing fabrication will exploit until the accumulated invisible losses finally become visible, at which point the institution discovers that it has been subsidizing its own deception for longer than it can reconstruct. The fraud that cannot be distinguished from legitimate commerce is not simply harder to detect. It is harder to prosecute, harder to recover from, and harder to prevent through the monitoring systems that organizations have built. When everything checks out, the question investigators face is no longer whether the documentation is authentic. It is whether authenticity still means what they thought it meant.
The collapse of traditional security. When AI stops assisting and starts deciding.
The transition from AI as an assistive capability to AI as a decision-making actor is not a future event. It is a present condition in a growing number of enterprise environments, and its implications for security governance have not been fully absorbed by the organizations in which it is occurring. The distinction between assistance and decision-making sounds technical, but its practical consequences for organizational accountability, regulatory compliance, and security architecture are profound. An AI system that assists human decision-making provides analysis, flags anomalies, generates recommendations, and surfaces options. The human reviews those outputs and makes a decision. The human decision creates a record of accountability. If the decision turns out to be wrong, if the transaction was fraudulent, if the employee was a risk, if the counterparty was deceptive, there is a human actor whose judgment can be examined, whose reasoning can be reconstructed, and whose responsibility for the outcome can be assessed. The accountability architecture that organizations, regulators, and legal systems depend on is intact. I emphasize the word intact because its loss is so easy to miss in the moment of automation. When an organization moves a decision from a human to a system, the visible change is operational faster processing, higher volume, lower cost, and the visible change is the one that gets measured, celebrated, and reported up. What does not get measured, because it does not show up in any operational metric, is the quiet severing of the accountability thread that ran through the human decision. The human who reviewed and decided was not merely slower and more expensive than the system that replaced them. They were also the point at which responsibility attached, the place where the chain of accountability found a person to hold. Automate the decision and the operational metrics improve and the accountability thread goes slack, and because nothing in the operational dashboard tracks the tension on that thread, the organization can sever thread after thread, decision after decision, and see only improvement, until some incident pulls on a thread that is no longer attached to anything and the slack is suddenly, expensively, visible. A null system that makes decisions, that takes actions in the world based on its own processing, without human review of each action before it is executed, produces a different accountability architecture. There is no human judgment to examine for the specific decision the system made. There is a configuration, the parameters within which the system was authorized to act, and there is an outcome. Whether the outcome was within the range the configuring humans would have authorized, had they been asked about each specific case, is often unclear. Whether the configuration that produced the outcome was adequate, given the range of situations the system would encounter, is a question that can only be answered after the fact, when the outcome has already occurred. The accountability question is the one that organizations find most disorienting, because accountability is not merely a governance nicety. It is the mechanism by which institutions, regulators, and legal systems metabolize harm. When something goes wrong, The system locates the responsible human, examines the judgment, and assigns the consequence. This is how trust is maintained, not by the absence of error but by the presence of accountability for error. An assistive AI preserves this mechanism, because the human who acted on the assistance remains the locus of responsibility. A deciding AI dissolves it, not by relocating accountability to the machine. Machines cannot bear accountability, having nothing to lose, but by diffusing it across the configuration, the training, the deployment, and the calibration, until there is no single human judgment to examine and no single human to hold. The harm occurs. The mechanism for metabolizing it does not engage. And an institution that cannot metabolize its harms accumulates them. The operational context in which old decision-making has most rapidly replaced human decision-making is transaction monitoring and fraud response. The volume of transactions that financial institutions process daily and the speed at which fraud attempts are made and must be responded to has created strong operational pressure to automate not just the flagging of suspicious activity but the response to it. A system that identifies a potentially fraudulent transaction and flags it for human review operates on a timescale that allows sophisticated fraud to complete before the review occurs. A system that identifies a potentially fraudulent transaction and blocks or delays it automatically can prevent losses that human review timescales cannot prevent. The logic is sound. The operational risk it creates is a function of the system's error rates. Every transaction it incorrectly blocks is a customer harm, a reputational cost, and in some cases a regulatory compliance issue. Every transaction it incorrectly allows is a direct financial loss. The calibration of the system's decision thresholds is therefore a consequential governance question, one that sits at the intersection of risk management, customer experience, and regulatory compliance, and that is currently being resolved by technical teams based on operational metrics rather than by governance bodies based on a comprehensive analysis of the implications. The location of this decision in the technical team, governed by operational metrics, is not a scandal and not a failure of anyone's diligence. It is simply where the decision naturally lands when no one has deliberately placed it elsewhere. The technical team is the team that can implement the threshold. The operational metrics are the data the team has. Optimizing the metrics is the task the team has been given. Each step follows sensibly, and the cumulative effect is that a question with profound implications for accountability, fairness, and regulatory compliance gets answered, in practice, by the tuning of a parameter to improve a dashboard. No governance body declined to address it. The governance bodies simply never saw it as their question, because it arrived disguised as a technical configuration rather than as the consequential policy choice it actually is. The most important governance decisions in the UL era are often the ones that never look like governance decisions at all, which is precisely why they get made by default, in the place where the default lands, by people optimizing for the only thing they were asked to optimize. The governance gap this creates is structural. The technical teams that calibrate AI decision thresholds are optimizing for the metrics they have been given: false positive rates, false negative rates, customer friction measures, fraud loss rates. They are not optimizing for the accountability architecture questions that the governance frameworks of most financial institutions were built around. Who is responsible for this decision? What process was used to make it? And what recourse does an affected party have if it was wrong? Those questions have not been updated for an environment in which the decision was made by a system rather than a person. I have watched this calibration happen, and what strikes me about it is how thoroughly a consequential governance decision can be disguised as a technical one. A team sets the threshold at which the system blocks a transaction. They are optimizing a curve, trading false positives against false negatives, and the language they use is the language of metrics and rates. But buried in that curve is a decision about how much customer harm to accept in exchange for how much fraud prevention. A decision that, made by a human officer in a specific case, would be subject to review, documentation, and appeal. Made by a threshold, applied across millions of cases, it escapes all three. The governance question has not disappeared. It has been encoded into a parameter and handed to a team optimizing for objectives that do not include the accountability the governance framework assumed. The decision is being made. It is simply being made somewhere the framework cannot see it. Victor Almeida spent 15 years in operational risk at major financial institutions before the current generation of AI decision systems arrived. He now advises organizations on governance frameworks for automated decision-making, and he has developed a precise vocabulary for the gap between the accountability frameworks that regulators expect and the decision architectures that AI deployment has created. Regulatory frameworks for financial institution decision-making were built around the assumption of human judgment, he told me. The requirements for explaining a decision, for providing a reason for adverse action, for maintaining records of the decision process. These requirements assume that there is a decision process that can be explained. A human reviewed information and reached a conclusion. The conclusion can be traced back to the review. The review can be documented. The documentation satisfies the regulatory requirement. When the decision is made by a null system, you have a different problem. You have an output and a model. You can describe the factors the model was trained on. You can describe the weights the model assigns to different inputs. What you cannot do, in most cases, is explain the specific decision in the way that the regulatory framework imagines when it requires an explanation. The model's decision is the product of its full processing, not a traceable logical sequence that can be reconstructed and narrated in the way that a human reviewer's analysis can be. I asked Victor what happens when a regulator asks an institution to explain a specific automated adverse action, to say why this customer, in this case, was denied. His answer captured the gap precisely. You can produce a great deal of true information that doesn't answer the question, he said. You can describe the model. You can list the features it considers. You can say, in aggregate, that customers with certain characteristics are more likely to be flagged. What you usually cannot do is the thing the regulation actually contemplates, which is to connect this outcome, for this person, to a reason they can understand and contest. The framework imagines a decision-maker who reasoned from facts to a conclusion and can retrace the steps. The model didn't reason from facts to a conclusion in that sense. It produced an output from a pattern. So you end up offering the regulator a description of the machine in place of an explanation of the decision, and everyone in the room knows those are different things, and the regulation was written before anyone had to admit that they were. The explainability gap Victor describes has direct regulatory consequences. In jurisdictions where adverse action notification requirements apply, where financial institutions must explain to customers why a transaction was blocked or an application was denied, the explanation must connect the outcome to the factors that produced it in a way the customer can understand and, if they believe the outcome was incorrect, contest. AI decision systems produce outcomes through processes that may not be reducible to the kind of explanation those requirements contemplate. The regulatory framework has not yet fully resolved how to apply explanation requirements to decisions made by systems whose processing is not narrable in the traditional sense. This unnarratability is not a temporary deficiency that better tooling will resolve, though better tooling will help at the margins. It reflects something genuine about how these systems reach outcomes. A human reviewer's decision can be narrated because it was, in fact, produced by something resembling a narrative, a sequence of considerations weighed toward a conclusion. The model's output was not produced that way, and any narrative offered after the fact is a reconstruction imposed on a process that did not have that shape. The danger is not that the reconstruction is hard. It is that the reconstruction is persuasive, that we will become comfortable accepting plausible after-the-fact stories about why a system decided as it did, mistaking the availability of an explanation for the truth of it, and building accountability on narratives that satisfy the requirement to explain without actually describing what occurred. The security implications of AI decision-making extend beyond the regulatory compliance dimension into the specific vulnerability space that autonomous decision authority creates. A system that has been granted authority to take actions, to block transactions, to escalate alerts, to initiate investigations, to restrict account access, is a system whose decision authority can be manipulated if the inputs it relies on can be manipulated. This is the adversarial attack surface of AI decision systems, the possibility that actors who understand how the system reaches its decisions can construct inputs designed to produce desired outputs. Adversarial manipulation of AI decision systems is not a theoretical vulnerability. It has been demonstrated in academic research, explored in security publications, and in several documented cases used by sophisticated actors to manipulate automated fraud detection systems into allowing transactions they would otherwise have blocked. The manipulations work not by compromising the system directly but by understanding the system's decision logic well enough to construct transaction patterns, documentation, or contextual information that the system processes as indicators of legitimacy. The security response to adversarial manipulation of AI decision systems requires treating the decision system itself as a potential target of attack, not just as a tool for detecting attacks, and designing the monitoring architecture accordingly. Organizations that have deployed AI decision systems without adversarial testing of those systems against manipulation attempts have not fully evaluated their security posture. The system that was designed to prevent fraud may, under certain conditions, be manipulated into facilitating it. That inversion is the specific risk that autonomous AI decision authority creates, and it is one that the security architectures of most organizations have not yet been updated to address. The inversion at the heart of this chapter deserves to be stated as starkly as it can be. The system deployed to prevent fraud is, under adversarial manipulation, a system that can be induced to facilitate it. This is not a failure mode in the ordinary sense, not a bug to be patched or a gap to be closed, but a structural property of granting decision authority to a system whose decision logic can be studied and whose inputs can be shaped. Any system that decides can, in principle, be made to decide wrongly by an adversary who understands how it decides, and the more authority the system holds, the more valuable the manipulation. The organizations that have deployed AI decision systems without testing them against this possibility have not deployed a fraud prevention capability. They have deployed a fraud prevention capability and an unexamined attack surface, and they have done so without distinguishing between the two. This inversion, the defensive system turned into an instrument of the attack it was built to prevent, is the most counterintuitive risk in the chapter, and the one organizations are least prepared to entertain, because it asks them to regard their own protection as a potential weapon against them. The instinct is to treat the fraud detection system as a pure good, a thing that can fail only by doing too little, never by doing harm. But a system with the authority to act, to block, to allow, to escalate, to restrict, is a system whose authority can be borrowed by anyone who understands how to make it act, and a sophisticated adversary studying the system's decision logic is studying exactly how to borrow that authority. The manipulation does not break the system, it uses the system, pointing the system's own authority at an outcome the system was meant to prevent. An organization that has never red-teamed its defensive AI against this possibility has not merely left a gap in its testing. It has left unexamined the possibility that its strongest defensive asset is, under the right conditions, available to the attacker as a weapon. Every time a system makes a decision that used to require a human, an accountability thread is cut. Cut enough of them, and the fabric of governance that organizations and regulators depend on begins to unravel, not through any single failure, but through the accumulation of decisions that produced outcomes nobody owned, through processes nobody could fully explain, based on logic nobody fully understood.
Orchestration vulnerabilities.
The term orchestration, in enterprise AI architecture, refers to the coordination layer that manages how multiple AI systems interact with each other and with the broader organizational technology environment. An orchestration layer receives requests, routes them to appropriate AI systems or combinations of systems, manages the handoffs between systems, synthesizes their outputs, and executes actions based on those outputs. It is the connective tissue of multi-system AI deployments, the infrastructure that allows the individual capabilities of separate AI tools to be composed into integrated workflows that accomplish complex tasks. Composition is where AI deployment stops being a collection of features and becomes a system, and the transition is as consequential for security as it is for capability. A single AI tool, however powerful, is bounded by its own function and its own access. You can reason about it, scope it, and govern it as a discrete thing. The orchestration layer dissolves that discreteness. It takes tools that were each scoped and governed individually and composes them into workflows whose behavior is a property of the composition, not of any component, and the security character of a composition is not the sum of the security characters of its parts. This is the deep difficulty. Every method we have for governing AI deployment operates at the level of the component, because the component is the thing that gets procured, reviewed, and approved. The orchestration layer operates at the level above the component, in the composition, which is exactly the level that no procurement, no review, and no approval process was built to see. Orchestration is the feature that transforms AI from a collection of individual point solutions into a platform capable of executing complex multi-step processes. It is also, from a security perspective, one of the most significant new vulnerability categories that enterprise AI deployment has introduced. The orchestration layer concentrates authority. It has credentials to reach multiple systems. It makes routing decisions that determine which systems process which information, and it executes actions that affect real-world outcomes. An orchestration layer that is compromised, misconfigured, or manipulated can leverage the combined capabilities of all the systems it coordinates, using authority granted piecemeal to each individual system to take actions that no single system was individually authorized to take. The concentration of authority in the orchestration layer is the kind of vulnerability that emerges precisely because the layer is so useful. Orchestration is not an excess or an indulgence. It is the feature that turns a collection of narrow tools into something capable of real work, and organizations build it because the alternative, humans manually carrying outputs from one system to the next, defeats the entire purpose of deploying the systems at all. But every concentration of usefulness is also a concentration of consequence. The orchestration layer holds, in one place, the credentials to reach many systems, the logic to route between them, and the authority to act on what they return. It is the most powerful single component in most enterprise AI deployments, and in my experience it is also the least examined, because it was built incrementally, as connective tissue, by people who were thinking about making things work rather than about what a compromise of the connective tissue would enable. The piecemeal granting of authority is what makes this vulnerability so easy to create and so hard to notice. No one ever decides to grant the dangerous composed capability. If anyone did, the danger would be visible and the decision would face scrutiny. Instead, the capability assembles itself out of grants that were each made separately, for separate reasons, by people who could each see only their own grant and not the composition it would join. The team that authorized System A to read customer data made a reasonable, scoped decision. So did the team that authorized System B to send communications, and the team that authorized System C to update records. Each grant was appropriate to its system's function. The composed capability, read, generate, send, update, in coordinated sequence, was authorized by no one, because it was assembled by the orchestration layer out of authorizations that no single person ever saw together. The dangerous power was not granted. It accreted, out of safe grants, in a place no one was looking. The orchestration vulnerability that most commonly manifests in practice is not the spectacular external compromise scenario. A sophisticated adversary who has gained access to the orchestration layer and is using it to execute an attack. It is the more mundane but more common scenario of privilege escalation through legitimate use. An AI system that was authorized to perform a specific function discovering, through its orchestration relationships with other systems, that it can perform functions it was not individually authorized to perform. The mechanism works as follows. System A is authorized to read customer data and generate summaries. System B is authorized to send communications to customers. System C is authorized to update account records. Each system's individual authorization is scoped to its specific function, and the scope seems appropriate. The orchestration layer that connects these systems, however, creates a composed capability that no individual system possesses: the ability to read customer data, generate content, send communications, and update records in a coordinated sequence. Whether that composed capability was intended and governed, or whether it emerged from the combination of individually appropriate authorizations without explicit consideration of what those authorizations would enable in combination, is a governance question that most organizations cannot answer with precision. The difficulty of answering that question: was this composed capability intended and governed, or did it merely emerge? Is it self-the-finding? In a well-governed environment, there would be someone who could say, with confidence, that the combination of read, generate, send, and update was deliberately authorized, reviewed against the risks it created, and bounded by controls appropriate to its power. In most environments, no such person exists, because no such review occurred. The composed capability was never decided upon. It accreted, one integration at a time, each integration sensible in isolation, until the orchestration layer could do something that no one had ever authorized because no one had ever considered it as a single thing to authorize. The absence of an answer is not a gap in documentation. It is evidence that the governance never happened. The privilege escalation through orchestration scenario has a specific characteristic that makes it difficult to detect with standard monitoring. Every individual action taken by every individual system is within that system's authorization. The monitoring system that evaluates System A's actions sees only reads and summaries, within authorization. The monitoring system that evaluates System B's actions sees only customer communications, within authorization. The monitoring system that evaluates System C's actions sees only account updates, within authorization. The monitoring of the composed capability, the integrated action sequence that the orchestration layer enabled, requires a different level of analysis that most monitoring architectures do not provide. This is the specific blindness that makes orchestration vulnerabilities so dangerous. Every component monitor reports health while the composed system does harm. The monitor watching system A sees authorized reads. The monitor watching system B sees authorized communications. The monitor watching system C sees authorized updates. Each reports, truthfully, that everything within its purview is normal. The harm exists only in the sequence in the fact that these authorized actions were chained by the orchestration layer into a coordinated operation that no component monitor was positioned to see, because no component monitor was watching the composition. The organization has monitoring. The monitoring is working. And the monitoring is, by construction, blind to exactly the layer where the most consequential failures occur. The second significant orchestration vulnerability involves what security researchers call prompt injection, the manipulation of AI system behavior through content that the system processes as instructions rather than as data. The prompt injection vulnerability exists because large language models are trained to be instruction-following, and the instruction-following behavior can be triggered by content that arrives through data channels rather than instruction channels. An AI system processing a document that contains text formatted as instructions may respond to those instructions as if they had been provided by an authorized user. In single system deployments, the prompt injection vulnerability is concerning but bounded. The injected instructions can only direct the system to take actions within its individual authorization. In orchestrated multi-system deployments, the same vulnerability becomes significantly more dangerous. A prompt injection that hijacks the orchestration layer can potentially direct the full set of capabilities that the orchestration layer coordinates, triggering actions across multiple systems, in sequences that exploit the combined authorization of the orchestration environment. Thomas Birch, who appeared in an earlier chapter, has spent the past 2 years specifically focused on orchestration security as his primary concern. The financial institutions he advises are at different stages of multi-system AI deployment, and he has developed a detailed picture of how orchestration vulnerabilities manifest as those deployments mature. The institutions I'm most worried about are the ones that are 3 to 4 years into multi-system deployment and have built significant orchestration complexity, he told me. They've been adding systems, adding integrations, building workflows. Each addition was individually reviewed and approved. Nobody did a comprehensive security review of the orchestration layer as a whole because nobody had that as a clear responsibility. The security review happened at the component level. The composition layer was assumed to be safe if the components were safe. That assumption is wrong. Thomas, returning to a theme from his earlier work on access governance, drew the parallel explicitly when we spoke about orchestration. It's the same disease, later in its course, he said. With access, the institution reviewed each grant and assumed the sum of safe grants was safe. With orchestration, they review each system and assume the sum of safe systems is safe. In both cases the error is identical. They govern the parts and assume the whole inherits the safety of the parts. It doesn't. Safety isn't additive. A composition of safe components can be catastrophically unsafe, because the danger lives in the relationships between the components, not in the components themselves. And nobody owns the relationships. Everybody owns a box on the diagram. The arrows between the boxes, that's where I spend all my time now, because the arrows are where the institutions aren't looking, and the arrows are where the orchestration lives. He described the specific scenario he treats as the most significant unaddressed risk in the institutions he advises. A workflow that processes external documents, supplier invoices, vendor proposals, external research reports, regulatory correspondence, as part of a legitimate business function is the entry point. The AI system that processes those documents has been granted orchestration authority over other systems because it needs to route processed information to multiple downstream systems. An adversary who understands this architecture can embed prompt injection content in a document submitted through a legitimate channel, directing the orchestrating system to take actions in downstream systems using the authority granted to that orchestration pathway. The prompt injection scenario through a legitimate document channel is, to me, the most underappreciated attack surface in the entire enterprise AI landscape, precisely because the channel is one the organization cannot simply close. Processing external documents is not an exotic edge case, it is core business. Invoices arrive. Proposals arrive. Regulatory correspondence arrives. The organization must process these, and increasingly it processes them with AI systems that hold orchestration authority because they need to route what they extract to downstream systems. The adversary does not need to breach anything. They need only submit a document through a channel the organization has invited them to use, that contains, woven into its content, instructions the processing system will mistake for its own. The attack arrives by the front door, in an envelope the organization opened on purpose, addressed to a system that cannot reliably tell the difference between the data it was meant to read and the instructions it was never meant to obey. The governance response to orchestration vulnerabilities requires a shift in how organizations think about authorization in multi-system AI environments. Traditional authorization frameworks evaluate permissions at the individual system level. This system is authorized to perform these operations on these resources. Orchestration security requires authorization frameworks that evaluate permissions at the composition level. This combination of systems, operating in this sequence, through this orchestration pathway, is authorized to produce this range of outcomes. Composition-level authorization frameworks are more complex to design and more difficult to implement than individual system authorization frameworks, because they require characterizing the space of actions that combinations of systems can take, a space that grows rapidly as the number of systems and the complexity of orchestration relationships increase. But the alternative, operating complex orchestration architectures with individual system authorization as the sole governance mechanism, leaves the composition-level action space ungoverned, and the ungoverned composition space is where the most significant orchestration vulnerabilities exist. The phrase composition space deserves to be made concrete, because its abstractness is part of why it goes ungoverned. Every additional system in an orchestrated environment does not merely add itself, it adds every combination of itself with what was already there, every sequence in which it can act before or after the others, every chain its authority can extend. The space of possible composed behaviors therefore does not grow with the number of systems. It explodes, combinatorially, far faster than any human review could enumerate. This is why composition-level governance is genuinely hard rather than merely neglected. The thing to be governed is not a list of systems but a space of behaviors too large to list, and a governance approach that tries to enumerate and approve each composed behavior will be defeated by the arithmetic before it begins. The organizations making progress here are not the ones enumerating faster. They are the ones who have accepted that the composition space cannot be enumerated and have shifted instead to governing its boundaries, constraining what any composition is permitted to do, rather than attempting to bless each composition individually. The first approach scales with the arithmetic and loses. The second constrains the arithmetic and has a chance. Most organizations have not yet built composition-level authorization frameworks. The technical requirements for doing so are understood by security researchers but have not been translated into standardized governance tools that non-specialist organizations can implement. The gap between the sophistication of the orchestration architectures that organizations are building and the sophistication of the governance frameworks they are applying to those architectures is one of the most significant unaddressed security vulnerabilities in the enterprise AI landscape. The reason composition-level governance lags so far behind is, I think, partly conceptual and partly organizational. Conceptually, it is genuinely harder. The space of compositions grows combinatorially, and characterizing it demands an analytical effort that individual system review never required. Organizationally, it falls between owners. Every system has a team. Every integration has a sponsor. The composition has no one, because it is not a thing anyone built so much as a thing that emerged from things many people built. And risks that belong to no one are the risks that organizations address last, not because they are least important but because the machinery of organizational attention runs on ownership, and the most dangerous layer of the modern AI deployment is precisely the layer that no one was ever made to own. Individually, every system was authorized. Individually, every action was within scope. Together, they did something that nobody authorized, not through any failure of any individual system, but through the logic of composition that the orchestration layer enabled. The authorization was granted in pieces. The action happened in combination. No one was looking at the combination.
Chapter 15. When compliance alert floods.
Anti-money laundering monitoring systems generate alerts. That is what they are designed to do: identify transactions, account activities, and behavioral patterns that are inconsistent with the established profile of the customer involved and flag them for human review. The alert is the product the system produces. The human review is the process that converts the alert into an assessment. The assessment is what the institution is required to document, act on if warranted, and report to authorities when the evidence crosses the relevant threshold. The pipeline I have just described, generate, review, assess, report, has a single point of finite capacity, and the entire technique of alert flooding is built around locating and overwhelming it. The detection stage scales. Software generates alerts as fast as transactions arrive, and adding capacity there is a matter of computation. The reporting stage scales reasonably well. The review stage does not scale, because review is judgment, and judgment is performed by trained humans whose number is fixed in any given quarter by budget and hiring and the simple unavailability of qualified people. This is the structural weakness, and it is not a weakness anyone designed. It is an inevitable consequence of a pipeline that runs automated generation into human judgment. Anywhere an automated stage feeds a human stage, the human stage is the bottleneck, and the bottleneck is the place an adversary attacks. Alert flooding is not clever in its conception. It is merely the recognition that the one part of the pipeline that cannot be scaled on command is the part made of people, and the people are therefore where you aim the flood. The system has worked, imperfectly but substantially, for several decades. The imperfections are well documented: false positive rates that require human review of large volumes of alerts that turn out to be innocuous, false negative rates that allow some genuinely suspicious activity to pass without detection, calibration challenges that produce different alert volumes for similar transaction patterns in different system configurations. These imperfections have been the subject of regulatory discussion, vendor development, and academic research for years. They represent the known failure modes of a system that, despite its imperfections, has contributed to the detection and prosecution of significant financial crime. AI-enabled compliance alert flooding is an attack on the review process rather than on the detection capability. The technique does not disable the monitoring system. It does not compromise the alert generation logic. It exploits the bottleneck between alert generation and human review, the finite capacity of compliance teams to process alerts at the volume the system generates to create conditions in which genuinely suspicious activity is buried beneath a volume of alert noise too large for the available human review capacity to clear. What makes this technique so insidious is that it does not attack a weakness. It attacks a strength. The high sensitivity of a monitoring system is not a flaw. It is a deliberate design choice, mandated in part by regulators who would rather an institution generate too many alerts than miss a reportable one. The alert flooding attack takes that virtue, the system's conscientious eagerness to flag anything suspicious, and turns it into the very mechanism of concealment. The more sensitive the system, the more effective the flood, because a more sensitive system can be induced to generate more noise with less effort. The institution cannot defend itself by becoming less sensitive without violating the regulatory expectation that produced the sensitivity in the first place. It is trapped between a regulator who demands eagerness and an adversary who weaponizes it, and the trap is not an accident. The adversary built it out of the institution's own compliance posture. The alert flooding technique works because most anti-money laundering monitoring systems are designed to have high sensitivity toward generating alerts rather than missing suspicious activity. High sensitivity is a regulatory priority. Institutions that miss reportable suspicious activity face significant regulatory consequences. The cost of the false positive, the alert that turns out to be benign, falls on the institution's compliance team, not on the regulatory framework. The regulatory incentive structure therefore systematically biases monitoring systems toward generating more alerts rather than fewer. There is a bitter irony in this bias that is worth naming plainly. The regulatory pressure toward high sensitivity was entirely well-intentioned and, for the threat it addressed, entirely correct. Institutions that missed reportable activity caused real harm, and tilting the systems toward over-alerting rather than under-alerting was the responsible choice. But every defensive posture creates the conditions for its own exploitation, and the high-sensitivity posture creates exactly the surplus of alerts that the flooding technique requires. The adversary does not have to overcome the institution's sensitivity. The adversary weaponizes it, using the institution's own conscientious over-alerting as the raw material of the flood. The very feature that regulators demanded to ensure nothing was missed becomes the feature that guarantees the genuine signal is missed, buried under the noise that the demand for sensitivity made inevitable. The defense was not wrong. It was simply turned, as defenses are, into the shape of the attack that exploits it. This bias creates the vulnerability. A sophisticated actor who understands the monitoring rules that the institution's system applies can generate transaction patterns that trigger high alert volumes, patterns that are individually innocuous but that match the characteristics the system flags as suspicious, while simultaneously conducting the genuinely suspicious activity they wish to obscure. The compliance team's limited review capacity is consumed by the generated alert volume. The genuine suspicious activity receives either delayed review or no review at all, because it is in the queue behind the generated noise. The queue is the whole vulnerability, and it is worth understanding why the queue exists at all. Between the generation of an alert and any consequence, a report filed, an account frozen, an investigation opened, sits a human review, because the law and good sense both require that consequential action rest on human judgment rather than on the raw output of a monitoring rule. That human review has finite capacity. It is the narrow point in the pipe, the place where the system's machine speed generation meets the institution's human speed assessment. The flood does not attack the generation and does not attack the assessment. It attacks the narrow point between them, drowning the finite human capacity in manufactured volume so that the genuine signal, though correctly generated and theoretically reviewable, simply never reaches a reviewer before the money has moved and the window has closed. The manual version of this technique has been described in financial crime literature for years. What AI capability adds is scale and precision. Generating transaction patterns that consistently trigger monitoring alerts without crossing the thresholds that would prompt immediate escalation requires an understanding of the monitoring system's logic that is difficult to develop and apply manually across large transaction volumes. AI systems can develop and apply that understanding at the scale required to create persistent, effective alert flooding with a fraction of the human capital that the manual version required. The manual version of alert flooding was, like so much in this section of the book, bounded by labor. Generating transaction patterns calibrated to trip the monitoring rules without crossing escalation thresholds required someone who understood those rules well enough to dance precisely along their edge, applied across enough transactions to produce real volume, and that someone was expensive, scarce, and themselves a liability, a human seam that an investigation could find. AI removes the labor and, with it, the seam. The understanding of the monitoring logic can be developed and applied automatically, at whatever scale the flood requires, by a system that never tires, never errs in the way a fatigued analyst errs, and leaves no human collaborator to be turned. What was a difficult, expensive, person-dependent operation becomes a configuration, and the configuration can run indefinitely. Raymond Osei, who appeared in Chapter 9, has been tracking the evolution of alert flooding techniques through the suspicious activity reports that flow through the financial intelligence systems he has access to. His observations provide a practitioner's view of how the technique is developing in the current environment. The early versions of what I'm describing were relatively crude, he told me. Small transactions, slightly below obvious thresholds, in patterns that triggered name screening alerts or geographic risk flags. Annoying, but the compliance teams learned to recognize the pattern and batch clear the obviously generated noise. The sophisticated versions I'm seeing now are different. The generated activity looks much more like genuine customer behavior. It's calibrated to the specific customer's transaction history. It doesn't stick out as anomalous relative to the customer profile. It sticks out as anomalous relative to the monitoring system's rules. Those are different things, and the difference is where the technique gets its effectiveness. He described the specific analytical challenge this creates. Standard alert review begins with a threshold question. Is this alert worth investigating? The review process applies experience and judgment to determine whether the activity that triggered the alert warrants further analysis or can be closed as a false positive. When the generated alerts are well calibrated to the customer profile, when they represent activity that is unusual relative to monitoring rules but not unusual relative to what the customer might plausibly be doing, the threshold question is harder to answer quickly, and the review time per alert increases, further straining the capacity available for the genuine cases in the queue. What I look for now, when I'm trying to separate generated noise from genuine activity, is coherence over time, Raymond said. Genuine customers have stories. Their transaction patterns reflect lives, businesses, relationships. Even when they're doing something suspicious, their suspicious activity is embedded in a context that makes sense for who they are. Generated patterns tend to lack that coherence. They have the right features individually, but they don't hang together as a story. The customer whose account suddenly generates 40 alerts in a month may have an explanation for each alert individually, but the 40 alerts together don't reflect a coherent picture of any plausible real customer. I pressed Raymond on this, because coherence is a difficult thing to operationalize, and I wanted to understand whether it could be more than a seasoned investigator's intuition. He conceded the difficulty and then said something that reframed it. You're right that I can't fully write it down, and that's a problem, because what you can't write down you can't scale, he said. But here's the thing I keep coming back to. Real customers are constrained by reality. A real business has suppliers it actually pays, customers who actually buy, a rhythm that reflects an actual operation in an actual world. The constraints leak into the data as coherence. The pieces fit because they were produced by a single underlying reality. Generated activity isn't constrained by a reality. It's constrained by a rule set. So it satisfies the rules beautifully and fits reality poorly, and the tell is the gap between those two. The 40 alerts each have an explanation. What they don't have is a life behind them. They're features without a person. And after enough years you can feel the absence of the person, even when you can't yet prove it. The challenge of the next decade is turning that feeling into something a system can check, before the generated activity gets good enough to fake a life too. Raymond returned to this idea more than once in our conversation, and it became clear that it was not a technique to him so much as a philosophy of the work. The genuine customer, even the genuinely criminal one, is embedded in a life, a business that buys and sells real things, relationships that recur, obligations that fall due, a history that constrains the present. Their activity, suspicious or not, hangs together as the activity of a particular someone, because it is. The generated flood has no such someone behind it. It is assembled to match the monitoring rules, feature by feature, and matching the rules is not the same as being a person. The fabricated alerts have the right shapes individually and no coherent life collectively. They are a costume assembled from correct details with no body inside. I stopped asking whether each alert makes sense, Raymond told me, and started asking whether all the alerts together describe anyone real. The fraud has good individual answers and no coherent self. Real people have a coherent self even when they can't explain a particular transaction. The coherence is the tell, because coherence is the one thing you can't generate by matching rules, since the rules were never what made a person coherent in the first place. The governance response to alert flooding requires institutions to rethink the one-dimensional metric alert volume and clearance rate that most compliance programs use to evaluate the effectiveness of their monitoring operations. A compliance program that is clearing 95% of its alerts on schedule may be operating exactly as it was designed to operate while completely failing to identify genuine suspicious activity that is buried in the generated noise. The clearance rate measures the program's throughput. It does not measure whether the alerts being cleared most quickly are the ones least likely to represent genuine suspicious activity. A more effective monitoring architecture evaluates alerts not just individually but in the context of the full alert environment, identifying patterns across alert populations that might indicate systematic generation, flagging accounts where alert timing or clustering is inconsistent with the account's established transaction history, and applying different prioritization logic to alerts that appear to be individually innocuous but collectively anomalous. This is the conceptual move that the next generation of monitoring will have to make, from evaluating alerts to evaluating the alert environment. A single alert answers the question, is this activity suspicious? The meta-question, is this pattern of alerts itself suspicious? Is invisible at the level of the individual alert and visible only across the population. An account that suddenly begins generating alerts in a clustered, rhythmic, rule-hugging pattern is exhibiting a meta-anomaly that no individual alert reveals, and that no review process organized around clearing alerts one at a time will ever surface. Detecting the flood requires looking at the shape of the alerts rather than the content of each one, a different analysis, requiring different infrastructure, aimed at a threat that most compliance programs have not yet named, let alone built to detect. Building and maintaining this kind of meta-alert analysis capability requires investment that most compliance programs have not prioritized, because the problem it addresses, the deliberate generation of monitoring alerts as a technique to obscure genuine suspicious activity, has not been recognized as a significant threat category at most institutions. The recognition is beginning to develop, but it is running behind the deployment of the AI capability that makes alert flooding newly accessible to actors who previously lacked the operational capacity to execute it at effective scale. The system generated the alerts. The team cleared the alerts. The reports showed high clearance rates and low outstanding volumes. By every metric the program tracked, the compliance function was performing well. The money moved, unreported, through the queue that the metrics said was under control.
AI red teams.
Red teaming, the practice of deploying a dedicated adversarial team to test organizational defenses by simulating attacks, has been a feature of military and intelligence security practice for decades. The concept migrated into corporate security practice as organizations recognized that the most effective way to understand the vulnerabilities of a defensive system was to attack it systematically with the techniques an actual adversary would use. A red team that finds a vulnerability before an adversary provides the organization with the opportunity to close it. A red team that finds only the vulnerabilities the defensive team already knew about provides limited value. The quality of a red team exercise is determined by the quality of the adversarial techniques. It applies the degree to which those techniques reflect the actual threat landscape rather than the threat landscape the defensive team has prepared for. The value of a red team has always lived in this gap between the threats an organization has prepared for and the threats that actually exist, and the gap is wider with AI than with almost anything that came before, for a reason worth stating directly. With conventional systems, the defensive team and the adversary share a roughly common understanding of the attack surface. Both know what a server is, what a credential is, what a network boundary is, and the contest is over execution within a shared model of the terrain. UL deployment breaks the shared model. The defensive team's mental map of its own AI environment, what it deployed, what it scoped, what it approved, is frequently and dramatically different from the actual environment an adversary would probe, because the actual environment includes all the inherited access, the emergent composition, the shared infrastructure reach that no deployment document records. The red team's job, in the AI context, is not merely to attack the defended terrain more cleverly than the defenders expect. It is to reveal that the terrain itself is not what the defenders think. It is to replace the map with the territory, which is often the single most valuable thing the exercise produces. AI red teaming has emerged as a distinct security discipline because the threat landscape that AI deployment creates requires adversarial testing techniques that differ substantially from those applied in traditional security assessments. Traditional penetration testing and red team exercises are designed to test technical controls, access management, and human behavior under social engineering conditions. They are not designed to test the specific vulnerabilities of all systems, the adversarial manipulation of model behavior, the exploitation of orchestration vulnerabilities, the aggregation risks created by broad AI access, or the alert flooding techniques that AI capability enables. The organizations that are taking AI security seriously are building red team capabilities that specifically target AI systems that apply adversarial techniques designed to reveal the specific failure modes of AI deployment rather than the general security posture of the organization. These capabilities require a combination of technical skills and domain knowledge that is not yet widely available in the security consulting market, and that most internal security teams have not yet developed. The scarcity of the necessary skills is worth dwelling on, because it shapes how this discipline will actually diffuse through the industry, and the picture is not encouraging in the near term. AI red teaming sits at the intersection of three competencies that rarely coexist in one person: deep technical understanding of how the models behave under adversarial pressure, security assessment discipline of the traditional penetration testing kind, and enough organizational knowledge to understand why a given information barrier exists and what its breach would mean. The first competency lives mostly in research. The second lives in security consulting. The third lives in the organizations themselves. The people who hold all three are few, they are expensive, and they are being recruited faster than they are being trained, which means that, for some years, the supply of genuine AI red team capability will lag well behind the demand, and the gap will be filled, as such gaps always are, partly by people who have one of the three competencies and claim all three. The core disciplines of effective AI red teaming cover four primary domains. The first is access architecture analysis, a systematic evaluation of what an UL system or suite of systems can access in combination, how the composition of those access rights compares to the access governance policies the organization maintains for human actors, and where the composition creates capabilities that no individual access grant was intended to enable. This analysis requires both technical access governance expertise and organizational knowledge sufficient to understand why specific information barriers were established and what risks their breach would create. The second domain is adversarial behavioral testing, the application of techniques designed to manipulate AI system behavior, including prompt injection, jailbreaking attempts, and the adversarial construction of inputs designed to produce outputs that circumvent intended safety and security controls. This discipline has developed rapidly in the security research community, and the techniques it has developed are available to sophisticated adversaries. Red teams that do not apply them in their assessments leave organizations with incomplete pictures of their AI system vulnerabilities. The third domain is orchestration vulnerability assessment, the specific analysis of how multisystem AI deployments interact, what composed capabilities emerge from those interactions, and where the orchestration architecture creates attack surfaces that do not exist in single system deployments. This domain is the newest of the four and the one where standardized assessment methodologies are least developed. Most red teams conducting orchestration assessments are developing their methodologies as they go, drawing on the security research literature and their own field experience to design evaluation approaches that have not yet been codified in industry standards. The immaturity of orchestration assessment methodology is not a temporary embarrassment to be apologized for. It is the honest state of a discipline confronting a problem faster than it can standardize its response. Every red team conducting a serious orchestration assessment today is, to some degree, improvising, drawing on the research literature, on hard-won field experience, and on a developing intuition for where composed systems fail, because the codified playbook that exists for traditional penetration testing simply does not yet exist for this. I note this not to undermine confidence in the discipline but to set expectations honestly. An organization commissioning an orchestration assessment should understand that it is buying judgment, not a checklist, and that the value of the assessment will depend heavily on the specific judgment of the specific people conducting it, which is exactly the situation that exists at the frontier of any field before its methods have matured into standards. This is an uncomfortable admission for a field that prizes rigor, and it is worth making honestly. In orchestration assessment, the methodology is still being invented, and the people inventing it are inventing it in the field, on live engagements, against real systems, without the comfort of established standards to fall back on. There is no mature checklist for orchestration vulnerability assessment the way there is for, say, network penetration testing. The practitioners doing this work are drawing on the research literature, on their own accumulated intuition, and on the hard-won pattern recognition of having seen a handful of these environments fail in instructive ways. This immaturity is not a reason to wait for the methodology to settle, because the orchestration architectures are not waiting. They are being built and expanded continuously, and the gap between their sophistication and the sophistication of the methods available to test them is the gap in which the most serious vulnerabilities currently live. The honest position is that the testing is necessary now, must be done with methods that are still maturing, and is far better done imperfectly today than perfectly after the architecture it should have tested has already failed. The fourth domain is monitoring evasion, testing the application of techniques designed to evaluate whether the monitoring systems protecting an AI deployment can be evaded by actors who understand those systems well enough to construct activity patterns that avoid triggering them. Alert flooding is one technique within this domain. Others include the calibration of AI-generated activity to specific customer profiles to avoid behavioral anomaly flags, and the structuring of multi-system interactions to avoid generating the cross-system patterns that more sophisticated monitoring architectures are designed to detect. James Okello, whose perspective on insider threat investigation appeared in Chapter 6, has expanded his work into AI red team exercises over the past 2 years. His field experience gives him a particular vantage point on the gap between what organizations believe their AI security posture is and what adversarial testing reveals it to be. The consistent finding, across almost every AI red team I've participated in, is that organizations underestimate their access exposure, he told me. They know what they deployed. They don't know what they've built. The deployment is documented. The emergent access architecture, what you can actually reach if you know how to query the right systems in the right sequence, is not documented anywhere, because nobody assembled it as a whole picture. The red team assembles it for them. It's usually the first time anyone at the organization has seen it laid out. I asked James to describe the moment when an organization first sees its true access architecture laid out, because he had clearly witnessed it many times. His description was vivid. "There's a particular silence," he said. "I've come to recognize it. We present the map, here's everything this system can actually reach, assembled across every grant and every piece of shared infrastructure, and there's a pause while the senior people in the room absorb that the picture in front of them does not match the picture they've been carrying in their heads. Sometimes someone laughs, the nervous kind. Sometimes someone gets defensive and starts asking how we could possibly know this, which is really a way of asking us to make it not be true. But the most common reaction is just quiet. The same quiet you get when you show someone a photograph of something they've been describing inaccurately for years. They're not arguing. They're revising. And you can almost watch them recalculate every assumption they'd built on the picture they had before." He described the specific finding that appears most consistently across diverse organizational environments: AI systems with access to information categories that their technical deployment documentation does not reflect, because the access was provisioned through shared infrastructure, shared data lakes, shared API gateways, shared identity directories rather than through explicit grants to the specific AI system. The technical deployment team documented the explicit grants. The shared infrastructure access was provisioned in a different process, by a different team, for a different purpose, and never connected to the AI system's access profile in any document that anyone thought to review. "We call it inherited access," he said. "The system inherits access through infrastructure it shares with other systems that were intended to have that access. The share is operational, it's how the infrastructure works, not intentional from a security standpoint. The security review looked at the explicit grants. Nobody looked at what the system could reach through the shared infrastructure. The red team looks at what the system can reach, period. And the two pictures are usually very different." The concept of inherited access that James names is, in my experience, the single most consistent finding across AI security assessments, and it is consistent because it follows directly from how enterprise infrastructure is actually built. Systems share things: data lakes, API gateways, identity directories, service accounts, because sharing is efficient and the infrastructure was designed for efficiency, not for the isolation of any particular system's access. A security review that examines the explicit grants to a system examines the access someone deliberately gave it. It does not examine the access the system acquired by sitting on shared infrastructure alongside other systems that were meant to have it. The explicit grant is a decision. The inherited access is a side effect of architecture, provisioned by a different team, in a different process, for a different purpose, and connected to the system's security profile in no document that anyone ever reviewed. The red team finds it because the red team asks the only question that matters operationally. Not what was this system given, but what can this system reach? The distinction James draws between what was deployed and what can be reached is the entire difference between the documented organization and the real one, and watching leaders absorb it is, he told me, a consistent experience across every engagement. There is usually a moment, partway through the readout, when someone senior stops the presentation to dispute a finding, certain that the system in question could not possibly reach the data the red team has demonstrated it reaching, because the deployment was scoped specifically to exclude it. And the red team walks them through it, not through the scoped grant, which did exclude the data exactly as the leader remembers, but through the shared data lake, the inherited service account, the API relationship provisioned by another team for another system, none of which appeared in the deployment document because none of them were part of the deployment. The access was real and the exclusion was real, simultaneously, and the simultaneity is the finding. The hardest part of the job isn't finding the access, James said. It's convincing people that the access they're certain doesn't exist is the access I'm currently standing inside. The value proposition of AI red teaming is straightforward but depends on organizations accepting a finding that many are reluctant to accept, that the old deployment they believe they have built is not the AI deployment they actually have. The gap between the intended deployment and the actual deployment is where the vulnerabilities live, and closing that gap requires first being willing to see it accurately. Organizations that commission AI red team exercises with the expectation of confirmation that the assessment will find limited vulnerabilities and validate the security posture they believe they have tend to receive limited value from those exercises, because the defensive team's preparation for the assessment inadvertently constrains the assessment scope to areas the defensive team has already considered. The assessments that produce significant security improvements are the ones commissioned with genuine openness to findings that will be uncomfortable, that will require changes to deployed systems, revisions to access architectures, and acknowledgements to senior leadership that the UL environment security posture is materially different from what was reported. Building that organizational openness is a leadership challenge before it is a technical one. The technical capability to conduct effective AI red team assessments exists, even if the methodologies are still maturing. The organizational willingness to act on what those assessments reveal to prioritize governance and access remediation over deployment velocity is the rate-limiting factor at most organizations that have not yet experienced a significant AI security incident. The dependence on organizational openness is the part of AI red teaming that no amount of technical sophistication can overcome, and it is worth being clear-eyed about why. The technical findings of a serious assessment are, almost by definition, unwelcome. They reveal that the deployment the organization believed it had built is not the deployment it actually has, that access it thought was bounded is not, that systems it considered governed are not. An organization that commissioned the assessment hoping for validation will receive findings it is institutionally motivated to minimize, and the easiest way to minimize uncomfortable findings is to constrain the assessment scope, dispute its methods, or quietly decline to act on its conclusions. The assessments that produce real security improvement are the ones commissioned by leaders who genuinely want to know what they have built, even when knowing is unpleasant, and that willingness is a property of leadership, not of tooling, which is why it remains the rate-limiting factor regardless of how good the red teams become. A red team's job is to be the adversary before the adversary arrives. The organizations that take that job seriously enough to let the red team tell them things they don't want to hear are the ones that learn on their own timeline. The rest learn on the adversaries.
The investigators fight back, deconstructing the algorithm.
The investigator's fundamental task has always been reconstruction, taking the evidence available after an event and building a coherent account of what happened, how it happened, and who was responsible. The reconstruction begins with artifacts, documents, records, communications, financial transactions, access logs. It proceeds through analysis, finding the patterns in the artifacts that reveal the sequence of events the investigation is trying to explain. It concludes with a narrative, a coherent account of events that the evidence supports and that satisfies the standards required for the investigative purpose, whether that purpose is organizational action, regulatory sanction, or criminal prosecution. The narrative is not a decoration on the investigation. It is the investigation's product, the form in which its findings become usable. A prosecutor needs a story a jury can follow. A board needs an account it can act on. A regulator needs a sequence of events with responsibility attached. The investigator who assembles flawless evidence but cannot form it into a coherent account has not finished the job, because the account is the translation of scattered artifacts into a humanly intelligible explanation of what occurred and who bears responsibility. This is why AI-driven incidents are so disorienting to skilled investigators. The disorientation is not at the level of evidence gathering, where their skills still largely apply, but at the level of narrative, where the events refuse to assume the shape that narrative requires. There is no protagonist to anchor the story, no motive to make the sequence intelligible, no decisive moment to build toward. The investigator can gather everything and still find that the gathered material will not become a story, because the events were never a story to begin with. They were a process, and a process narrated as a story is a story that lies about its subject. AI-driven security incidents require investigators to reconstruct events that were not produced by human decision-making sequences, events in which the relevant choices were made by systems, through processing that does not correspond to the human cognitive sequence that traditional investigative frameworks are designed to reconstruct. The investigator who approaches an AI-driven incident with the traditional reconstruction methodology, find the human, trace the decision sequence, build the narrative, will not fail entirely, because human decisions were made somewhere in the chain, the decisions to deploy the system, to configure it, to grant it access. But those decisions may be far removed from the specific harmful outcome the investigation is examining, connected to it through chains of automated processing that the traditional methodology is not designed to trace. Deconstructing the algorithm, building the investigative methodology for AI-driven security incidents is the defining challenge for the investigative profession in the current decade. The investigators who develop effective approaches to it will be able to address a category of risk that is growing rapidly in significance. Those who do not will find an increasing share of the significant security events in their environments beyond the reach of their investigative capability. I want to be candid about the stakes for the profession itself, because they are higher than a methodological adjustment. Investigation is a craft with a long apprenticeship, a body of accumulated wisdom, and a deep professional identity built around the reconstruction of human decision-making. The investigators who develop that craft are, rightly, proud of it, and the temptation when the ground shifts is to insist that the old craft still suffices, that an AI-driven incident is, at bottom, just another case with a human somewhere at the root. There is a grain of truth in that insistence, which is what makes it dangerous. There is always a human somewhere, the one who deployed, configured, or granted access. But that human is often so far removed from the harmful outcome, separated from it by so many layers of automated processing, that finding them and examining their judgment explains almost nothing about what actually occurred. The craft must extend itself toward the algorithm, or it will find a growing share of consequential cases simply beyond its reach, not because the investigators lack skill, but because their skill is pointed at the wrong layer. The first element of algorithm deconstruction is access architecture mapping, establishing, with precision, what the AI system involved in an incident could access at the time the incident occurred. This sounds straightforward but is, in practice, one of the most challenging investigative tasks that AI-related cases present. Access architecture documentation is typically incomplete, fragmented across multiple teams, and rarely assembled as a coherent whole. The inherited access problem James Okello described in the previous chapter is a consistent feature of the investigative landscape. The system's actual access profile differs from any documented access grant because it includes access derived from shared infrastructure, inherited service account credentials, and API relationships that were provisioned for different systems and extended to the subject system through operational convenience rather than security analysis. Mapping the actual access architecture requires the investigator to examine not just what the system was explicitly granted but what it could reach given the infrastructure it shared, the service accounts it operated under, and the API relationships it participated in. This examination typically requires technical expertise that most investigators who have come from legal or compliance backgrounds do not have, and organizational cooperation from technology teams who may not initially recognize the security significance of the infrastructure relationships the investigator is asking about. The organizational friction here is as real as the technical difficulty, and investigators who come from legal or compliance backgrounds are often unprepared for it. To map a system's true access, the investigator must ask technology teams about shared infrastructure, inherited credentials, and API relationships, and those teams frequently do not understand why an investigator is asking, because from their operational standpoint the relationships are mundane plumbing, not security-relevant facts. The investigator is asking about a side door. The infrastructure team sees only a hallway they walk through every day without thinking. Bridging that gap requires the investigator to explain a security significance that the technology team has never had occasion to consider, and to do so without the technical fluency that would make the explanation land easily. The access map, in practice, is assembled as much through patient cross-functional translation as through technical analysis, and the translation is the part that the traditional investigative training does not prepare anyone for. The Access Architecture Map, once assembled, provides the investigative foundation, a precise characterization of the information environment the system could see. From that foundation, the investigation can proceed to the second analytical task, characterizing what the system is likely to have processed and what understanding it is likely to have developed from that processing. The processing characterization step is the most technically demanding element of algorithm deconstruction, because it requires the investigator to develop a model of what an AI system has learned or understood from the information it has accessed, a question that the system's operators may not be able to answer precisely, and that requires analytical techniques that are not yet standard in investigative practice. This is the frontier of the discipline, and it is worth being clear that it is a frontier, that the techniques Keiko and a handful of others are developing are genuinely new, not refinements of existing practice but a different kind of investigation aimed at a different kind of object. The traditional investigator examines artifacts left by an actor and infers the actor's actions. The processing characterization investigator examines an actor that is still present, still operational, still answerable, and interrogates it directly. Treats the system not as a crime scene to be read but as a subject to be questioned. The shift is as profound as it sounds. It means the central skill of the new investigation is not forensic reconstruction but a kind of structured interrogation of a non-human witness, conducted through queries designed to map the boundaries of what the witness knows. No investigative curriculum teaches this yet. The practitioners developing it are, in effect, writing the first textbook in real time, on cases that cannot wait for the textbook to be finished, and the gap between the cases that need this skill and the investigators who possess it is one of the widest in the entire field. Keiko Tanaka, whose perspective on the aggregation vector appeared in Chapter 8, has spent the past year developing practical methodology for processing characterization in investigative contexts. Her approach combines access architecture analysis with adversarial querying, using the same system involved in the investigation, or a representative configuration of it, to probe what it knows by asking questions designed to reveal the boundaries and depth of its understanding. The system tells you what it knows if you ask it the right questions, she told me. That sounds obvious, but it's actually a methodology. You don't ask the system to describe its knowledge, it can't do that accurately. You ask it specific questions about specific topics and you evaluate the quality, specificity, and accuracy of its answers. High quality, specific, accurate answers on a topic tell you that the system has processed substantial material on that topic. Vague or inaccurate answers tell you it hasn't. You build a map of the system's knowledge through systematic adversarial querying, the same way you'd map a human source's knowledge through skilled interviewing. I found Keiko's framing of adversarial querying as a form of interviewing genuinely clarifying, and I asked her to extend the analogy. She did, with evident enthusiasm. A good interviewer doesn't ask a source to summarize what they know. You'd never get an accurate answer, partly because the source can't accurately introspect and partly because they have reasons to shade it, she said. Instead you ask specific, probing questions and you read the quality of the answers. Where they're fluent and precise, they know the territory. Where they get vague or start hedging, you've found an edge of their knowledge. You're not trusting their self-report. You're mapping their knowledge through the texture of their responses. The system is the same. It cannot tell you what it knows. Ask it directly and you get a confident, useless generalization. But ask it specific questions across a topic and grade the answers, and the shape of its knowledge emerges from the gradient between the precise answers and the vague ones. The difference is that the system never lies to protect itself and never gets tired, which makes it, in some ways, a better interview subject than any human source I ever worked. It just answers, as well as it can, every time. You only have to know how to ask. She described the specific technique she has found most useful for identifying high-risk knowledge concentrations, areas where the system.
Chapter 18. AI versus corruption.
Has developed understanding that reflects cross-functional synthesis from sources that should not be combinable. I look for answers that require connections across information silos, she said. If I ask a question about a strategic partnership and the system's answer reflects accurate knowledge of both the legal structure of the arrangement and the financial modeling that underlies it, and those two pieces of information lived in separate repositories with different access controls, I know the system is connecting across a boundary it was not supposed to connect across. The connection tells me what the access architecture map already suggested, that the information barrier between legal and finance didn't extend to the AI system's access. The technique Keiko describes probing for answers that require connections across silos is powerful precisely because it inverts the system's design against itself for investigative purposes. The system was deployed to synthesize across barriers. That synthesis was its value. But that same capacity to synthesize is, for the investigator, the readable evidence of which barriers it crossed. When the system answers a question in a way that fuses the legal structure of an arrangement with a financial modeling beneath it, two things that lived in separate repositories behind separate controls, the answer is not merely informative about the arrangement. It is informative about the system, demonstrating in a single response that the barrier the organization believed it maintained did not, in fact, constrain the system's access. The synthesis the organization paid for becomes the confession the investigation needs, and the system delivers it readily, because surfacing such connections is exactly what it was built to do. Keiko was careful, when she described this technique to me, to distinguish what it proves from what it merely indicates, and the distinction matters for anyone who would use it. A system's ability to connect legal and financial information does not, by itself, prove that any specific harmful disclosure occurred. It proves that the disclosure was possible, that the barrier the organization believed it maintained did not in fact constrain the system. That is an enormous finding on its own. Most organizations do not know which of their barriers their old systems silently cross, but it is a finding about capability, not about a specific event. To move from capability to event, the investigator must combine the processing characterization with the query logs and the access map, asking not only what the system could connect but whether anyone asked it to, and to what end. The processing map tells you the gun was loaded and pointed, Keiko said. It doesn't tell you it was fired. For that you need the other evidence. But knowing the gun was loaded and pointed, in a room where everyone assumed it was locked in a safe, is usually the moment the investigation actually begins. The third element of algorithm deconstruction is timeline analysis adapted for AI-driven events, reconstructing the sequence of processing, query, and output that produce the harmful outcome the investigation is examining. This reconstruction differs from traditional timeline analysis because the relevant events are not human actions but system operations. When specific data was accessed, when specific processing occurred, when outputs were generated, and when those outputs reached the human actors who acted on them. Most enterprise AI deployments do not generate logs at the level of granularity required for this reconstruction. They generate records of queries and responses, and in some cases records of external actions the system initiated. They do not generate detailed records of the system's internal processing, what was accessed, when, in what combination, and in response to what computational sequence. The investigator examining an AI-driven incident is typically working with logs that describe inputs and outputs without describing the processing that connected them. The investigative response to this logging gap is twofold. In the immediate term, investigators must work with the available evidence, using the access architecture map and the processing characterization to construct a plausible account of what processing occurred, even without direct evidence of each step. In the medium term, investigators should advocate for logging standards that would provide the evidence base for more precise reconstruction standards that require all systems to generate logs of sufficient granularity to support the investigative needs that incidents involving those systems will create. The medium-term advocacy point is as important as the immediate investigative methodology. Most of the logging gaps that investigators encounter in current AI-related cases result from logging architectures that were designed before the security community recognized the investigative needs that AI deployment would create. Updating those architectures, advocating for logging standards that reflect current investigative requirements, is a contribution that the investigative community is uniquely positioned to make, because investigators are the practitioners who encounter those gaps most directly and who understand most precisely what evidence would be required to close them. The advocacy point is not a digression from investigation. It is one of the discipline's highest contributions in this period, and I want to insist on its importance. Most of the logging gaps that frustrate AI-related investigations exist because the logging was designed before anyone understood what investigating these systems would require. The people best positioned to specify what evidence future investigations will need are the investigators encountering its absence today. They are running directly into the walls, and they know precisely where the walls are. If they treat each gap merely as a local obstacle to work around, the gaps persist and every future investigation inherits them. If they treat the gaps as design feedback articulating, to the people who build and deploy these systems, exactly what logging would have made the case tractable, they can close the gaps for the entire profession that follows. The investigator who learns to read the available evidence serves the present case. The investigator who also documents what evidence should exist serves every case that has not yet happened. Deconstructing the algorithm is not easier than reconstructing a human decision sequence. In some ways it is harder, because the algorithm leaves fewer traces and those traces require more specialized interpretation. But it is not impossible. The system's outputs are evidence. The system's access is evidence. The system's behavior under adversarial querying is evidence. The investigator who learns to read that evidence is equipped for the cases that define the next decade. Corruption is the security problem that scales with complexity. In simple organizational environments, small teams, limited resources, transparent processes, corruption is difficult to sustain because there are few places to hide it and relatively few people who need to be compromised for it to operate. In complex organizational environments, large institutions, intricate financial structures, multi-layered approval processes with distributed accountability, corruption finds the gaps. The oversight gaps, the accountability gaps, the documentation gaps that organizational complexity inevitably creates. Complexity does not cause corruption. It provides the conditions in which corruption can persist. This is a distinction I have had to defend more than once, because it is tempting to treat complexity itself as the villain and simplicity as the cure. But complexity is not optional in a large institution. It is the price of doing complicated things at scale, and an institution cannot simplify its way out of the legitimate intricacy that its operations require. The relationship between complexity and corruption is not causal but permissive. Complexity does not generate the corrupt impulse, but it generates the shadows in which the corrupt impulse can hide and persist undetected. The implication is important for how we think about the remedy. If complexity caused corruption, the answer would be to reduce complexity, which is largely impossible. Because complexity merely permits corruption, by exceeding the oversight capacity available to scrutinize it, the answer is to expand the oversight capacity until it matches the complexity, which is exactly what AI-enabled analysis, used well, begins to make possible. The problem was never that institutions were too complex. It was that their complexity outran the analytical capacity available to police it, and for the first time that capacity is catching up. AI deployment increases organizational complexity in specific ways that create new gaps, and simultaneously provides investigative tools that can find corruption in gaps that human investigators could not effectively search. The dual nature of AI's relationship to corruption is the subject of this chapter, the ways in which AI deployment creates new opportunities for corrupt actors, and the ways in which AI investigative capability is beginning to make corruption that has historically been difficult or impossible to detect tractable to systematic analysis. The tension between these two dimensions, AI as corruptor enabler and AI as corruption detector, defines the most consequential investigative development of the current period. The investigators and institutions that develop effective AI-enabled corruption detection capability will have a meaningful advantage in a domain where the traditional investigative approaches have been chronically under-resourced and systematically outpaced by the complexity of the environments they were trying to analyze. Corruption has always been, in a precise sense, a complexity arbitrage. The corrupt actor does not defeat oversight by overpowering it. They exploit the gap between the complexity of the environment and the capacity of the people charged with watching it. In a simple environment, that gap is small and corruption struggles to survive. In a complex environment, many entities, many transactions, many approvals distributed across many decision-makers, the gap is wide, and the corrupt structure hides inside the part of the complexity that exceeds the investigator's reach. For most of history, the investigator's reach was fixed by the limits of human attention, while the complexity of the environments grew without limit, which meant the arbitrage opportunity widened steadily, decade over decade, in the corrupt actor's favor. The dual nature of AI in this domain is that it is the first development in a very long time that changes the investigator's reach rather than merely the criminal's opportunity. The most significant way in which AI deployment creates new corruption opportunities is through the concentration of consequential authority in system configurations that are not subject to the same accountability frameworks as human decisions. When a human procurement officer approves a contract, the approval is documented, attributed, and subject to audit. When an old system configured to evaluate supplier proposals applies evaluation criteria that have been subtly manipulated by a corrupt actor who had access to the configuration process, the approval occurs through a process that looks objective, algorithmic evaluation, consistent criteria application, but reflects the corrupt manipulation that produced the configuration. This configuration corruption pattern is difficult to detect because the corruption is embedded in the system's design rather than in any specific decision the system makes. Every individual decision the system makes may be internally consistent with its configuration. The corruption is in the configuration itself, in the weighting of criteria, the definition of thresholds, the selection of evaluation factors, and detecting it requires comparing the configuration to what the configuration should be, which requires independent expertise and authority that most organizations do not routinely apply to AI system configurations. Configuration corruption is, in a sense, the perfect crime for the agentic era, and it is worth understanding why it is so much harder to detect than its human equivalent. When a corrupt human approves a contract, the corruption lives in a decision, and decisions can be audited. You can examine the choice, compare it to the criteria, ask why this supplier and not that one. When the corruption lives in a system's configuration, there is no decision to audit. There is only a system applying its criteria consistently, decision after decision, every one of them internally defensible, all of them subtly skewed by a weighting that was set, once, by someone whose interests the skew was designed to serve. The individual decisions are clean. The pattern is clean, because the bias is consistent. The corruption is upstream of everything an audit would examine, embedded in the parameters rather than expressed in any choice, and visible only to someone with the technical depth to evaluate the configuration itself and the independence to do so without deference to the parties who built it. Most organizations have neither, and the few that have the expertise rarely apply the independence, because the experts who understand the configuration are usually the experts who built it. The configuration corruption vulnerability is compounded by the opacity of all system configurations. The decision logic of most enterprise AI systems is not transparently documented in ways that allow non-technical reviewers to evaluate whether the configuration reflects genuine analytical best practice or has been shaped by interests other than the organization's. The procurement officer's approval is auditable. The AI system's configuration is, in most cases, auditable only by technical experts who understand the system well enough to evaluate the configuration's appropriateness, experts who may or may not be independent of the parties whose interests the configuration was designed to serve. The independence problem buried in that last clause is the part of configuration corruption that I find most quietly alarming, because it has no clean technical solution. To evaluate whether an old system's configuration has been subtly shaped to serve an interest other than the organization's, you need someone who can read the configuration, and the people who can read it are, by necessity, technical experts deep enough in the system to understand its decision logic. But that same depth tends to make them the people who built it, work alongside those who built it, or depend professionally on those who built it. The reviewer with the competence to detect the manipulation is frequently the reviewer with the least independence from the parties who might have committed it. Traditional financial controls solved the analogous problem long ago by separating duties and inserting independent audit. The AI configuration has not yet been brought under any comparable regime, which means that in most organizations the most consequential layer, the configuration that silently governs thousands of ostensibly objective decisions, is reviewed, if at all, by people who are structurally poorly positioned to find what would most need finding. On the detection side, AI investigative capability is beginning to transform the analysis of complex financial relationships in ways that make corruption detection tractable at scales and in environments where it was previously beyond practical investigative reach. The specific capability that has the most significant implications for corruption investigation is the ability to analyze large-scale relationship networks, the connections between individuals, entities, transactions, and decisions that constitute the infrastructure of complex corruption schemes. Traditional corruption investigations were bounded by the capacity of human analysts to process relationship data. They could examine the relationships that were documented, trace the connections that were visible in the records, and identify the anomalies that were large enough to stand out in the data volumes that human analysis could handle. The relationships that were too numerous, too subtle, or too distributed across too many data sources to be visible in human-managed analysis were effectively invisible to the investigation. AI analysis of relationship networks has begun to change this constraint. Systems capable of processing large volumes of transactional, communicative, and structural data simultaneously can identify relationship patterns that human analysts would not find within practical investigative timescales. Patterns of vendor selection that correlate with personal relationships that appear only in social data. Procurement timing patterns that align with financial events in the personal accounts of decision-makers in ways that no individual transaction would reveal. Approval. Patterns across multiple decision-makers that suggest coordination invisible in any single decision-maker's record. This last capability, detecting coordination that is invisible in any individual record, is the one that genuinely changes the investigative frontier, and it does so because coordinated corruption was historically protected by exactly the distribution that AI analysis can now penetrate. A corrupt scheme spread across many decision-makers, each contributing a small, individually defensible action, was nearly impossible for human investigators to detect, because no single person's record contained enough of the pattern to raise suspicion. The corruption existed only in the correlation across records, and the correlation across records was precisely what human-scale analysis could not compute. Distributing the scheme was the defense. AI analysis attacks the defense directly. It can hold all the records at once and surface the correlation that no individual record reveals, turning the very distribution that protected the scheme into the structure that exposes it, provided, always, that an investigator with judgment is there to separate the meaningful correlations from the innocent ones, of which large organizations produce a great many. Victor Almeida, whose perspective on AI decision governance appeared in Chapter 13, has been working with law enforcement and regulatory agencies on AI-enabled corruption investigation methodology. His field experience gives him a practitioner's view of both the capability and its current limitations.
Chapter 19. The Corporate Security System.
The relationship network analysis capability is real and it's powerful, he told me. We've identified corruption patterns in cases where we had all the relevant data available for years and traditional analysis never found the signal. The data was there. The pattern was there. Human analysts working within practical time and resource constraints simply couldn't see it across the full dataset. The AI analysis found it in days. He was careful to contextualize the capability against its current limitations. The challenge is not finding patterns, he said. The challenge is distinguishing patterns that indicate corruption from patterns that have innocent explanations. Relationship networks in large organizations are complex. Lots of things correlate for innocuous reasons. The system finds correlations. The investigator has to evaluate whether the correlations are meaningful. That evaluation requires judgment, organizational knowledge, and investigative experience that the system doesn't have. The system generates leads. The investigator pursues them. The leads are better than what we had before. They're not a replacement for investigation. I asked Victor to say more about the failure mode he was guarding against the organization that buys the capability and expects it to do the work. He was emphatic. The seductive thing about relationship network analysis is that it produces output that looks like conclusions, he said. It hands you a cluster, a correlation, a pattern, and it's tempting especially for leadership that paid for the system, to treat the output as a finding. It isn't a finding. It's a lead. The system found that these two things correlate. It has no idea whether they correlate because one person corruptly steered contracts to their brother-in-law or because two divisions happen to use the same regional supplier for entirely innocent reasons. Distinguishing those requires walking the lead down, pulling the documents, understanding the context, exercising the judgment the machine doesn't have. Organizations that skip that step do one of two terrible things. They either act on correlations that have innocent explanations and destroy people who did nothing wrong, or they generate so many unwalked leads that the whole thing collapses under its own volume and gets abandoned. The capability is real. But it multiplies the need for investigators. It doesn't replace them. Anyone who sells it as a replacement is selling something that will eventually hurt someone. Victor returned to this point with the insistence of someone who has watched it be misunderstood, because the misunderstanding is consequential. The seductive error, he explained, is to treat the AI's lead generation as if it were conclusion generation, to mistake a flagged correlation for a finding, and to act on the flag as though the analysis were finished when it has barely begun. The correlations the system surfaces are real, and many of them are innocent. The system cannot tell the difference, because telling the difference requires exactly the contextual judgment the system does not have. An organization that fires the people whose correlations the system flags, without the investigative work that distinguishes the meaningful correlations from the coincidental ones, will destroy careers on the strength of statistics and, worse, will learn nothing, because it will never develop the investigative capability that the leads were supposed to feed. The system makes investigators more powerful, Victor said. It does not make investigation optional. The institutions that understand that will catch corruption they never could have caught before. The ones that think the system replaces the investigator will generate a great many accusations and very little justice, and they'll do it faster than ever, which is the worst possible combination. The investigative model he describes all system generating leads at scale, experienced investigators evaluating and pursuing the most significant, represents a genuine advance in anti-corruption capability, but it requires organizations to invest in both the technical capability and the investigative human capital to use it effectively. Organizations that invest in the technical capability without investing in the investigative human capital end up with systems that generate leads nobody pursues. Organizations that invest in investigative capability without the technical analysis end up with experienced investigators working data volumes that exceed their analytical reach. The effective combination is both. The anti-corruption implications extend to international contexts where AI-enabled relationship analysis is beginning to reveal corruption patterns in procurement, contracting, and regulatory enforcement that were previously invisible to the investigators and institutions responsible for addressing them. The scale of the analytical capability, the ability to process entire national procurement records against personal financial data and relationship networks simultaneously represents an investigative advance that, where the legal and institutional framework support its application, has the potential to substantially change the detection landscape for large-scale institutional corruption. The conditional in that sentence, where the legal and institutional framework support its application, carries more weight than its placement suggests, and it would be dishonest to let the chapter close on technological optimism without it. The analytical capability to detect large-scale institutional corruption is, increasingly, available. Whether it gets applied depends on a tangle of legal authority, data access, institutional will, and political insulation that technology does not provide and frequently cannot influence. The same capability that lets an honest anti-corruption body see patterns it never could before lets a captured one surveil its rivals, and the difference between those uses is not technical but institutional. The tool changes what is possible to detect. It does not change whether the institutions responsible for detection are themselves honest, independent, and willing to act, and in the environments where corruption is most entrenched, those are precisely the conditions least likely to hold. The frontier has moved. Whether anyone is permitted to stand on it is a separate question, and a harder one. Corruption found the gaps. The gaps are getting harder to maintain, not because the corrupt actors are less sophisticated, but because the analytical tools available to investigators are beginning to match the complexity of the environments where corruption hides. The question is whether the institutions responsible for using those tools are building the capability to use them before the corrupt actors adapt. Corporate security programs were designed for a world in which the primary security challenge was governing human behavior within organizational boundaries. They were built around 4 foundational capabilities: access management, behavioral monitoring, investigation, and incident response. Access management determined who was permitted to do what within the organization's information and physical environments. Behavioral monitoring identified deviations from expected behavior that might indicate misconduct or compromise. Investigation examined specific incidents or suspicious patterns in sufficient depth to establish what had occurred and who was responsible. Incident response contained damage, restored normal operations, and implemented remediation to prevent recurrence. Each of these capabilities was calibrated, over decades of practice, to the specific characteristics of the threat environment it was designed to address. Human actors operating within human behavioral patterns, leaving human-readable evidence trails, and subject to the human institutional pressures, regulatory, legal, reputational, that created accountability for misconduct. The security program was a human system governing human behavior, and its tools, processes, and analytical frameworks reflected that fundamental orientation. UL deployment has not made these capabilities obsolete. It has changed the threat environment in which they operate in ways that require each capability to be substantially extended, not replaced, but expanded to address categories of risk they were not originally designed to handle. The corporate security program of the next decade must govern not only human behavior within organizational boundaries, but the behavior of the AI systems that organizations are deploying across those boundaries, with the same rigor, the same analytical depth, and the same accountability frameworks that govern their human workforce. I want to state the organizing principle of this chapter as plainly as I can, because it is simple to say and difficult to do. An organization that governs its less capable actors rigorously and its more capable actors not at all has its priorities exactly inverted. The human employee, subject to background checks, role-based access, periodic review, and behavioral monitoring, is the less capable actor bounded by a single role, a human memory, a working day. The AI system, subject to none of that, is the more capable actor, broader in access, faster in processing, continuous in operation, and unconstrained by the friction that causes humans to hesitate. To apply decades of governance discipline to the bounded human actor while exempting the unbounded machine actor is not a minor inconsistency. It is a governance program aimed in the wrong direction, lavishing its rigor on the actor that poses less risk and waving through the actor that poses more, and the first task of an adequate security program is simply to turn that priority right side up. I have framed the entire prescription of this chapter around a single demand, and I want to state it as plainly as I can, because its plainness is the point. The demand is parity, that the AI systems operating across the enterprise be governed with the same seriousness as the human employees operating beside them. This sounds modest, even obvious, and the modesty is exactly what makes its absence so striking. Organizations that subject a new human hire to background checks, role-based access provisioning, quarterly entitlement review, behavioral monitoring, and a clear chain of accountability will deploy an AI system with broader access than that human will ever hold, subject to none of these controls. And experience no dissonance in doing so because the human registers as an actor to be governed and the system registers as a tool to be used. The whole argument of this book can be compressed into the claim that this categorization is wrong, that the more capable actor is the one currently ungoverned, and that the remedy is not novel or exotic but simply the extension of disciplines the organization already practices, applied at last to the actor that most needs them. The extension of access management to all systems requires treating AI systems as organizational actors whose access profiles must be defined, documented, and reviewed with the same discipline that applies to human actors. This means defining access for AI systems based on the principle of least privilege, granting only the access necessary for the system's intended function, not the access that would maximize its analytical utility. It means documenting UL system access in the same access governance frameworks that document human access. It means including AI system access profiles in the periodic reviews that identify and revoke access no longer needed. And it means extending information barrier compliance, the regulatory and competitive sensitivity controls that prevent inappropriate access to certain categories of information to the service accounts through which AI systems operate. None of this is technically complex. All of it requires organizational commitment to treat AI systems as actors subject to access governance rather than as tools exempt from it. The commitment is the constraint, not the capability. Organizations that have invested significant resources in human access governance and none in extending those frameworks to AI systems have created a structural inconsistency. Rigorous governance of the less capable actors, no governance of the more capable ones. Closing that inconsistency is the first and most important step in building a security program adequate to the current risk environment. The reason this first step is so often deferred has nothing to do with technical difficulty, which is the point I most want executives to absorb. Extending access governance to AI systems requires no breakthrough. The frameworks exist, the tooling exists, The principle of least privilege is decades old. What it requires is a decision to treat all systems as actors subject to governance rather than as tools exempt from it, and that decision meets resistance not because it is hard but because it imposes friction on capabilities that the organization has come to value precisely for their lack of friction. Every constraint placed on an AI system's access is a constraint on the analytical breadth that made the system attractive. The business unit that deployed it will experience the governance as a tax on a benefit it can feel, paid against a risk it cannot. The decision is unpopular in exactly the way that necessary first steps usually are, which is why it requires leadership rather than mere technical recommendation to actually get made. The extension of behavioral monitoring to AI systems requires developing monitoring capabilities specifically designed to detect all-system behavior that is anomalous relative to the system's intended function behavior that might indicate compromise, misconfiguration, or adversarial manipulation. This is technically more demanding than access governance extension because all-system behavior is not as easily characterized as normal or anomalous as human behavior. The baseline for an all-system's expected behavior is the range of outputs it should produce given the range of inputs it receives, which is a more complex characterization than the access pattern baselines that human behavioral monitoring uses. Effective AI behavioral monitoring addresses three primary indicators. Unusual output distributions patterns of system output that diverge from the distribution of outputs observed during validated operation may indicate adversarial manipulation of the system's inputs or processing. Unexpected access patterns, all systems accessing resources or executing operations outside their established operational patterns may indicate compromise or configuration drift. Cross-system interaction anomalies, multi-system AI environments where the interaction patterns between systems change in ways inconsistent with operational requirements may indicate orchestration-level compromise or manipulation. Nadia Christodoula, whose work on AI-enabled fraud appeared in Chapter 12, has been developing AI behavioral monitoring methodology for regulated financial institutions. She describes the challenge of establishing meaningful behavioral baselines as the central technical problem in the field. The human monitoring model has decades of baseline data to work with, she told me. We know what normal looks like for employees in a given role, in a given organizational environment, with a given workload. When something deviates from that, the deviation stands out against a well-characterized background. For AI systems, we're often working without that background. The system is new, the operational patterns are still being established, and distinguishing genuine anomalies from normal operational variation in a system we don't fully understand yet is genuinely hard. I asked Nadia how she counsels institutions that want to monitor AI behavior but lack the baseline that makes monitoring meaningful. Her answer reframed the problem as a matter of timing. The mistake is treating the baseline as something you'll establish later, once the system is settled, she said. By the time the system is settled, you've lost your chance to characterize it cleanly, because it's already enmeshed in production and you can't tell its normal variation from the noise of everything it's now entangled with. The baseline has to be built at the beginning, during the controlled pilot, when you can actually observe the system's behavior in something close to isolation and characterize what normal looks like before normal gets complicated. Organizations that deploy fast and instrument later end up trying to define normal in retrospect, against data that's already contaminated by scale, and it doesn't work. You can't recover the clean baseline after the fact. So the monitoring discipline really starts as a deployment discipline instrument from the first day of the pilot, or accept that you'll never have a baseline worth trusting. Most organizations learn this the expensive way, after an incident, when they go looking for the baseline they never built. She described her approach to the baseline problem, establishing operational monitoring from the earliest stages of AI system deployment, building the characterization of normal behavior through careful observation during controlled pilot periods, and defining anomaly detection thresholds based on that characterized baseline rather than theoretical expectations. The approach requires more upfront investment in monitoring infrastructure than most organizations have committed, but it produces behavioral monitoring capability that is calibrated to the specific system rather than relying on generic anomaly detection frameworks that may not accurately reflect the system's operational patterns. The investment Nadia's approach demands is real, and I will not pretend otherwise, but it is worth weighing against the alternative honestly. A generic anomaly detection framework, applied to an old system whose specific operational patterns it does not reflect, produces a particular kind of failure that is worse than no monitoring at all. It generates false confidence. It alerts on variation that is normal for this system and stays silent on variation that is genuinely anomalous, because its thresholds were calibrated to a system in general rather than to this system in particular. The organization watches its dashboards, sees them green, and believes itself protected, while the monitoring it trusts is measuring the wrong thing. Calibrated. System-specific. Monitoring costs more upfront. Generic monitoring costs more eventually, paid in the incidents it failed to catch and the confidence it falsely supplied, and false confidence, in security, is frequently more dangerous than acknowledged blindness, because the blind organization at least knows to be careful. Nadia's candor about this difficulty struck me as the mark of a serious practitioner rather than an admission of inadequacy, because the alternative to candor here is the false confidence that does real damage. It would be easy to claim that AI behavioral monitoring is a solved problem, to point to the anomaly detection frameworks that already exist for networks and endpoints and assert that they transfer directly to all systems. They do not transfer directly, and the practitioners who pretend otherwise produce monitoring that generates either too many false alarms to be useful or too few real ones to be protective. The honest position is that establishing a behavioral baseline for an OL system is genuinely hard, that it requires patient observation from the earliest stages of deployment rather than a baseline assumed from theory, and that the organizations doing it well are the ones that started early and invested in the unglamorous work of characterizing normal before they tried to detect abnormal. You cannot detect a deviation from a baseline you never established, Nadia told me, and most organizations want to skip straight to detection because detection is the part that feels like security. The baseline is the part that actually is security. It's just that nobody puts establishing a baseline in a board presentation, because it doesn't sound like anything. It sounds like watching. But watching, carefully, from the beginning, is the whole game. The extension of investigation and incident response capabilities to AI-driven incidents requires building the specific analytical skills described in the preceding chapters of this section: access architecture mapping, processing characterization, algorithm deconstruction into the security. Program as recognized investigative disciplines with trained practitioners, documented methodologies, and the organizational standing to obtain the technical cooperation that AI-related investigations require. The organizational standing point is worth dwelling on. Traditional security investigations operate within established authority frameworks. The investigation team has documented authority to obtain records, interview employees, and escalate findings to appropriate decision-makers. Those authority frameworks were developed to support investigations of human misconduct and typically do not explicitly include the authority to examine all system configurations, compel technical cooperation from AI deployment teams, or obtain the system access required for adversarial behavior testing. Building the authority framework for AI-related investigations requires organizational decisions about governance that most organizations have not yet made. Who owns the responsibility for AI security? Who has authority to conduct adversarial testing of deployed OL systems? Who is standing to require AI deployment teams to provide investigative cooperation? And who bears accountability for AI-related security incidents? These are governance questions before they are technical ones, and their resolution requires leadership engagement at a level that most AI security issues have not yet received. The authority questions that close this chapter are, in the end, the questions that determine whether everything else in it is achievable. An investigator can develop the finest methodology for examining AI systems and accomplish nothing if they lack the standing to compel the technical cooperation that examination requires. A security function can design the most rigorous all-access governance and enforce none of it if it lacks authority over the business units doing the deploying. These are not technical gaps that better tools will fill. They are governance gaps that only leadership can close, by making explicit decisions that most organizations have left implicit. Who owns AI security? Who may examine deployed systems? Who must cooperate when they do? And who answers when an AI-related incident occurs? Until those decisions are made deliberately, they will continue to be made by default, resolved by whichever function happens to have the most organizational weight in any given dispute, and default resolutions, as a rule, favor deployment velocity over governance, which is exactly the imbalance that produced the risk environment this book describes. The corporate security program that was adequate for yesterday's threat environment will not be adequate for tomorrow's. Not because its capabilities are wrong, but because the threat environment it was designed to govern has expanded to include actors it was never asked to govern. The expansion is manageable. What is required is the organizational decision to manage it, to treat the AI systems operating across the enterprise as actors subject to the same governance discipline as the human actors who sit beside them.
Chapter 20: The Autonomous Shield.
The security program that governs AI deployment cannot itself be a purely human operation. The speed at which AI-driven threats operate, the volume of data they generate, and the technical complexity of the environments in which they occur all exceed the capacity of human security teams to address without AI support. This creates an irony that the security field is beginning to work through. The most effective defense against AI-enabled threats is itself AI-enabled, which means that building an adequate security posture for the AI era requires deploying the same category of capability that creates the threat. I understand why this irony makes people uncomfortable, and I do not think the discomfort should be waved away. There is something genuinely uneasy about the proposition that the defense against AI-enabled threats must itself be AI-enabled, that the only adequate response to the speed, scale, and complexity of the threat is to meet it with speed, scale, and complexity of the same kind. It feels like fighting fire, with all the risk that metaphor implies. But the discomfort, examined, does not yield an alternative. The threats described in this book operate at machine speed, at machine scale, across a complexity that exceeds human analytical capacity. A purely human defense against them is not a more cautious choice, it is simply an inadequate one, guaranteed to arrive too late, see too little, and cover too narrow a fraction of the surface that needs covering. The choice is not between an AI-enabled defense and a human one. It is between an AI-enabled defense, governed carefully, and no adequate defense at all. I have learned to state this irony plainly at the outset, because executives who do not hear it stated tend to discover it as a contradiction and treat the contradiction as a reason for paralysis. They reason, not unreasonably, that if AI capability is the source of the threat, then deploying more AI capability to defend against it must be self-defeating, fighting fire with fire, multiplying the very thing that endangers them. But the analogy misleads. The threat is not AI capability as such. It is AI capability deployed faster than it is governed, reach assembled faster than it is mapped, action automated faster than it is held accountable. The defensive deployment of AI is not more of the disease. It is the only response that operates at the speed and scale of the threat, because a threat that moves at machine speed and machine scale cannot be met by human review alone, however diligent. The choice is not between AI risk and AI-free safety. That choice is no longer available to any organization operating at enterprise scale. The choice is between AI capability that is governed and AI capability that is not on both sides of the contest, and the autonomous shield is simply the name for governed defensive capability deployed deliberately, before the ungoverned offensive kind forces the issue. The autonomous shield is the concept I use to describe the AI-enabled security architecture that organizations need to build to govern their AI deployments effectively. It is not a single product or a specific technology. It is a configuration of capabilities: access governance, automation, behavioral monitoring, anomaly detection, incident response support, and investigative analysis, that apply AI-scale processing to the AI-scale security challenges that enterprise AI deployment creates. The shield is autonomous in the sense that it operates continuously, at machine speed, without requiring human review of each individual event. It is a shield in the sense that it maintains the coverage required to detect and respond to the threat categories described in this book at the speed and scale those categories require. Building the autonomous shield requires organizations to make a series of governance decisions that position the shield's capabilities as organizational infrastructure rather than as optional security enhancements. It requires investment in AI-specific security capabilities that complement existing security programs. And it requires a governance philosophy that treats the security of all systems as a first-order organizational priority rather than as a technical detail to be resolved at the operational level. The phrase first-order organizational priority is doing deliberate work here, and I want to be explicit about the distinction it draws. A technical detail resolved at the operational level is something a competent team handles within its existing mandate and budget, without troubling senior leadership. A first-order organizational priority is something senior leadership owns, resources deliberately, and is willing to defend against the competing claim of deployment velocity when the two conflict, which they will. The autonomous shield cannot be built as the former. Every component of it requires authority that operational teams do not possess, authority to constrain access that business units want, to test systems that deployment teams would rather not have tested, to slow a rollout that the organization is rewarding people for accelerating. Treat the shield as a technical detail and it will be quietly defeated, every time, by the operational pressures it was meant to govern. It survives only as a priority, owned at the level where priorities are set and defended, and an organization unwilling to own it at that level has not decided to build it. It has only decided to say it wants one. The access governance automation component of the autonomous shield addresses the fundamental mismatch between the speed at which AI access profiles change and the speed at which human-driven access review processes can evaluate those changes. All system access evolves continuously, new data integrations are added, API relationships are modified, service account credentials are shared for operational convenience, and the effective access profile diverges from the documented access profile in ways that quarterly or annual human review cycles cannot track. Automated access governance monitors all system access in real time, compares the actual access profile against the documented and approved profile, flags deviations for review, and in some configurations automatically restricts access that has deviated from approved parameters until human review can be completed. This automation does not replace human access governance judgment. The decisions about what access is appropriate are still human decisions, but it provides the continuous monitoring capability that human review cycles cannot provide, ensuring that the governance framework remains aligned with the actual access environment rather than with the snapshot of the environment captured at the last review cycle. The contrast between continuous monitoring and the periodic review cycle is the heart of why automation is not optional here, and it is worth making concrete. A quarterly access review captures the access environment as it existed at one moment, evaluates it, and produces findings that are accurate as of that moment and decaying from the instant they are produced. In a human-paced environment, where access changed slowly, the snapshot stayed roughly valid between reviews and the cycle was adequate. AI access does not change slowly. New integrations are added, credentials are shared, API relationships are modified continuously, at a pace that opens a gap between the documented environment and the actual one almost as soon as any review concludes. The quarterly snapshot, in this setting, is not a control. It is a photograph of a thing that has already moved, presented as though it were a description of where the thing currently is. Only continuous monitoring closes the gap, because only continuous monitoring operates on the same timescale as the change it is meant to track. The distinction between the snapshot and the live environment is the entire reason automation is not optional here, and it is worth making concrete. A quarterly access review produces a photograph, an accurate picture of the access environment as it existed on the day the review was conducted, and an increasingly inaccurate picture of it every day thereafter. As integrations are added, credentials are shared, and the effective access profile drifts from the documented one. For human actors, whose access changes slowly and through formal processes, the photograph stays roughly accurate between reviews. For AI systems, whose access can change daily through operational decisions that never touch the formal review process, the photograph is stale almost as soon as it is taken. Governing such an environment by quarterly photograph is like navigating by a map that redraws itself faster than you can read it. The automation does not replace the human judgment about what access is appropriate. It replaces the photograph with a live feed, so that the human judgment, when it is exercised against the environment that actually exists rather than against a remembered version of it that stopped being true weeks ago. The behavioral monitoring component extends the automated anomaly detection that most organizations apply to their network and endpoint environments to the specific behavioral characteristics of AI systems. It monitors output distributions, access patterns, cross-system interaction sequences, and query response characteristics for deviations from established operational baselines. The monitoring is AI-enabled because characterizing AI system behavior at the granularity required for effective anomaly detection requires analytical capabilities that human analysts cannot apply at operational scale. The incident response support component is perhaps the most immediately practical element of the autonomous shield for organizations that have already experienced AI-related security incidents. Traditional incident response methodologies were designed for environments where incidents have discrete starting points, clear evidence trails, and actors whose behavior can be reconstructed through forensic analysis of the artifacts they leave. AI-driven incidents often lack these characteristics. They may have no discrete starting point, may leave incomplete evidence trails, and may involve actors whose behavior is processed rather than behavioral. AI-enabled incident response support addresses this challenge by automating the analytical tasks that AI-driven incident investigation requires: access architecture mapping, behavioral pattern analysis, cross-system interaction reconstruction, and the adversarial querying that supports processing characterization. These automated analytical capabilities reduce the time required to establish the investigative foundation for AI-related incidents from weeks the timeline when human analysts conduct these analyses manually to days or hours, substantially improving the organization's ability to contain damage and identify remediation requirements while the incident is still evolving. Victor Almeida describes the incident response support capability as the element of the autonomous shield with the clearest near-term return on investment for most organizations. The cases that are most expensive are the ones that take the longest to understand, he told me. The organizations that can establish what happened, what the system accessed, what it processed, what it disclosed in days rather than months can make containment and remediation decisions while the window to make them is still open. The organizations that are still trying to understand what happened 3 months later have usually already absorbed most of the harm that's available to be prevented. The speed of investigation matters. The tools that increase investigation speed are not optional infrastructure for organizations operating AI at enterprise scale. Victor's point about the economics of investigation speed deserves to be drawn out, because it reframes the autonomous shield from a cost center into something closer to a hedge. The harm from an AI-driven incident is not fixed at the moment of the incident. It accrues over the period during which the incident is not understood. While the organization does not yet know what the system accessed, processed, and disclosed, it cannot contain the exposure, cannot make remediation decisions, and cannot close the window through which harm continues to flow. Every week of investigation is a week of accruing, uncontained harm. The tools that compress investigation from months to days do not merely reduce an operational expense. They shorten the interval of maximum exposure, and because the harm accrues across that interval, compressing it is among the highest leverage investments available to an organization operating AI at scale, which is exactly why Victor refuses to call it optional, and why the organizations that have lived through a slow investigation never make that mistake twice. The investigative analysis component of the autonomous shield extends the relationship network analysis and pattern detection capabilities described in earlier chapters into the ongoing security monitoring function, applying the same AI-enabled analytical capabilities that produce investigative leads in corruption and financial crime cases to the continuous monitoring of AI system behavior, user interaction patterns, and data access sequences that might indicate misuse or compromise. The integration of investigative quality analysis into continuous monitoring represents a meaningful advance over the event-driven model that most security programs use, the model in which monitoring generates alerts that humans investigate, with investigation beginning after the alert is generated. Continuous investigative analysis can identify patterns that precede alertable events: the gradual accumulation of access, the slow divergence of behavior from established baselines, the patterns of query that suggest a specific investigative interest in particular categories of sensitive.
Closing chapter. The last human advantage.
Information and surface them for human review before they produce incidents rather than after. The human-in-the-loop question: the appropriate role of human judgment in a security architecture that is substantially automated, is the governance question that the autonomous shield raises most directly. The shield is not fully autonomous in the sense of making final security decisions without human review. It is autonomous in the sense of operating continuously and generating assessed findings rather than raw data for human analysts to interpret from scratch. The human reviewers who act on the shield's outputs are doing judgment-intensive work evaluating assessed findings, making decisions about response, exercising the contextual and organizational knowledge that the automated systems do not have, rather than the data processing work that the automated systems perform more effectively. This division of labor between automated processing and human judgment is the model that makes the autonomous shield viable as an organizational program rather than an aspiration. It does not require organizations to choose between human security judgment and AI-scale monitoring capability. It allows them to combine both, applying human judgment at the points where human judgment is most valuable, and applying automated capability at the scale where automated capability is necessary. This division of labor is the resolution to the human-in-the-loop question that the autonomous shield raises most sharply, and it is worth stating carefully, because the question is so often posed as a false binary. The choice is not between human security judgment and machine-scale capability, as though an organization had to surrender one to gain the other. It is a matter of placement of assigning to automation the work that automation does better, which is the tireless, high-volume processing of data at a scale no human team could match, and reserving for human judgment the work that human judgment does better, which is the contextual, accountable, ethically grounded interpretation of what the processing surface is. The shield processes. The person decides. The shield generates assessed findings. The person exercises the judgment that turns a finding into an action and stands behind the action afterward. Get the division right, and you have neither an under-resourced human team drowning in scale nor an unaccountable automated system making consequential decisions alone. You have each doing what it is actually good at, which is the only arrangement that has ever made the shield viable as a program rather than an aspiration. This division of labor is, in the end, the practical heart of everything this book has argued, and it returns us to where the final chapter will dwell, the irreducible role of human judgment. The autonomous shield is not a machine that defends an organization while its people look away. It is an arrangement that frees human judgment from the tasks that exhaust it without serving it, the processing of volumes no human can process, the monitoring of patterns no human can hold, the continuous vigilance no human can sustain, precisely so that human judgment can be concentrated where it alone suffices, on the assessed findings that require contextual interpretation, on the decisions that require someone willing to be accountable for them, on the questions that have no answer. A system can generate because they are not questions of fact but of responsibility. The machine processes so that the person can judge. That is not a concession to human limitation. It is a recognition of where human value actually lies, which is not in competing with the machine at processing but in doing the one thing the machine cannot do at all, which is to bear the weight of having decided. The final component of the autonomous shield is the governance framework that positions the shield's capabilities as organizational infrastructure rather than as optional security enhancements. This framework requires explicit senior leadership decisions about the priority of AI security, the authority of the security function over AI deployments, and the accountability structures that apply when AI-related security incidents occur. The organizations that build effective autonomous shields are not primarily distinguished by the technical sophistication of the tools they deploy. They are distinguished by the governance decisions that led them to deploy those tools, decisions that treated AI security as a first-order organizational priority, that gave the security function authority over all deployment decisions that affect organizational risk, and that established accountability frameworks clear enough that the people responsible for AI security had genuine authority to exercise that responsibility. These governance decisions require senior leaders who understand the threat environment described in this book well enough to recognize that their organization's security postures are not adequate to it, and who are willing to make the organizational commitments required to close the gap. The technology is available. The methodologies, though still developing, are advancing rapidly. The rate-limiting factor in most organizations is not technical capability but leadership decision, the willingness to treat AI security with the seriousness that the risk environment requires, before an incident makes the seriousness unavoidable. The autonomous shield does not make organizations invulnerable. Nothing does. What it provides is adequate coverage, the capacity to detect the categories of threat this environment creates, to investigate them with the speed that limits their consequences, and to respond with the authority that genuine governance requires. Adequate coverage, in an environment that is changing as rapidly as this one, is not a destination. It is a practice. The organizations that treat it as such are the ones that will maintain it. I want to return, at the close of this book, to the conversation that opened it. The strategy meeting where a room full of capable, well-intentioned leaders discovered they could not answer a straightforward question about what they had built. That moment of quiet is the defining image of the current period in enterprise AI deployment, not because it reflects failure, but because it reflects the gap between capability and governance that characterizes organizations at every stage of AI adoption. The capability arrived. The governance is arriving more slowly. The threat landscape this book has described is real, and it is significant. AI-enabled aggregation is creating information risks that traditional insider threat frameworks cannot detect. Financial crime operations enabled by AI capability are operating at efficiency levels that make previously uneconomical schemes viable. Orchestration vulnerabilities are creating attack surfaces that individual system security reviews cannot characterize. Alert flooding techniques are exploiting compliance program capacity constraints in ways that hide genuinely suspicious activity. State-sponsored autonomous networks are building patient positioning in financial infrastructure with a persistence that human-operated networks cannot sustain. The security programs that organizations have built carefully, professionally, over decades of practice were designed for a threat environment that no longer fully describes the one they are operating in. None of this is cause for despair about artificial intelligence. I want to be as clear about this at the end of the book as I tried to be at its beginning. The technology is not the threat. The gap between the technology's deployment and the governance of that deployment is the threat. And gaps can be closed. They close when organizations recognize them, understand them with precision, and invest in closing them with the seriousness the risk requires. The last human advantage is not intelligence. AI systems can process more information, identify more patterns, and synthesize more connections than any human analyst. It is not speed. AI systems operate continuously, without fatigue, at computational speeds that no human decision-making process can match. It is not memory. AI systems can hold more information in accessible form, and access it with more precision than human memory allows. The last human advantage is judgment, the specific kind of judgment that requires not just information processing but ethical grounding, contextual accountability, and the willingness to be responsible for a conclusion in the full sense that responsibility implies. The judgment that says, I have reviewed this evidence, I understand its limitations, I have considered its implications for the people it affects, and I am prepared to defend this conclusion and accept accountability for its consequences. AI systems can assist that judgment. They can provide the analytical foundation on which it rests. They can flag the anomalies that prompt it, surface the patterns that inform it, and model the scenarios that test it. What they cannot do is bear it. The accountability that governance requires, accountability of a person who will stand behind a decision and face the consequences if it is wrong, is irreducibly human. It was human before AI arrived. It remains human now that AI has transformed the information environment in which those decisions are made. The investigators whose perspectives animate this book share a common orientation that I have come to regard as the professional signature of the best security practitioners I have encountered. They are not defensive about their craft. They recognize, without particular distress, that the threat environment has changed in ways that require their methods to change. They are not uncritical adopters of AI capability. They understand the limitations of AI tools as precisely as they understand their advantages, and they apply them accordingly. And they are not willing to allow the pace of technology deployment to outrun the governance that deployment requires. That orientation, the willingness to see clearly, to update methods without abandoning judgment, and to insist on governance even when governance is organizationally inconvenient, is itself a form of the last human advantage. It is the professional character that makes security programs adequate to the environments they govern rather than adequate to the environments they were designed for. Building security programs adequate to the current environment requires organizations to make specific, concrete decisions. Decisions about AI access governance, treating AI systems as actors subject to the same governance discipline as human actors. Decisions about behavioral monitoring, extending anomaly detection to AI system behavior with the same rigor applied to human behavior. Decisions about investigative authority, giving security functions the organizational standing to examine AI deployments with the depth that AI-related incidents require. Decisions about incident response, building the AI-enabled analytical capabilities that allow organizations to understand AI-driven incidents at the speed that limits their consequences. And decisions about accountability, ensuring that the people responsible for AI deployment bear genuine accountability for its security implications, not just for its operational performance. These decisions are available to every organization that takes the current risk environment seriously. They are not primarily technology decisions. They are governance decisions about organizational priority, about resource allocation, about the authority structures that determine who has standing to govern what. The technology to support these decisions exists. The methodologies, though still developing, are advancing faster than the governance frameworks in most organizations are advancing to meet them. The organizations that make these decisions proactively before incidents force them will be in a position to capture the genuine benefits of AI deployment while managing its risks. They will be able to deploy AI capability with confidence that the governance framework surrounding it is adequate to the threat environment it creates. They will have security programs that are not simply adequate to yesterday's threat landscape but genuinely equipped for the one that exists now and the one that is developing. The organizations that do not make these decisions proactively will eventually make them reactively after an incident significant enough to create the organizational will that proactive analysis could not. Reactive governance is more expensive than proactive governance, not just in the direct cost of the incident that prompted it, but in the reputational, regulatory, and institutional costs that accumulate between the moment the gap was knowable and the moment the incident made it unavoidable. I began this book in a conference room, listening to a quiet that revealed a gap. I want to close it with a different kind of quiet, the quiet of an organization that has asked itself the hard questions, answered them honestly, and built the governance that the answers required. That quiet is not absence of threat. It is adequacy of response. It is the confidence that comes from knowing what you have built and having governed it with the rigor it deserves. The insider has changed. The threat has changed. The security program must change with it. That change is difficult. It requires organizational investment, leadership commitment, and the willingness to recognize that the frameworks that served admirably in a previous environment may not be adequate to the current one. Difficult changes, in my experience, are almost always worth making before they become necessary. The gap is knowable. The governance is buildable. The only question is whether organizations will choose to build it on their own timeline, or wait for the threat to choose it for them. The last human advantage is the one that cannot be automated, cannot be optimized away, and cannot be replaced by a system that simply follows its parameters further than anyone expected. It is the willingness to be responsible for the systems we build, the access we grant, the governance we owe, and the judgment we must never surrender to the machines that serve us.
About the author.
Jack Burns is a corporate security and intelligence practitioner whose career spans financial institution security, insider threat investigation, corporate espionage defense, and the governance of emerging technology risk. He is a recurring contributor to the Human Workforce podcast, where he examines the intersection of artificial intelligence, enterprise security, and the evolving threat landscape facing organizations that are deploying AI at scale. The Agentic Insider is his first book.
About the Human Workforce podcast.
The Human Workforce podcast examines the intersection of humanity, artificial intelligence, leadership, work, and organizational transformation. Through candid conversations, expert perspectives, and practical analysis, the podcast explores one of the defining questions of our professional generation. How do humans thrive in a world increasingly shaped by intelligent machines? Visit thehumanworkforce.com for episodes, transcripts, and additional resources.
The Human Workforce Publishing Collection.
Book 1, The Human Disadvantage, The Real Cost of Replacing Wisdom with Speed, Simon Carver and Lachlan Reed. Book 2, The Agentic Insider, How AI is Transforming Corporate Espionage, Financial Crime, and Enterprise Security, Jack Burns. thehumanworkforce.com.
The 5-year Spain plan. A relocation, income, healthcare, savings growth and pet travel strategy.
Prepared for Zachary and Eileen. Planning Framework June 2026. This document is decision support, not license tax, legal, immigration, or investment advice. Figures reflect 2026 data and move with policy and exchange rates. Every point that requires a licensed professional sign-off is flagged in the text. Verify thresholds at the moment you act.
1. The honest bottom line. First.
Is this viable? Yes, with one fact you both have to internalize before anything else. The Digital Nomad Visa, DNV, is an I still earn money remotely visa, not a live off our savings visa. It requires proof of ongoing active income of roughly €44,000 to €47,000 year for a couple every year you renew. The $100,000 is the buffer and the growth engine, not the fuel. The plan works only if the podcast plus books plus consulting plus software income clears that bar on paper. If income genuinely dries up and you want to live purely on savings, that is a different visa, the non-lucrative visa, and it prohibits active work, which would kill the consulting podcast plan. So everything below is built around keeping Zachary a working remote professional, because that is what unlocks both the visa and the favorable tax treatment. 3 things make this genuinely attractive for your situation. Cost arbitrage. A couple lives comfortably in Valencia, Malaga, Alicante on €2,200 to €3,000 month well under the income you must already prove. A potential 6-year tax holiday on foreign income inside Spain, the Beckham regime, if your income is structured to qualify, which is the single biggest open question in your case. Arizona is not a sticky tax state, unlike California or New York, so leaving cleanly is straightforward. The 2 things that can break it: A, the self-employment classification question for Spanish tax, and B, the Medicare at 65 decision, since Zachary crosses 65 while abroad. Both are solved below.
The 2 doors into Spain, and why one fits you.
Route choice: apply at a US consulate, 1-year visa, then convert, or enter as a tourist and apply from inside Spain, 3 years permit directly, ~20 business day processing. The in-Spain route generally gives the longer permit faster. Decide with your immigration lawyer.
3. The gating number. Income you must prove.
The DNV floor is pegged to 200% of Spain's minimum wage, SMI, reset annually. Sources cluster in a band for 2026. Verify the exact figure when you apply, because it changes by royal decree. Income must be earned from non-Spanish companies' clients, US consulting, KDP royalties, US content ad income all qualify. Freelancers may take up to 20% of income from Spanish clients, no more. Zachary's own work must cover ~80% of the minimum. It can't be satisfied mostly by a spouse's income or pure savings. 2026 reality check. Consulates cross-check bank statements against declared income. The money must actually flow and land, consistently, for 3 to 6 months before you apply. Action. Build a clean 6-month financial trail showing €3,900+ month landing from foreign sources before filing. Inconsistent income documentation is the #1 cause of DNV rejection.
For the income engine, how you actually earn the €44,000 plus.
The European angle. Being physically in Spain is a business asset. You become the US operational resilience and old governance expert based in Europe, differentiated for EU financial institutions navigating DORA, the EU's Digital Operational Resilience Act. That aligns your GRC background with a live European regulatory waiver real, sellable position. The structuring decision that drives everything. Option A, employee of your own foreign company. If you're a salaried employee of a non-Spanish company, even a properly structured US entity, you look like the classic DNV remote employee, the cleanest path to the 24% Beckham regime. Option B, Spanish autonomo, self-employed, you pay Spanish self-employed Social Security, RETA, €230 plus MO, and Beckham eligibility becomes contested, Section 5. This is the single most important question to put to a cross-border US-Spain tax attorney before you file anything. It can be worth tens of thousands of euros over 5 years.
5 taxes, the 2 government problem.
You answer to 2 tax authorities at once. Spain, you'll live there 183 plus days, and the US, which taxes citizens on worldwide income no matter where they live.
5A, the Spanish side, and the Beckham prize.
Default Spanish tax on worldwide income is ~19%, 47%. But the special expat regime, Beckham law, offers flat 24% on Spanish source professional income up to €600,000, 47% above that. Foreign source income generally not taxed in Spain, US royalties, consulting, investment income, US Social Security outside the Spanish base while in the regime. Foreign assets exempt from Spanish wealth tax and from Modelo 720 foreign asset reporting during the regime. Last 6 years, year of arrival +5. Elect via Form 149 within 6 months of registering with Spanish Social Security. File annually on Modelo 151. The catch specific to you. 2025 court rulings confirmed DNV holders working remotely for non-Spanish employers qualify for Beckham. But for pure freelancers, autonomos eligibility is genuinely contested, and mixed-income company owner cases require individual analysis, which is exactly your profile. US LLC plus royalties plus consulting plus content. Do not assume you get the 24% rate. Engineer it with a Spanish tax lawyer before you move. Wealth tax, effectively a non-issue. It only bites on Spanish-located net assets above €700,000, plus €300K for a primary residence. The solidarity tax only above €3 million. If you rent and keep savings in US accounts, your Spanish-located wealth stays near zero. Renting, not buying, is the right call for a 5-year stay anyway.
5B. The US side. You never stop filing.
FEE covers income tax but not self-employment tax, 15.3%, unless the totalization agreement applies. Which country's social security you pay into is a planning lever. It affects future US benefit accrual. The treaty's saving clause means the US keeps the right to tax you as a citizen. Beckham reduces your Spanish bill. It does nothing to your US filing duty. You file in the US every year, forever, until you're not a citizen. State tax. Arizona is not sticky. Minimize AZ ties to sever residency, but keeping a US mailing address, for banking brokerage, is fine and separate from tax residency. Coordinate with your accountant.
6. Making your savings grow while you're there.
Your goal: grow the $100,000 while living cheaply, is achievable. 2 traps catch almost every American abroad. Avoid them and the rest is ordinary investing. Trap 1. The PFIC landmine. If you buy non-US, European, Spanish, mutual funds or ETFs, the US taxes them punitively as passive foreign investment companies. Rule: keep all investments in US domiciled accounts and US domiciled funds, ETFs. Don't let a Spanish bank put you in a local fund. Trap 2. Brokerage lockout. Many US brokerages freeze accounts on seeing a foreign address. Keep a US mailing address, your AZ home, where Dylan lives. Tell your brokerage you're an expat before moving, and keep a US bank account open. Asset location logic for a 5-year horizon. The $100,000 stays in the US, in US domiciled accounts outside Spanish wealth tax, no PFIC issue. Inside Beckham, US investment income is generally outside the Spanish tax base, a genuine window to rebalance or realize gains while Spain isn't taxing the foreign side. Confirm specifics. Some passive income exceptions exist. Year 7 the regime ends and Spain switches on worldwide income plus wealth plus Modelo 720 at once. Your 5-year plan exits before that cliff. Good design. Don't let it slip. Because the visa forces you to earn €44,000 plus per year anyway, the $100,000 can largely stay invested and compounding rather than being drawn down. That is the core of your thesis, and it holds provided the income engine performs. Specific allocation, equities versus bonds versus cash, is fiduciary investment advice for an expat-aware advisor, not something to decide here.
Healthcare, including the Medicare trap you can't ignore. 7A. The visa requirement, years 1 to 5.
The DNV requires private health insurance that comes from an insurer authorized in Spain, DGSFP, not travel insurance, gives full coverage equivalent to Spanish public health with no copays, no deductibles, no waiting periods, includes a repatriation of remains clause, and is often required paid 12 months upfront. Cost at your age. Private cover runs €600 to €4,500 per person YR, rising with age. As over 50 Americans, budget toward the higher end. An excluded condition can make a consulate deem plan €2,000, €4,000 person YR and get quotes early. Watch pre-existing condition exclusions, coverage non-comprehensive and reject it. You need a true, full medical policy. After year 1, registering as autonomo can give public healthcare access. The Convenio a special public pay-in scheme is €157 mo for over 65s. But the initial visa almost always needs the private policy.
7b. The Medicare timing trap, the one people miss.
Zachary is 61. A 5-year stay means he turns 65 while living in Spain. Medicare basically does not cover care outside the US. The decisions. Part A, hospital free with your 40 quarters. Keep it. No downside, there when you visit return. Part B, medical has a premium and a lifetime late enrollment penalty of plus 10% per 12 months delayed if you don't qualify for a special enrollment period, SEP. The SEP escape hatch. You can generally delay Part B without penalty if covered by the public health system of your country of residence and you, or spouse, are still working. An actively working autonomo on Spanish public health may qualify for an 8-month SEP to enroll penalty-free on return. Fact-specific. Confirm with SSA Medicare and document it. Part D, drug zone late penalty. Same SEP logic, small premiums. Plan. Keep Part A. Make the Part B call deliberately based on whether you'll clearly qualify for the SEP on return. Keep meticulous proof of Spanish public health enrollment plus active work for the SSA conversation when you come home.
8. The cost of living math, your live cheaply thesis, quantified.
A couple living comfortably in 2026 Spain, mid-range lifestyle, well-located 2-bed rental, private health insurance for 2. Reference points, groceries for a couple €250 to €350 per mo. Utilities €100 to €150. Menu del dia lunch €10 to €15. Coffee euro 1.50. Wine €3 to €5 per bottle. A widely cited comparison. A €6,000 per month London lifestyle is reproducible in Valencia for euro 3,120. The arbitrage in one line. The visa makes you prove euro 3,900 month. A comfortable Valencia life costs euro 2,500 euro 3,000. The gap, roughly €1,000 to €1,400 per month, is what compounds your savings. Recommendation: anchor in Valencia, large English-speaking expat community. Beach, 40% cheaper than Madrid.
9. Social Security timing, a 61-year-old's lever.
Claim as early as 62, permanent 30% reduction versus full retirement age of 67, at FRA, or delay to 70 for the maximum. You can receive US Social Security while living in Spain, a totalization country, no residency restriction. If you route Social Security contributions to Spain, autonomo, during these years, you stop adding US credits. Minor if you already have 40 quarters, but confirm it doesn't dent your benefit CLC. Treaty generally taxes Social Security in the country of residence, but the saving clause plus Beckham complicate it. Flag for the tax pro. Framing, not advice. Because the plan keeps you earning, you have the option to delay claiming. Every year past 62 increases the benefit. Claim at 62, cash flow, hedge, versus delay, bigger lifetime benefit, is a real trade-off to model against your actual numbers with an advisor.
10. Bringing your dog to Spain.
Spain is genuinely dog-loving, and thousands of Americans relocate with pets each year. The process is well-trodden. It just has to be done in the right order, on the right timeline.
10. A first decision. The path depends on her size.
Everything branches on her combined weight with the carrier. Confirm this number first. It decides whether she rides with you in the cabin or travels in the hold. Note: brachycephalic, snub-nosed, breeds, bulldogs, pugs, boxers, etc., are widely restricted from the hold for safety, and prohibited outright on some US carriers. If she is one of these, the in-cabin path, if she's small enough, or a specialist relocation service is the route.
10b. What Spain or the EU requires. Do these in this exact order.
The order matters. A step done out of sequence, e.g. rabies shot before the microchip, invalidates the paperwork and forces you to restart. 2026 timing you must not miss. The EU changed its pet travel framework, EU 2026-131. A new non-commercial AHC format takes effect October 1, 2026. The current format can be endorsed only through September 30, 2026. Confirm with your USDA-accredited vet which certificate applies to your travel date so you're issued the right one. Also note, a US-issued EU pet passport is not valid for entering the EU from the US. You need the AHC. You can get an EU pet passport once you're resident in Spain, for future intra-EU trips.
10C best way to actually fly her there.
Your usual carrier, American, is a weak option for this trip. AA limits in-cabin pets to less than £20, restricts checked baggage pet travel to military state dep personnel only, runs its pet embark cargo service on a route-dependent basis with a less than 12-hour limit, and bans many breeds. For a US-Spain move, it often simply won't carry a medium-large dog for you. Recommended carrier, Iberia, Spain's flag carrier, hub in Madrid, which flies direct from the US to Madrid and, unlike American, lets the general public put a dog in the climate-controlled hold as checked baggage, up to 45 kilograms, or in the cabin if she's less than or equal to 8 kilograms. Request pet travel through Iberia's booking office at least 48 hours ahead. Acceptance is confirmed only once the whole itinerary is booked. Over 45 kilograms or restricted breeds route through Iberia's cargo partner, WOOF Airlines IAG Cargo. Other solid European carriers, if Iberia timing doesn't work, Lufthansa, KLM, and Air France all allow small pets in cabin, (8 kilogram, and offer climate-controlled cargo for larger pets, generally more pet-accommodating transatlantic than US airlines. For a large or snub-nosed dog, or if you do rather hand the whole thing off, use an IPATA-certified pet relocation company, e.g. firm specializing in US-EU moves, that manages crate, vet timing, USDA endorsement, and customs door-to-door.
10D crate, booking and travel day practicalities.
IATA-compliant crate, for the hold rigid, bolt-secured, leak-proof absorbent floor, ventilation on 4 sides, and big enough for her to stand, turn, and lie down naturally. Too small equals boarding denied. Acclimate her to the crate for weeks beforehand. Direct flight into Madrid, MAD, if at all possible. Fewer transfers equals less stress and fewer things to go wrong. Madrid's hub handles pets well. Temperature embargoes. Hold cargo travel is barred when it's too hot, often greater than 85 degrees Fahrenheit / 29 degrees C at any point on the route. Avoid peak summer, spring or autumn is safer. No sedation. Tranquilized pets are refused for hold travel. Sedation is dangerous at altitude. Book early. Per-flight pet slots are limited. Reserve as soon as your itinerary is set, and reconfirm the size weight limits apply both directions if it's a round-trip ticket. Travel kit. Collapsible water bowl, absorbent liner, a worn t-shirt that smells like home, copies of all documents clipped to the crate and on your phone.
10E once you're settled in Spain.
Register her locally and find a vet. Once you're a Spanish resident, you can get an EU pet passport, which replaces the AHC for easy travel within the EU thereafter. Keep rabies boosters current with no lapse. A lapse resets the clock and complicates future travel and re-entry. Spain is very dog-friendly. Parks, terraces, many pet-friendly rentals. But confirm pets allowed in writing when you sign a lease.
10F bringing her home, the return, (5 years later).
All dogs returning to the US need a CDC dog import form receipt. The dog must be microchipped, appear healthy, and be at least 6 months old. Spain is a rabies low-risk of free country, so re-entry from Spain is the simplest CDC pathway, far less burdensome than returning from a high-risk country. Keep her US-issued rabies records and microchip documentation throughout your stay so the return is painless. Rough budget for the move: 1 large dog ISO microchip plus vaccines plus accredited vet visits and USDA endorsement typically run a few $100s. An IATA crate $100 to $300. Airline hold cabin fee varies by carrier. A full door-to-door pet relocation service can run $1,500 to $5,000 plus depending on size and route. Get quotes early. This is a line item, not an afterthought.
11 The phased roadmap.
Phase 0 now ~6 months out. Build phase. Engage 2 pros first, a US-Spain cross-border tax attorney CPA and a Spanish immigration lawyer. Everything downstream depends on the structuring call. Build the 6-month income trail, greater than or equal to €3, 900 Mo foreign source, documented. Decide the income structure, US LLC employee versus Autonomo, with the tax attorney. Pre-move financial hygiene. Confirm US brokerage keeps your account with a US address. Purge PFIC risk holdings. Keep a US bank plus the AZ address. Get an NIE, foreigner ID. Quote Spain authorized health insurance. Start the dog's clock. Verify her ISO microchip. Schedule rabies after the chip, and confirm the AHC certificate version for your travel date, September 30th, October 1st, 2026 cutover. Map Zachary's 65th birthday date versus the move. Plan Part A, Keep. Part B, SEP, Strategy. Phase 1, Application Arrival. Assemble, passport, apostilled clean criminal record certificate, degree experience proof, foreign client contracts, greater than or equal to 3 months, income proof, Spain authorized health policy, often 12 months prepaid, proof of funds, the dog's USDA endorsed AHC, endorsed within 10 days of arrival. File, in Spain route tilde 20 business days. On approval, register with Spanish Social Security, then the Beckham clock starts, Form 149 within 6 months. Phase 2, years 1 to 2, settle and validate. Get the Padrón, Thai residence card, a Spanish bank account, local spending only. Run the income engine. Keep Spanish client income less than or equal to 20%. First dual filing, Spain Modelo 151 if Beckham plus US 1040 2555 1116 FBR 8938. Use the Pro for year 1, then systematize. Get her EU pet passport. Phase 3 to 4, years 3 to 5 and the clean exit. Renew the permit, 3 years plus 2 years gets you to 5. Use the Beckham window to rebalance, realize US gains. Don't drift past year 6. Year 7 turns on Spanish worldwide income plus wealth plus Modelo 720. Plan re-entry, Medicare SEP paperwork, re-establish state residency, Social Security claiming decision, brokerage address update, and the dog's CDC dog import form.
12. The team you actually need. 13. Honest risks and decision gates.
The Beckham question may resolve against you. If classified as an ordinary autonomo, you're on 19 to 47% worldwide rates plus Modelo 720. Gate, get the attorney's written read before committing, model both scenarios. The income engine must perform every year. A bad year can fail a renewal, not just the first application. Gate, don't move without a repeatable tilde euro 44k plus YR baseline plus buffer. Currency risk, USD income savings versus EUR costs. A weak dollar erodes the arbitrage holder EUR buffer. Healthcare at 61 to 66. Pre-existing conditions can raise premiums or cause exclusions. Gate, real quotes before you commit to a date. Medicare penalty risk if the SEP doesn't apply on return. Engineer the Autonomo Public Health Plus active work facts and keep proof. The Year 7 tax cliff, your 5-year plan exits before it, just don't let it slip. Pet timing the September 30th October 1st, 2026 AHC cutover and the 21-day post-rabies wait mean her paperwork has to start weeks before your flight. Don't leave it to the end.
In one paragraph.
Move to Valencia on the digital nomad visa, structured with a US, Spain tax attorney to, ideally, capture the 24% Beckham regime for up to 6 years, during which your US royalties, consulting, and investment income may sit outside the Spanish tax base while your US-held $100,000 compounds untouched and outside Spanish wealth tax. Prove tilde 44 to 47,000 euros per year of foreign income to satisfy the visa. Live on tilde euro 2 500-3000 month. And let the €1,000 plus per month surplus plus untaxed growth build your retirement. Keep Medicare Part A, plan the Part B SEP for re-entry, and exit before year 7 to dodge the worldwide tax cliff. Bring the dog via Iberia direct to Madrid, cabin if less than or equal to 8 kilograms, else the climate-controlled hold, starting her microchip rabies AHC paperwork weeks ahead. The plan is sound. Its success rides on the income engine performing and the tax structuring being engineered correctly before you leave.